And now to a journey of Spela Petric. In the eyes of the algorithm, we are all already plants. In conversation with Agnieszka Wolocko, a philosopher and author who also runs a biolab at the Art Academy in Enschede, Netherlands, Spela Petric shares fragments of insights and dilemmas that have arisen from the interdisciplinary plant-machine project. While peering into the messy background of prototyping new works and remotely installing exhibitions, they speak about the potential of the vegetariat to create alliance with algorithms that would counter the hegemonic sphere of interest and replace it with the erotics of care. Enjoy.
We don't see. From where it was? From the camera? How come? And this is nice angle. The stupid Monstera. How come? But the other camera did you put on? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Tell me that this one is on. Yeah, it's recording.
Is it still recording?
Yes. I would like to, ask you about your work, because in your work you actually work with the biosurveillance. So how, in the context of the pandemic, in the context of how people, react, try to resist or ignore, how your work is now functioning, or maybe how did you change a certain perception of what is it about, or maybe actually it only strengthened and just show us a barometer of what is already happening.
So actually one of the works that I made 2 years ago is called Vegetarian Work Zero, or it has another title. The plants of Instagram perform ecosystem services, and it discusses precisely this smartwatch that is a form of biosurveillance that we actually submit to voluntarily. Or I would say it's a biosurveillance that functions on two levels. The first is the one where we are actually getting a report card of our bodies, of our efforts, of our work invested in how our bodies feel and look and function, how healthy they are. That then gives us, shows us how many calories we've burned, how many steps we've made. But all these smartwatches function only through the use of an application on the phone, and actually as it's sent to the phone and to the application, the data is collected, and in the terms of service all of these applications say that they do actually sell this data to third parties or whatever. This happens, so maybe we have insight in what is on the screen on the watch and the data that we put into the application, but from then on it just sort of disappears in this digital underground, and yet the benefit of having our bodies quantified or our efforts distilled into these numbers of calories burned is enough to completely ignore the uncertainty of what happens with the data afterwards. And I think there is an interesting tension here. But beyond the critique of this situation, I really have been thinking of using these smartwatches as an interface to the big data and surveillance capitalism, but not only for humans, but rather also for plants. So if we take the plants that we have around here, I have my apartment full of them. I call them plants of Instagram because they are so beautiful and like scenographic, easy to care for. and they make our living environments somehow more pleasant. Even though while we are using them, we also are bound to them through this care, right? And this love eventually. And as we've seen recently, everybody's obsessed with plants and they just call plants over. They become our companions. So they're sort of in this weird space between being a capitalist product, of a bio-laborer, of they're cleaning air, they're sort of functional for our psychological well-being. And yet, this is also how they are cared for, how they reproduce, how they survive. And so I really wanted to place the plants in the position of these persons, these agents that wear smartwatches, to be represented as entities producing data, and whatever happens with this data happens afterwards.
So Spela, so are you suggesting that we are plants, or we are like plants in the eyes of the capitalist surveillance now with the pandemic, monitoring whether we have, what kind of body temperature we have, whether we have a corona or not, and...
Absolutely. I mean, that's sort of my realization from trying to understand how algorithms and these statistics and big data works. In the eyes of the algorithm, we are all plants. But what do these plants do? How do they live together? How do they survive? What are the relationships that they form within a system of surveillance that actually doesn't care about their individuality, their feelings, still as a mass of bodies that the machine is dependent on.
So in your installation, how does relationship between the plant and the surveillance function or works? Could you explain?
Yeah. So basically we have these plants of Instagram that are monitored with sensors, and we're basically reading their action potential. And then based on this cellular electricity that they're producing, the drill machines are turned on and off, or they're actually pulling sort of a lever. And on these drill machines, there's the smartwatch. So as the drill machine turns, the smartwatch counts steps, right? And from that point on, this information about steps goes to these mobile applications, and they don't know actually that the agent behind these steps is actually a plant, but they are happily monitoring the plant's activity.
So who knows? So only the spectator of the installation knows that
Yes.
the data are generated actually not by people but by the plants.
Yes.
But could you explain from the beginning how come that the plants actually releases this data? How come the signals can be translated into the movement of the drills?
So the signals that we're picking up is part of the normal biology of plants, which they use much like we have nerve signals. They have also these sort of action potentials, they're called, or variable potentials. Basically electricity moving through their bodies. So this is what we're tapping into. And then on the other side, we have this drill machine. And that is actually used as a hack by people who want to have their body surveillance smartwatches show that they've made a lot of steps in case this data is actually used by, insurance companies.
Yeah.
Or
it has been already, right?
Yes, they're employers that they want to track their activities. So this is just an appropriation of a real world hack onto plants.
You said something previously that there is this tension, right, between plants being these laborers, just serving us to decorate our apartments, our post of Instagrams, and at the same time, they are escaping because of this. I don't know, I don't want to use the word weirdness, but because of they are so unlike us, they are escaping a sort of capture and relationship that we have, for instance, with other mammals or other beings in our apartments, right? And this brings me to, so you mentioned that there is this tension, and that this tension is interesting. And this brings me to your concept that you are using, and also within your title, the vegetarian. And you refer to the work of Katrina Sandilands, who actually points exactly to this clash that exists in the very word to vegetate, right? To vegetate means, on the one hand, to refrain, right? Being excluded from the society, from culture, from practices and life of political, social life. And at the very same time, it also means the vital force to produce life. So there is this clash between exclusion and at the same time conditioning the very life that you are excluded, or the body is excluded from. So for her, this word to vegetate, she calls it vegetarian, becomes a possibility, a catalyst for some resistance. Right, and she says that the possibility to have the symbiotic relationship with a plant can generate or can formulate a particular practices of resistance. And I was wondering if you agree with that, and where do you take her ideas into your work? Because at some point in the way how you explained your the plants of Instagram, the relationship is not symbiotic. It feeds on some form of clash or some form of escapism or resistance that you tap into. What kind of practices or what kind of conditions that make certain practice possible come from the resistance that you are talking through your work and through the vegetarian that is that you can encounter through your installation.
So I've been recently developing sort of an opus or a series of works under the working title The Plant Machine. And this is actually a way to practice these posses, these different relationships within the vegetarian. The Plant Machine has sort of an overarching myth or mythos, and that is to make an AI, whatever that means, think itself a plant. So basically to have a sort of a machine that is solipsistic in terms that all the input that it gets for the world, the image of the world it creates comes from a plant. So, and then vice versa, this plant machine creates the conditions of the environment for the plant not only to survive but to thrive. So I'm exploring plant pleasure, which is also something that is ungraspable. It's a sort of this unachievable phantasm.
Why unachievable?
Precisely because it cannot be described by science. We know that the aspects of computation in science that might provide some data or an image of the plant will never be able to give any satisfactory answer to the question of what is plant pleasure. And this is really important to have as a goal of an artistic project that involves so many different type of co-workers, from engineers, programmers, philosophers, artists, biologists, and of course plants, and all the microorganisms and all the different conditions that are sort of working to create this space of relation. So precisely by putting together this very heterogeneous group of entities to pursue this slippery goal. This is a process of being with, caring for each other, and learning, observing, touching, interacting, and growing. This is like hugely. It's a huge project with many different sort of manifestations that are artworks, concepts, philosophical concepts that develop, and yet actually the posse, this interaction that is created, is possible because of these members of the vegetariat spending time and paying attention to one another. So that is how I'm trying to explore what the vegetariat can do.
So it's interesting that you are not talking about the relationship, the lonely relationship between plant and human, but what you are talking is about, you know, contamination of a certain relationship that you have between multiple bodies, be it plant, be it human, be it machine, be it virus. That somehow you need understanding of the complexity of relationship rather than a relationship, like a lonely symbiotic relationship. So for you, this is a possibility, or this is somehow a resistance that vegetarians offer.
Yeah, absolutely, especially in relationship to this machine and these algorithms.
Spela, please tell about your recent project that you are now busy with.
So currently, the posse and I are developing this project titled Play, Plai, and it's literally about creating the conditions for a game between a plant and a machine that is controlled by the algorithm, an algorithm, a self-learning neural network, to happen. So it's an active play between these two entities where the machine has the capacity to enter plant time. But the idea is actually, to equip this machine with just sort of a basic sensor or sensorial apparatus, so it knows the position of the plant. And then the plants that we're working with are actually cucumbers. And cucumbers have tendrils, so like small, thin the leaves or stems that they use to hold on to objects so they can climb. And so it would be a game between these tendrils that search the environment for something to hold on to, and this machine that has sort of that environment that they could grab onto. And the machine moves as fast as the plant, and then they're in a sort of an interaction. What we're trying to do is that we, as people, don't set the rules of the game in advance, but rather that these rules develop so that the plant and the machine sort of teach each other or decide each between themselves what the rules of the game are. And yes, it's an open question.
But it's interesting because what you are suggesting by this project is that a game can be played by a non-human or non-animal agent.
Yeah.
You agree?
Absolutely, because it seems that the act of playing or the game, ontologically speaking, is a way of understanding the world without necessarily having already a real world necessity associated with the action. And this freedom, much like, I don't know, biosemiotic freedom or semiotic freedom that all living entities possess, I think this capacity is so crucial for any life as a process of learning about the environment within which it is, also learning about themselves, right? I mean, a lot of these principles, I think, are used successfully in these robotics with different self-learning robots, either simulated or in reality. And so far, I think what we've learned is that plants have actually don't lack any property that we deem necessarily present for survival, but they express it in a way that we don't recognize. So it's more like not if plants can play, but rather how do they play.
But what interests me from what you just, how you describe your work on the project, the ongoing project, is that it taps into what Huizinga was exactly writing about. And so he was a philosopher, Dutch philosopher, and he would argue that a game, a play, is an ontological condition of life before even agents or what we define as subject and object is established. So he was against, for instance, Kant, who would say that a game is a higher capacity, a higher human capacity for imagination, for invention. So here we are talking about an ontological condition again, that game becomes, or game already is. And what happens is that through this game, through this condition of the game, we are learning how actually agent or agency is generated.
We will probably end up heavily anthropomorphizing this relation. Either that, or we might not be able to make sense of it. And I think that is sort of the tragedy of our limits. It's not necessarily a tragedy, but those are our limits, right? So it's either identified as it working, and if it works, we will see something that we recognize, or it won't be working. And that means that basically we don't recognize the
what
properties.
What we already know.
Yeah.
The Future Humanity Journey workshop is a new format developed here at Ars Electronica, and the idea is to bring together 4 experts from 4 different backgrounds to discuss on what our day will look like in 2040, and that means covering the global issues humanity will be facing in 2040, as well as the little details a human will be facing in their everyday life.
Do you think this is the last one?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, the one that made a difference for this generation somehow.
Sure. Julia Tomasello takes us now on a journey with Alma. Alma is a wearable biosensor designed to monitor vaginal fluids. Julia Tomasello won the Starts Prize for Artistic Exploration in 2018 and strives to support and educate women about their intimate health through technology. Giulia Tomasello, designer and co-founder of AIxMusic, will guide you now through the research and prototype development at the Research Institute Fraunhofer ICM Text Lab in Berlin.
Okay.
Contribute 2 GPs and 2 doctors, but again, quite short on the gynecologists and pharmacists as well.
And this is your hand, and we're going to try it on and fit it and see how it fits. Can you turn to the other side, to the other?
Here it's better, I feel, in here.
Oh, maybe it's the same.
Honestly, yes, maybe here.
I cannot imagine having, sometimes if I have a jeans button here, it already bothers me. Tell me which fabric you want.
So I would like to try for this with yellow, with some cotton.
And where should the cotton be? The whole thing? Should it be double layer, the whole thing? Sometimes it's difficult to grab what you want.
What is the differences between something with elastane or something only cotton? Or this is the hydrophilic ones. Maybe to have it in the skin, this is not good.
Okay.
Nice. For what I can see, I'm gonna check in the mirror.
The silver is more or less 5, but the gold.
Also fluctuating, you see?
Yeah.
It's not good contact.
Does your colleague even know how the final product has to be?
No, because we never tried this process.
Make, yeah, and then you can make over here the seconds, and then you only have to press start. Minuten.
It's like a salad dressing. Maybe we should steer it.
When we should call you? At which point?
When it's beginning. But it should be real.
A very interesting job that you do.
A lot of meditation.
This is a new Japanese tea ceremony. It used to take 2 hours, but now we make matcha, it takes 5 hours.
Okay, so my idea for today is that we go through the analysis and everything that we have. I will briefly explain it in general, so that especially for Tauras, because I think that in that case, we will be much able to understand what can be translated visually, what does it mean intimate care, what does it mean female body from the people, but also more from an academic point of view. And this is both based on the workshop, but also from literature. So it makes a connection between the two. To the main concepts that goes around the construction of female body and intimate care, which is the culture of purity, the culture of shame and hiding processes, and the language taboo. So the politics of silence, let's say. And so these three things are the most important things and came very big out from the workshop. And it's very related to how the female body is constructed socially. And then we have everything that is more related to education. So how intimate care education is constructed, how sexual education is constructed, and what is the role of more informal education. And by informal, I mean mainly the role of families, peers, everyone that is not considered institution. And as final thing, we have something that I will group in the sense of well-being. One thing is related to the body, and in this case, body well-being comes with body consciousness, and then everything that is more related to the mental well-being that is still related to the body. So there is a connection between mind or mental well-being and the body. And so these are the four main groups that we have here. If we go in detail in this, so everything that is here came from the workshop, and this is why we have the quote. But I have reference to say, okay, this is also said in the literature. So, but the main thing here is that these insights can explain a bit what happened, generally speaking, when we want to touch the topic of intimate care, female bodies, sexual education, and everything like menstruation education and everything as that. The first thing, I wanted to understand what is the meaning of intimate care. If we go to the workshop or we go speaking with females and they have to give an idea of or a meaning of intimate care, what they will say. And the first thing that came out very strong from the workshop is that there is a strong connection between intimate care and sexual health. And the reason why, first of all, it seems stupid, but it's very important, is because in the female body, and not only, of course, they share the same space, meaning the vagina. So if my intimate care and my sexual relationships share the same space, of course, I can see an immediate connection between the two. From the female point of view, is more about because sex can lead to infections and diseases, and because sex is not so well, we're not so well educated regarding sex. When I have more sex, I need to have more care of my hygiene and my intimate care. From the social point of view, when there is a taboo and stigma, it means that because you are having sex relationships, you are dirty and you need to clean yourself. And not only from the physical point of view, but also more from the soul, spiritual point of view.
It is always a liberating feeling to put a word or a phrase or a term or an experience to it, and now this is my stance, and I now feel very comfortable taking it. You know, I have looked at it, and with clothing it can be the same, and it's not rigid at all. It can change, right? Because your body changes throughout your life, but to be in this contact with your body over the discussion of clothes, it's a lovely thing.
Que homem não te define, sua casa não te define, sua carne não te define, você é seu próprio lar. Homem não te define, sua casa não te define, sua carne não te define, você é seu próprio lar.
You know, the role that underwear plays in the health of women is incredible, because it's the first source of information. This is the first one where you see discharge of any type. And then there is this connection in the survey was kind of clear. It's true that we connect intimate care with sexual health, but there is a good amount of people that relates infections also to the fabric of the underwear or to the color. Yeah.
Oh, that's the yellow.
Yeah, this is the yellow actually.
Ah, this yellow.
What do you think? Not nice.
It's very bright.
Very bright. I know. Yeah, we are just gender inclusive.
So one thing that it's like a pocket. You know, it looks already like a pocket. So you could have it like a pocket to slide in, and maybe even it wouldn't have to snap, but only, you know, at a very specific point, and it could sit in there, and then you could pull it out from, you know, you kind of have a pocket here and pull the whole thing out.
So these are the three parts we have to connect. The sensor part, the conductive track, and the wisp.
Good, right?
Okay, so like this is not touching the glass. Okay.
Yes. Yes. Now we see.
Really good. But still. So this is the same with this antenna. We are off on with like 300 gigahertz. Like you can't see which component is what, but of course I see like the structure. Super sensitive, no? It creates energy, you know. Because like it won't, like it will work with this kind of antenna, but in the end, like, we need to have like a coil antenna or like a patch antenna.
But that's what I think, because if we have it like this, we need a stable connection for the antenna, I think.
But you could put more pins here, basically, and then have a 3D printed thing on top, basically, over it.
So you have like, you connect it to it and press it in. So you have like this kind of, just click it in and can snap it out again.
Ta-da!
You just need paper and your body.
That's where I think where you switch from fashion to business, then it's a good idea to change the language. Where like we did not just have to have beautiful visuals, but we also had to have words and other sort of like a structure that they could go to the document and understand what it is.
People who invest in fashion are not people who invest purely for the money. They also want the joy and the beauty of that. It has to have a soul.
Yes.
That's always really important in the garment industry to kind of have a soul, because also that creates desirability. I mean, Julia was good. She's the autonomous person for it. She can create a soul.
No, I'm very happy. And I'm very happy that you can be part of, girls and everybody. It's amazing, like I think. So we had a dinner with all the team at home, and it was amazing to see how from different perspectives everybody has something to add. That was just like we were all comfortable, I felt. Yeah. But we were lucky maybe enough to find somebody that had the right spirit to approach this project. We got also lucky to have like a male that is sensitive enough, like Tauras, Tommy and Rio are already, and somehow we knew, this is why we pulled them in. And also with Robin, like he has a lot from also his perspective as a man to share, which is amazing, because again, it's rare. As if it's rare from a female to be so open to talk about as you two are. We met and we are, and Silke as well has a word inside to share all the time. So good job everyone. We are really fast, I feel, and energetic. There is a lot of
and I feel from the midterm we had a lot of conversations also with the Fraunhofer team. And we started sharing a lot from that point on.
True.
And that created, actually, I could see that. Everybody wants to be part of the conversation now.
Yeah.
Everyone has something to say here. So that's amazing.
This is why this book, I think it's important, because then you have the material, it's everything in there, and you can say, okay, here. And when they start to read it, they will say, whoa, there's a word behind that.
That is gonna be huge. Ha ha ha.
The piece of music we just heard was composed by an AI system called Ricecar. This is the system I'm currently working on, and it is able to compose music that sounds, I would say, natural and human. And I think we would also agree that the piece of music we just heard sounded emotional, and somehow it wasn't really possible to say if it was composed by an AI system, by machine, or by a human composer. It was trained with 25,000 pieces of music, mainly classical music. And the task was simply to learn how to compose music that sounds human and natural and emotional, but does not exist in the training set, of course. The actual task during the training was much simpler. it was just to predict the next note. What does it mean? It means all what the model had to learn was to predict the next note given the previous notes. So it means the context, we can consider the context as previous notes, and the model had to learn to predict the right next note. Let me give you an example. Consider this motif. Actually, it is very likely that the next note would be a C. So it would sound. So the model should, for example, learn to predict the C at that place. So it is actually very similar to how natural language processing models are trained. What they have to learn is also to predict the next word given previous words. Of course, they don't work with notes. They have to learn words from the natural language, and they predict the next word given the words that occurred previously in the document. Consider the sentence, today is a sunny day. And we want to predict the last word, day. Of course, the model has to know today is a day, and a day can be sunny, and so it is very likely that the last word is day. So generally, the basic idea behind training models, training AI models with this concept is if you have a model that is able to generate or to predict the next word given previous words, or in the case of music, to predict the next note given previous notes, so the model must have learned some essential understanding of the data with which it has been trained. In the case of grammar, in the case of language, it would mean grammar, of course, and it would mean the meaning of the words and the relationships of the words to each other. In the case of music, it would mean the rules of harmony, the music theory, and of course how the nature of music is. There are words that are very predictable. For example, today is a sunny day. The word is at the second position is, of course, very predictable. It could be was, of course, or today has, but the sentence would continue in a different way. But those words are very predictable because of the rules of the grammar. But there are also words or positions in a text where this is open. It is open how the sentence will continue. For example, today is a beautiful Monday would also be correct. But we have some kind of new information if we use the word Monday. So interestingly, we have a similar situation also for music generation. In music, there are moments that are highly predictable. For example, the ends of the phrases, or the resolution of dissonant harmonies. So at those moments, we have to be predictable because otherwise it would be very likely perceived as mistakes or something that doesn't really fit to the music. But on the other hand, if everything is predictable, the music, the result would be very boring because there is no creativity in it. So on those moments, the model has to be somehow creative and unpredictable. They are open. We don't know how the music will continue. And those moments are actually the moments that are essential to make a real art or to make something that sounds interesting. Let me give you an example. Consider this piece of music composed by Johann Sebastian Bach. this moment, what comes here is actually not really predictable because we have a modulation. But this is exactly where art happens, because we don't know how the music will continue. And it continues actually in a way that was not really predictable. You know, somehow predictability and creativity are opposed to each other, because if something is predictable, it can't be creative, right? And this is exactly the challenge for AI-based music composition system, to know where they can be predictable, and they has to be predictable, and where they have to be, you know, creative, or they have to compose something that that wasn't really expected. I think I would agree that this piece of music also sounds very natural. And it is, again, not possible to say if it was composed by an AI system or by a human composer. The question that arises here is actually, how should we call the result? What is the meaning of the output? Can we call it art? I think the problem is the intention. To create meaning, to create art, to create anything, we need the intention to create. Even the very first cave painting in human history were intentional, because the artists wanted to communicate a meaning with the society. And even today, we can understand the meaning of the hunting scenes, for example. And I think to create art, we also need the intention. One might argue that there are pieces of music, especially in the modern music, where the artists make a huge use of randomness, and something that is random can't be intentional. Of course, but on the other hand, even the randomness as a concept is intentional in that pieces of music. And intention, if we agree that intention is something that we need to create art, is of course something that AI system cannot give us. Let's assume we have solved all the technical issues, and let's assume we have the perfect AI system that can compose music of highest possible quality, however it is defined, by just pressing the compose button. What is the personal meaning of the output? How can we personalize the output, and how can we express ourselves in the result? So it is exactly the limitation and the problem with AI composed music, even if it is perfect, actually. And I think that the answer to give a meaning to this result is collaboration. Without collaboration, of course, we can use the result of AI system as a huge library of non-existing pieces of music, because it's endless, and every time we press the button, it would compose a new piece of music for us. But with collaboration, actually, we can compose something that has a meaning, that has a personal meaning, because it was our intention to create something new. And collaboration means using AI as counterpart and not as a tool like it is nowadays. So AI systems are trained with huge amount of data, and they learn their own assumptions about the data, and they learn and develop their own perspective on data. And human artists, of course, have another perspective on data, because they are humans, and they perceive the music in a different way, of course. And the goal is to bring those two perspectives together so that it is beneficial for both, so that it is that we can compose something that sounds natural, that sounds emotional, and is personal, and we can use the power, the ability of AI system to deal with such huge amount of data to improve and to extend our own creativity. And this is exactly the idea behind Ricecar. So we are investigating new ways of interaction and collaboration between human artists and AI systems. Ricecar means in its Italian origin search. So actually it refers to a musical form of Baroque and Renaissance, and composers use this term to find out the potential of a theme or of a musical idea or a structure. And I think it fits very good to the idea of AI-based music composition, because together with human artists, we can explore the musical universe, and we can take different alternatives from the AI system, and we can even change the notes, and we can move in this universe of different possibilities, and we can take different paths. And therefore, I think Ricecar as a term fits very good to the idea of exploring the musical universe.
CQC Futurelab Future Inc. The Future Inc. project is a collaborative research project between Wacom and Ars Electronica Futurelab to explore the entire creative potential of ink. The journey of our project starts with one creative question: where is my soul? When we experience the performances of artists as they pour their life emotion, passion, and energy into that one moment. We are deeply moved and inspired in ways that we cannot explain. There is a special power in these creative moments,
perhaps something similar to kotodama, a Japanese belief that there are souls and mystical powers in the words that we express. It makes us wonder what moves our souls. How do we capture and convey that one special moment?
First thing I know is the creative expression is not coming from technologies, actually. So we are brushing up technologies, in daily basis to deliver the better expressions, but creative expression itself is really not coming from instrument. It's really coming from the inside of you. And I also think, these days I'm working with some other community, and the creative expressions is not like coming from our efficiency or productivity things, but recently I found so many creative expression with some kind of unexpected collaborations, or some are creative collisions, or some are, something like a chaos. So there, it's not like a framed work, it's not like a following a process, but it's really unexpected thing. You don't know the answer. To keep, they're building up some questions. So I'm feeling there, these days are creative expression is coming from that. I'm working with one art installations which is based on the one illustrations. The dancers group are having a very deep dialogue with the artist who draw their illustrations, and understanding the context and her the artist, the dynamics of the drawings and history, the past, and they're trying to build up some really collaborating some artwork, dancing and drawing things. This is really unexpected collision, or sometimes it's kind of it's not matching, it's creative collisions. So, but I guess it can definitely deliver some creative expressions. That's my first impressions. Sam?
Yes, thank you, Nobu-san. I think that also the entire frame of the Future Inc. is seen under that approach of challenging each other, not only on the technological basis, but beyond the technologies that are available. So for the audience to very shortly explain our research project that we join is the Future Inc. is divided in several proposals like AI Inc., Bio Inc., and Mind Inc., Body Inc. But the Space Inc. was the one that we selected going further on the first place. And this is, pragmatically put, the vacuum technologies connected with the Spaxels technologies, the Swarm OS, the robotic vehicle control instruments that we have built over the last several years. But this is not per se the reason for diving in. This is just like the platform from where to start to. And this is, I think, also very important to describe this collaboration as a fundamental art research program rather than solving or giving answers, solving challenges. It's more like trying to create questions, trying to find possibilities, potentials, and create maybe even a vision for, I don't know, maybe 50 years from now or so. But trying to understand where this mindset sits that triggers or formulates the creation on the first place, rather than having an input tool for a whatever creative outcome. So, and just want to add that you have actually raised the question in one of the early discussions that was, where's my soul? And that kind of still describes the entire area where we are now looking for questions and looking for potentials in this field. But maybe you could a little bit elaborate on the fundamentals of these questions?
Yeah, definitely, Holson. So actually, the starting of our collaborations, we put some key questions. Where's my soul? And where's my kotodama? Kotodama is a Japanese term. It means the spirit, living in your words. So there, when you're trying to deliver something from your inside, you implement your soul and your spirit in your words, and the words is flying around and it's conveyed to you, and it makes your heart moved. So this is kotodama things, right? And they're all the art expressions or artwork. Sometimes you're really moved, and not just art. In the daily lives, the communication, some small tips of the words, or your heart will be moved. Music piece, songs, everything. So where's my soul and where's Kotodama? It's not just research for the biological perspectives. It's not the research of the brain structure things, but it's really from art thinking perspective. Why my heart can be connected with Holsten's heart, and why Holsten's kind of a word and temperature is really shaking me. This is really fundamental question. So it's not a kind of a too scientific approach, but it's really human-based, humanity things. Why I can convey my heart, where's my soul, and how my Kotodama can fly to you. So this is really fundamental key questions we built up together with our teams, and Space Inc. is really representing these installations. Wacom pen technologies and Ars drone technologies. It's not just a technology collaborations. We don't know the answers. What the expression is coming out from these creative collisions, and how Ars drone interprets our ink technologies, and vice versa. So this is really kind of a creative experiment, to start exploring, to evoke another questions, starting with where's my soul, where's my Kotodama, also.
I think the very driving force from the very beginning was that we all agreed on this workshops levels that we want to just throw the stone as far as possible, and maybe we only see the ripples on the water. But this is kind of the searching style that we have started here. It's very, very strongly experimental driven. The teams, mixed team between Wacom and the Futurelab, are collaborating. Also, by the way, tomorrow, the full day, you can see visitors here in Linz can see it live. Happening, actually, the research work at the studio at the Futurelab. But beyond that, what I think what our viewers might be very interested in, like several universities might look at this, labs might look at this, artists, creators, which all have in common this inspiration of creating the future. What is in that approach for Wacom, for a global industry, for a global player? Why do you think it's necessary to exactly not only look at the given possibilities and increase the output of the technological possibilities, but really go far beyond that into fundamental research? What is the driving force behind that?
Yeah, so this is a great question, Holston. So yes, as a Wacom, one part as like a business entity, we have to keep delivering the products, and we have to gain the revenue, gross profit things. This is also true in the one side, but the other side, we definitely believe Wacom, all team members, we have some mission. We have a mission. Why we are born in this society. What's the reason we are allowed to exist in this society things. So we keep thinking that, and we don't have answers, but the kind of mission which we are really feeling is how we can contribute to their humanity things, humane things with our technologies. So it's not for their business purpose, and it's not for their optimizing performance. It's really how we can connect with the deep insight of the human beings, of the core of creativities, and how our instrument and how our experience can provoke some other activities, how we can activate the human beings' new creativity things. So this is we believe our missions. And these missions, the most important thing is that we cannot achieve this mission by ourselves. We need partners. We need to do together with communities, and we need a joint runner. We need to, take some joint journey. So there, whole sense. When I met with you a couple of years ago, it's not logical thinking, but it's just came down to my mind. I found a partner. So it's like a long journey, and we don't have a map, or we don't have exact steps to go through. But I believe Wacom should take this joint journey together with Ars Electronica and all the communities partners to explore, to find out how we can achieve our missions, to connect deep inside of human beings' creativity.
Mm-hmm. And that bell was a bell to signal that we're at the halfway point of the talk. Okay. And yes, I think it's really great to see the inspirational collaboration between Wacom and Ars Electronica Futurelab, and I think the audience in the world would like to know what kind of new creative expressions can be expected from this new collaboration.
We are very early in the stage. We're having 2 prototypes towards that strategy. That started with the space brush, which is very simple but extremely strong in allowing the movement of the arm, the pen on the tablet, to become, to reach out into the space and use the drone more or less with a virtual arm extension to utilize it as a brush in the space. So coming from the 2D surface into a 3-dimensional space. At the very moment, we are working on even given more intelligence or interpretation capabilities to the drone itself, which means that now at the first step, it was like really following, and still is, of course, the input and generating its output. But now it's more interpreting what the painter, the designer, the creator is trying to achieve, and then the drone itself becomes kind of a living brush, and we called it the expressive brush. Mm-hmm. So that this would be another layer that would be sometimes even definitely colliding with your input, but it's sometimes interpreting it in a way that new outcomes could be generated from that.
Yeah. So that is unexpected collaborations, right? So we of course this is technology. We program some, but we don't know how the drone our drone interprets our ink, and how our artists using Wacom pen would interpret the drone actions. So this is 2 different language. It's a creative collision, unexpected collaborations. We don't know. And still, key question is there: where's my soul? Where's Kotodama? Can drone have Kotodama, and can drone's Kotodama convey to the artist? This is really no answers, and we're not looking for the technological answers. Better, let's try this and let's make it creative collisions, and let's try to keep, questionings. Let's keep, evoking their creative questions. So I think that's the whole core of our Space Ink installations.
Mm-hmm. And why is the soul so important to you or to this research?
Well, my first answer on that would be it's incorporating this fundamental understanding of trying to create or trying to humanize technologies, trying to create a not user-centered design anymore. That is like almost matter of the past. I think we need to consider human-centered architectures and human-centered systems for the future of the digitalization in general, but also this notion of where is my soul, this notion of the kotodama, I think leads back to this fundamental desire of trying to identify the unique creativity, the unique moment of creation. In comparison, for example, in another research key research topic at the Futurelab, we are investigating artificial intelligence and questioning if machines can create at all. And the machines come up to a very, very high performance, I would say, in a very, very high outcome. But still we find that only in working with the machines, only in working with that new technologies that would incorporate the human aspect and the machinery, maybe even being more like a tool, maybe even being an entire environment to find new possibilities and new ways of expression. I think this is the fundamental part of what we are trying to achieve. Actually, what we are trying both to achieve in that research project is finding the right, how can I say, the right degree on incorporating the new technologies into our creative expressions.
Yeah, definitely, I believe so. The soul or kotodama is really a core, fundamental force for the human beings to desire to express something. You know, it's never ever changed since 20,000 years ago, and whatever the days are, it's built in, equipped with all human beings, their soul and kotodama. And as Ho-san described, their creative expressions, it's really matter how we are going to activate, how we are going to provoke this soul and kotodama, and how we can support. And so that's why, the Ars and Wacom are trying to do some the creative experiment, how we can open up, this kind of new opportunities for the soul and kotodama, how these guys are going to go out from your inside. Yeah.
And I think Ars Electronica Futurelab and Wacom also has an interesting and very unique creative communities. And how has it been collaborating together and also expanding each other's creative communities?
Yeah, that's a great point. I think that's one was a. Oh, sorry, my voice is echoing. That is one of the key, also the motivations of our collaborations. So yes, it's true. Ho-san, myself, and Ogawa-san, Yoko-san, and all Wacom team members, Ars team members, sharing the visions and sharing some directions. But our communities are, the close that is different. Not just Ars and Wacoms have a creative. What would happen if our Wacom community and Ars community have a creative collision? So this is also another, evoking the key questions or creative expressions. So not just one party versus one party, community and community things. This is really important.
And I also think that the participative moment is extremely relevant, which leads also to the third step that we are having in front of us, the collaborative ink or brush that we are trying to generate as well. But beyond that, I see it is super, super important to have that collaboration cross teams as well, because there's so many different disciplines, so many different educational backgrounds, and so many different experts joining the team from totally different perspectives. And what we have learned in the years that we have worked together is finding a common language that is going cross disciplines. And so now we can really work in this very, very interdisciplinary, transdisciplinary setting, where the fundamental questions of kotodama actually is a question that every discipline could contribute to. and raise the questions that is coming from the different disciplines, be it the artists, the designers, the engineers that are incorporated here. But from your perspective, and we're coming to more or less the last 5 minutes,
yes,
as I understand.
we're down to the final 5 minutes.
From your perspective, also what would be interesting to hear, you're looking for the collision with the arts world and with the creators community, but do you think that this transdisciplinary approach involving a huge set of different disciplines into one research question, that this is of a beneficial fundament for a global player as Wacom?
Yeah, definitely. So it's not just beneficial, for how we're trying to achieve our missions, but it's really kind of inspiring so many things. And I think it's not just based on the project collaboration. I think it's a really call and response, the dialogue with ours. So yes, we are a registered Japanese company, but we're having a global users community, and also, you really have a 40 years history of the, crazy, chaotic, creative things, and we started, and call and response. It's not just let's work together things. We are challenging, you are challenging me, and sometimes we have some compromise or some matching things. So this is it's kind of beyond just one country to one country. It's really spreading out this call and response effect to the global community. So this is so meaningful for us, and this is kind of the direction which we like to drive, provoking the creative questions, activates the new expressions, across the global communities through our call and response.
Mm-hmm. And we're almost down to the final 2 minutes. So I think when we look at the final creative questions map, we are seeing keywords like the soul, interdisciplinary approach, and bringing together each other's creative communities, and also call and response, having a call and response activity on a global scale.
Now it's about to formulate an upcoming question. Well, I think what is incorporated in our collaboration already is this understanding of humanism and the understanding of the technology that is supporting not only the user as being the consummate, it's supporting or supposed to support new ways to express for the entire society, really, rather than the benefit of the single individual user. That I think is at least a desire to reach out from my perspective, totally. But the last minute belongs to you, Ide-san. What would be your desire?
Yeah. Right, it's a great last question, Holston. So yeah, through these collaborations, other interesting projects, only one desire. Actually, let me say it's my personal desire. I really desperately like to touch, I like to touch the deep inside of the, soul, humanity things. Maybe it's my own soul, it's maybe my own kotodama, maybe it's yours, kotodama, Horst-san, better. I'm not looking for their answers, but I just like to have a deep touch, with the soul. So, and I believe, when I touch that, the next key creative questions is coming up. So I like to, continue this never-ending journey together with you.
Thank you very much. That was the Futuring CQC. See you again in our next Creative Questions Challenge. Bye.
Bye, everybody.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Welcome to the CyberArts exhibition. Right behind me is the golden Leica of the category Computer Animation. Computer animation is one of the oldest and the category which is awarded every year since 1990. It's dedicated to film and digital film, and nowadays every film making is kind of digital, at least in the distribution of the films. So what we have nowadays is a very strong connection between analog, film and digital.
In the category Computer Animation, the Golden Leica goes to the Los Angeles-based director, designer, animation and performance artist Viva Matrayek with Infinitely Yours. Again and again, the artist finds herself as a shadow figure in a dystopian scenario of overlaid animations in which the man-made destruction affects not only the environment, but also the artist's body that stands for a human being in general. Underground Circuit is a collage of hundreds of video clips shot in the subway station of New York by the Chinese artist Yuge Xu. Technological advances are changing the way we see the world. Emmanuel van der Auvera's animation The Sky is on Fire begins with a monologue by a worried man who comforts himself with the thought that nothing will ever be destroyed or lost because everything is being backed up and technology will save us. In his experimental animation, Max Hadler approaches the built environment of Hong Kong with its dense and extreme high-rise housing estates as parallel rows of celluloid film strips.
Welcome to this panel of Women in Media Arts on telematic performances. It's such a pleasure to welcome you to this conference in this very special year of Ars Electronica and in this very special year for all these topics. So having women, all women winning the Golden Nikas, and in a time when we all are reduced to telematic communication and collaboration, it's such a pleasure to talk with 4 female pioneering, at least very important artists these days, exploring the different directions of how to work with telematic arts, and to talk about all these different issues from not only feminist perspective, but a collaborative perspective, and a perspective that we understand how we can use these technologies in our new normal. But first of all, I want to warmly welcome 2 ladies of the city of Linz, and for that I will now switch to German. Willkommen, Frau Stadträtin Eva Schobesberger. Sie wird jetzt kurz einen Willkommensgruß von der Stadt Linz geben und Frau Gabriele Ambach, die Vorsitzende der Gleichbehandlungskommission auch in der Stadt Linz.
Equal Opportunities Committee of the City of Linz. Thank you very much for supporting our conference.
Ja, hallo von meiner Seite. Herzlich willkommen in Linz.
A cordial welcome to Linz. It's a great honor for me, in my capacity as member of the municipal government.
Ich finde es großartig, dass bei dieser Art
was happy to accept the invitation to say a few words here. It's great that women's role in media art are being highlighted here, because in our everyday lives we have we get the impression that men are overrepresented in all areas that are about power and money, whereas women are to be found in low-paying jobs or in unpaid activities. So for me, as a female politician and a feminist, I think it's great that Ars Electronica should have chosen this topic. In Linz, we have 2 internal fields of work where we try to eliminate these injustices, fight against them. And in the city as a whole, we also tried to draw up a status report. We have a gender pay gap which is between 22 and 25%. Just to give you one example, I think gender relations are still absolutely unfair and unjust in our societies. It's not just about financial issues, but about physical existence when we're talking about violence against women. This injustice in gender relations can also be found in arts and culture. In our city, we've tried to at least draw attention to this phenomenon. We have an art award, one for literature and one for media art. It's the Media Art Award. And there again, we cooperate intensively with Ars Electronica. So it's great that this panel is taking place here today. I'd like to thank you most cordially, and I wish you all the best and every success. Thank you very much.
Frau Ambach?
Ms. Ambach.
Ja, es freut mich sehr, dass ich in diesem Rahmen die Gelegenheit habe, über die
I'm very happy to be able to talk about work done by the city of Linz with respect to equal opportunities. Equal rights and equal opportunities. This is the title of our Equal Treatments program, which was readopted last year for another 6 years. It contains requirements regarding equal treatment of the staff of the city of Linz, regardless of gender. The new program addresses not just men and women, but also people who call themselves diverse or inter because they feel they are neither men nor women. So that is an important concern of ours. The Linz group of companies comprises 18 cultural institutions, infrastructure institutions, and service institutions for children and adolescents, a program that covers tens of thousands of employees in the city of Linz. We're celebrating a jubilee this year because for 20 years we've been engaged in equal treatment and equal opportunities work. Numerous people in the municipal administration and in the municipal enterprises are doing their utmost to stand up against injustices as regards equal treatment of men and women. These people operate in a variety of functions. We have equal treatment commissioners as contact persons. They advance the objectives and the measures of the program, and in our various organizational units there are coordinators operating on site in a very practice-related manner. They evaluate the situation and try to pursue our goals there. In the Equal Treatment Commission, we draw up expert opinions in individual cases of discrimination, but also on general issues, and every 6 years we re-adopt our program in cooperation with all those involved. Our objectives and measures cover 3 areas: advancement of women, equal treatment, and reconciling work and private life. In the field as regards the advancement of women, one of the major issues is appointing women to leadership and senior management positions. We're far from the 50% which we have set ourselves as a target. So for every company and for each management level, we have clear targets as to how many positions are to be reserved for women. And there is another field of work, selection and recruitment of managers. We have requirements for the advertisement of vacancies. Equal treatment coordinators are to be involved in the recruiting process. Another important point is to motivate women to work in engineering and technical areas with the fire brigade, for example. And we also motivate men to apply for jobs in female-dominated areas. And we offer internships, apprenticeships, and further training measures. As regards equal treatment, I'm afraid I'm speaking too long already, so I'll come to an end. As regards equal treatment, Various measures have already been established and implemented. Gendering of language, the fight against sexual harassment at work, equal pay for equal work. We want to show up the pay difference. We produce reports on this topic, so I'll be brief and just conclude by saying that we've reached many of our objectives. We've been quite successful in some areas, but we still have a long way to go. If we really want equal treatment, and equal treatment policy is an essential factor for all companies, including municipal enterprises. Equal treatment policy contributes towards employee satisfaction. I'm convinced that the diversity of society should be in the foreground, and we'll keep working on that. So thank you very much for this excellent concluding remark and for presenting the excellent programs which you are managing. Now I'd like to ask the artists to take the stage.
The topic of this noon, of this wonderful presentations to telematic art, telematic performance, and to actually to the nexus of Ars Electronica's idea of bringing art, science, and technology together. And I now first ask Alexandra Murray-Leslie on stage. Most of you probably also know her as a co-founder of Chicks on Speed.
Hi, Claudia. Hi, everyone. Yes, co-founder of Chicks on Speed with Melissa E. Logan many, many years ago.
And Tina Frank, professor at the University of Art and Design Linz.
Hello.
Hi. So I start with a very brief introduction because I gather we are already late. So we're talking about the topic of telematic performance. So it's about collaborating, participating, and connecting people via technology in space and time, and bringing together different people over different, all around the world, in participatory and simultaneously connected spaces. And we want to talk about some additional aspects to what you all know about this kind of art, which started out in very early, with a lot of very important thinkers early in the 20th century. For example, around the radio with Bertolt Brecht's ideas, how this could be a two-way interface, or Lajamroy Nagarjot, his beautiful work on the phone, communicating over phone how to produce an artwork, trying to understand how you can create art through telecommunication, but also these ideas around cybernetics in the 50s, 60s were very dominant in shaping the idea of telematic art. Before we all know Roy Ascot with his wonderful work. But there's also something else that's very important for women in media art and also women in this field, that there's a very early idea of how spiritualism and seances and talking to ghosts actually is also somehow connected to telematic arts. So, for example, in the late 1900s, Helena Smith, a Swiss medium, very well known, can be considered as very pre-mother of telematic female artists, as she was exploring this field, but also ideas around spiritualism back then, for example, in Victoria and England, helped women a lot to liberate they're doing through getting a space of their own where they all could explore new ideas and also create these new spaces for them, how to talk together and work together, which is also very interesting looking at Rachel Hanlon's media archaeological work on the phone that she did for her still recent work, Hello Machine, when she was thinking about how people traveled with the phone in the carnival, thinking they were talking to ghosts and connecting to very weird spaces and different spaces and what this all means. But also thinking about how women were hired as operators for telephone systems because they had a voice people wanted to talk to and had some kind of calmness that was easier to connect to or was felt easier to connect to. So there are very different layers that we want to add to this otherwise very technically and linear thinking dominated aspect of exploring telematic media for art and performance. So before I'm talking too long, I hand over to Alex for her presentation.
Hi, again. So telematic networked co-located performance is an art form that emerged in the 1980s. It applies telecommunication technology to audio-visual performance. So introducing the All Women's Network Jam session today, I would like to celebrate some of the most influential feminist pioneers of the media, net art and telematic space, including Joan Jonas, Charlotte Moorman, Sherry Rabinovitz, Valley Export, VNS Matrix, Orlan, Laurie Anderson, Lynn Hirschman-Liesen, Elizabeth Shimana. I have to, sorry, I'm sort of trying to change my things at the same time. Elizabeth Shimana, Krista Sommerer, Michelle Taran, Elena Perez, and Nancy Mauro Flude, to name but a few.
Should I change?
Yeah, if you could.
You just let me know.
If you could flick through a bit, this would be great. The genre of telematic art making takes influence across media, discourses, and histories. Some writers cite its entanglements with magnetism, witchery, or accessing other realities, which Claudia was just expanding upon. Elements, feminist performance art and dance strategies deployed by artists including Carolee Schneemann, Mary Wigman, Maya Deren, Lygia Clark, and Trisha Brown have played a large role in this genesis and development of telematic art performance that we do in the All Women's Network Jam session, and that we build upon these very strong foundations. We are links in a longer chain. So the All Women's Network Jam session was founded between Trondheim, Linz and Oslo in 2015 in the music department of the music tech department of the Norwegian University of Science and Technology.
Just have to let me know where we are.
Yeah. I'm just going to show you some of the slides that I meant to show you before. This is the work of Lynn Hirschman-Liesen and her character Roberta Brightmore. Very important for telematic performance, that the type of work that we do, because we deal a lot with alter egos through critical costumes. A work by Michelle Taran, Nancy Mauro Flude, and her early work from 2004. And this now is the All Women's Network Jam session. So you can just flick every 10 seconds or something. Okay. Sorry. I hope we edit after, but live is live, hey? Yeah. So just to repeat that, the All Women's Network Jam session was founded between Trondheim, Linz and Oslo in 2015 in the Music Tech Department's portal, where they used the LOLA system at the NTNU, Norwegian University of Science and Technology, where I'm a guest professor. So it was founded between Tina Frank and myself in tandem with Jimena Alacon and several original collaborators who were listed on the previous slide that I just showed. So today the group consists of women from 10 different countries with 20 players in total. Our work together is rooted in the tension between rigor and random moments, between conscious structure and stochastic processes that we also break. What the All Women's Network Jam session will do tonight at 9:45 p.m. in the Metaverse, curated by Enrique, is a telematic Gesamtkunstwerk, adding new dimensions to an encompassing artwork, specifically a communication medium moving between art and life, which acknowledges no limitations, either conceptual or formal, as Carolee Schneemann, one hopes, might appreciate as a guiding principle. Using ready-made conferencing systems that offer different creative and perceptual attitudes as applied to particular situations involving space and time, we respond to the pandemic. It has changed how we use old technologies, and within their latency we find we can truly free ourselves from conventional mechanisms of synchronization and/or the controllability of the studio and beat-based structures in conventional music making. Our sound is in flux, shifting, unpredictable, enabling telematic events to reflect the aleatory qualities of everyday life and our struggles with COVID and wider social, political struggles surrounding all of us. In adopting these ostensibly obsolete technologies, we create new purposes for them. In this case, to forge new means of creating proximity and collaboration in a physically distant world. We see the tools of conferencing systems as affording a very different visual musicking style. Something that's messy, spontaneous, latency-filled, unpredictable, frustrating at times, in that you and we never know what the other players are hearing or seeing, and it's a music in flux and on the edge, out of control at times, just as we like it. Each session by the All Women's Network Jam session becomes telematic real-time scores to be experienced once, producing contrast between the performative aspects of the work and its video electronic shape, between existence and simulation, with a digested digital universe to transmitting positive ideas and possible methodologies to address creatively our current social challenges. We feel our relationships spatially in telematic geographies. They've carried us through this strange time, and this moment is quite literally inscribed in this evolving project. The current iteration of the group has developed a unique language over the last 6 months, from the beginnings of the European lockdown to the present. Again, we perform tonight at 9:45 p.m. inside the Metaverse, curated by Enrique Thomas at the Kunstuni Linz. Please do join us. And now I hand back to Claudia. Or we're actually going to watch the video, a little teaser of the All Women's Network Jam session.
Are we? Oh, there's still. Maybe you want to say a word.
And also we try out different types of instruments within the jams. So they're instruments that are definitely not classical musical instruments or beat-based. And this is something that we hope to do further and further, is develop types of virtual musical instruments or object instruments. This is Melissa wearing the object instrument hat.
So, just a few more words. What we're going to see here now is a video cut by Tina from the All Women's Network Jam sessions that took place throughout the last, how many?
Since March, pretty much. I mean, we founded the group, 3 years ago, but we'd had a break, and it was because of the pandemic that we had this necessity to come back together again and extend and have new members and explore together.
Oops.
I think he's going to start it.
Okay. You're going to start it?
Yeah.
Is there sound? Sound?
Sound on the laptop?
No, they have to.
Can you start it again with the sound? Thank you. I think they're going to edit this anyway. We are live. Thank you. Can you turn it up?
On the occasion of the death of one of their numbers, they might use the song of Murmur, which is called the Glorious Song.
So, how does Canada's government react to our desperation?
Mixing up the colors of your true
Nein, ich habe keine.
The outer space we will be taking you to the repair lab in the room. Now broadcasting on the processing BBC in the room and WNYC, New York City. The outer philosopher's mercy is desperately needed.
So we just saw the wonderful edited version of what happened in the jam sessions, and we now immediately switch to one of the contributors who only could join us via Zoom, Anat Ben David. The stage is virtually yours.
Hey, Anat.
Mute my audio. Okay, can you hear?
Yes.
Can you hear? Yes, thank you so much. It was really great to see the introduction, and thank you so much for inviting us. And unfortunately, I wasn't able to be there live. I'm very jealous of everyone, but I will present my presentation. I'm just gonna share my screen. We're learning as we go along, but here we are. Let's see if it works. Share?
Yeah, working.
Oh. My work includes many different disciplines. I see those disciplines as being more like systems. Sound, music, body movement, piano, language, feedback loop, moving image, and so on are activated by and with each other. When composing, I navigate through and with systems that I choose randomly or with intention. To do that, I develop methods for myself to help me overcome predetermined pattern. Improvisation is the overall name of going in and out of systems, and composing is the recording of a decision. It is a record of where you have been and where you want to go. My activity is in the tradition of the avant-garde. What it means is that I choose to be navigating in a new territory. In a new territory, boundaries are necessary, and freedom is not an option, it is a condition. In a new territory, you have to have tools and skills to navigate. In a new territory, there's no particular rules or apparent rules, but there are plenty of traces of old established boundaries. And that reminds us the context in which we interact in the real world. The traces are important, and they are created by fractions, a quake, a disturbance. These disturbances generate a distancing needed in order to realize a new understanding. The distance is in order to confront what is there in the moment, while at the same time what is being taken for granted. And that distancing or gap creates the new meaning or the new understanding and vision. The traditional alienation, I call it zoom out. The zoom out destroys the established path and allows new versions and new diversions to occur. So therefore, telematic collaboration experience for me was a direct extension of my work and was a great place to test out some of the methods I have developed over the years. The distancing organ called Zoom is an unreliable, temperamental, random communication tool that is hacked into doing something different than what it is designed for, conferences. It is the perfect platform for destroying the established routine. But eventually, it will also destroy your own established rules, because the algorithms change very quickly and you get used to something and then it's gone. And this is the danger. Improvising with a variety of open-minded, amazing, talented humans, grabbing a moment in time in order to test and feel together, but perfectly alone, new possibilities created for me some of the most powerful and meaningful moments of astonishment, beauty, sadness, and rejuvenation. This non-physical communication even feels visceral. Body information such as rhythm, impulse, breath, and imagination traveling through coincidence and the possibility of chance. technology becomes an excuse for meaningful communication, intuition, and latency created by many system interactions enhanced a deep understanding. And now I would like to share with you some slides that I created just to go through a few ideas, which later on can be maybe discussed in the discussion. So I'll share screen. Moment out of many hours and days of improvisation with telematic collaborators, and this amazing archive we accumulated over the lockdown has been then made into an exhibition that I'm sure you can visit. Thanks to Tina Frank for editing and generating a lot of the amazing images. For example, this one, which I just randomly stopped the video at, and then you can see how disturbances and randomness kind of creates an image that is also very appealing, but has a lot of information hidden behind different layers, other people's screens and microphones, and the hand of Tina. So this is what I meant when I was describing this system of interactions. So I'll go through some of the methods that I have mentioned. So this is an article that I've published years ago, and it's just showing, I'm talking about working with voice through effects, which generates a sonic image. The sonic image animates the performance. So using the voice like puppetry, like you're puppeteering yourself through the voice, creating visual representation of the manipulated voice. It's an image from my PhD presentation and exhibition, an album called Melech, where the songs in Melech were created through driving the voice through a sequence of effects and open mic, creating again an image, and the image guided the correct characters, and the voice and the songs were created through that. This is an image of a project from 2006 called Band, and it's a series of girl groups that were created by doubling my own image. And again, I created those by sounds that were manipulated, and these sounds drove me to find out what this group was about, as well as the styling and the appearance of the group that kind of came out of nowhere. So this is an experiment that I based this idea of how not to be aware of yourself while in front of a camera. The triggering is randomly produced. It shoots while I repetitively launch myself into the ground. The enigma of the non-being there. So this is the dilemma of how not to be there in front of a camera, how to be not aware, aware, not aware, and what kind of image it creates. And we can discuss all these points later on. The last point that I wanted to mention is the virtual, which I think it's the original origin of the word virtual is fooling the machine to believing that it had more memory than it really has. I believe that this is the origin of virtual, yes, and also relating to the idea of Derrida's analysis of Freud's mystic writing pad. And yes, this is how I can see virtual activated. I mean, the method of virtual is like projecting onto something that might be there, but it's not really there. But the space that it gives to think or imagine is what is becoming there. So I find this concept very interesting and very connected to telematic improvisation. And that's it. So open to discussions later on.
Thank you very much, Anat. I think we are all... Thanks. I think we are already a little bit tight with time, so I just immediately hand over to Tina, who is on stage. Tina Frank, the stage is yours.
Okay. Okay, I have a video also running that would be running in the background while I'm going to read you also a text. What I want to bring in here is about material and material embodiment, thinking of temporality, connectivity, and relatedness. So media theory has in the past been discussing the materiality of media through the context of space and light and time. Media have to be considered in their material embeddedness, in their environmental dimension, and not exclusively as technical means, says Antonio Somaini. That means like projecting images onto surfaces, as in using facades, etc., for presenting images, as in mapping projects, and the use of, for instance, moving architectural installments in space, together with lasers or light or so, are just one of modern ways of creating visual experiences in audiovisual performances. So what we experience in these artworks is a dissolution of the boundaries of the image. But what happens if space becomes virtual through the use of telematic or network technology? Where or what is space then? What are the qualities of materiality, of media, and which are the surfaces of a performance or that the performance is presented on? Who and what are actually the actors in such a performance? We, as a group, are trying to understand and answer such questions by improvising with audio and video and the tools that connect us in a networked so-called space. Since spring 2020, everybody knows, people in Europe started to use teleconference software in big amounts to connect with each other, to work together, to spend time together, or, as in the case of us and our artistic friends, to jam and improvise together. The graphical user interfaces of such software provides similar layouts. It's always the same, and you all know them, yeah? You have the grid of faces or just one singular big image. It's always the same. And Zoom especially, yeah, the application that hit hundreds of million active users during April 2020 and was also critically opposed and strongly boycotted by digital rights activists for the intransparent claim of usage of individual data, as in voice or text, etc. Still, it provides quite creative possibilities with the way how individuals can individualize their appearance for other participants. This, as we all know, the special green screen option lets you pick a certain color that will become transparent, and then you can push another image, another video in the background so it becomes visible through these transparent pixels. And if you have good lighting and a consistent face color with a stark contrast to the background, you can make your face transparent and show an image instead. What we set out to use and to appropriate the given tools for our own needs, to establish here a ground to exchange our ideas, to improvise with audio and video, and to connect with each other in making art by creating these live audiovisual performances. Here I would like also to follow Katarina Angelkovic's article, "The Medium Alone is Not Enough," in which she points us at Juliana Bruno's book Surface, arguing that surface is where time becomes material space, meaning again, the idea of we have a building on which a video is projected on and it will appear to change or become something different. That means the change of the image over time, it builds a new material space, which is also the screen that we perform on, that we see each other together. It creates this connectiveness, and it is a surface to play with. In this way, we can understand that materiality is not literally about materials. Instead, the surface, the screen, becomes an operable dimension that is concerned with the relations created. The relations is the interaction of the performers with the materiality of the surface, just as Anat also, for instance, beforehand was describing with this one still image of the many layers that we already have incorporated into our material surfaces. So the surface, the screen, is now here understood as an active site of exchange in relation of its material embodiment to temporality, connectivity, and relatedness. It becomes this active field of relations. Music, you know, when it is performed or created simultaneously by, for instance, several musicians, it is always experienced as one whole, a complete body of a soundscape. But when several people, like we do, create images within these teleconference softwares, we see a multitude of single images, all one big whole, but then you don't see the others. To create a connected piece of visual storytelling, we started to react to each other. We developed common gestures to build communal visual worlds, because we had the wish to build a shared, a joined image, similar to the unified audioscape that you are listening to or that we were listening to. And that's again, I'm coming back to the idea that the screen is this active site of exchange of messages. And it can then be understood as an imprint of our temporality and the connectedness of the stories from the female players.
Thank you. This was a wonderful presentation. Thank you very much. We are now watching the rest of your video, or is it gone now? It's fine. Okay. Thank you very much. So I now hand over to Jimena Alarcón. She will also present via Zoom.
Hello, and thank you very much for inviting me. And I will just share with you my approach to telematic sonic performance, which is derived from listening to in-between migratory spaces. So when we migrate, we experience a really radical change in our spatial and temporal embodied multisensorial experience. We feel it, and Sada Ahmed said it. Basically, we are looking for sense of place. We wander, actually, every day, and sense of presence. Sense of place that are our attachments to place, family, culture, land, and sense of presence. We wonder if whatever we did in other places is still presence. We want to be there. And now that can be related to telepresence. So it's basically about memories, language, and embodiments that I'm interested in listening when I said listening to migrations. And I think now that I've been in search for my embodied interface. In that search, a pioneer also of telematic sonic performance, Pauline Oliveros, was my mentor. And thanks to the practice of deep listening, it gave me a very important avenue to go through this in-between sonic space. I'm just checking the chat. I shared the wrong screen. Okay, I'm good just to stop sharing. It's strange. This is, I share it again. Is this the right one or not?
The right one.
Is the right one?
Yes.
Thank you. So I was talking about Pauline Oliveros and the practice of deep listening, which basically is help us to expand our perception of sound as it travels in time and space. And this is by listening to our surroundings, our dreams, and our body. So I use that, and I use networking and transmission technologies, mainly sonic, bidirectional, which go with all sorts of qualities. And this is just a sample of many performances I have developed as so letters and bridges with the narratives of distance too, and connections. With people who have experienced migration in different parts of the world. Also migratory dreams as a theme. Triskele, which is also about ways of relational listening to ourselves, to others who are close and the ones who are far in a way of a spiral. And also metaphors of fertility, like suelo fertile between Mexico, London, and Linz. And the last project has been Intimal between Oslo, Barcelona, and London, which I come here to collect all the experience focusing on dreams and healing also of the migratory experience, specifically about the Colombian case. I'm from Colombia. So dreams and telematics is something that interests me. I said that they are vehicles and metaphors of migration. Jouney is a writer, performer, and dream specialist who has been also my mentor. And she talks about the edges. Edges are those places in our psyches where we dance with our deepest desires and our deepest fears, where we teeter on the precipice of future. There are places at which we pause, pushed by the present, pulled by the past. What will happen to us if we cross over? What will happen to us if we change? So for me, both dreams and telematic medium is this possibility to be in connection with our intuition, not only the personal, but the other's intuition, and with a possibility of transformation. Intimal, I describe it as a physical, virtual, embodied system that I created for relational listening. And I put together listening to oral archives, like this idea of truth or memory, recorded memory, that we have of our country, body movement, voice and language, and memories and dreams of place. So I work in this project with oral archives from the Colombian diaspora, from women, collected by the organization Diaspora Women, and with a group of amazing collaborators, 9 Colombian migrant women living in Oslo, Barcelona, and London. So they went into a process listening to their dreams and listening also to the physical space. Here is very interesting in terms of female narratives of migrancy, which Anne Brooks and Ruth Simpson talk about an uncertain journey towards new roles. So this, they highlight, these authors highlight this importance of movement and freedom for migrant women who defies the idea of women as settlers. So we start to find alternative perspectives between native place and host lands. So basically, this liminality, this in-betweenness, is an opportunity for transitions. So this is kind of my proposal for them, to have a migratory journey in these spheres of migratory memory that I propose. And they created their narratives. They look like that because they are recorded in a motion capture lab, recording their movements, and their narratives, what emerges there. I was looking at the movements, and walking and rotation was very important, special for me, as well as breathing data. They were having breathing sensors. And I use this data not necessarily only for scientific reasons, but also to see, is very interesting too, but also to see how can I build interfaces that are detached from the screen and to be able to communicate to each other across distant locations. So that was my proposal. I created in collaboration with lots of colleagues at the University of Oslo, thanks to a Marie Curie fellowship, this system, Memento, to work with sense of place, respiro, sense of presence, and transmission is what we can hear, this mix of dreamlike narratives. So I go through the description, and I would like for you to have a taste of the performance.
Sistema. Si yo doy un paso hacia adelante, la historia cambia. Si giro hacia la izquierda, él estaba solo. Cambio de mujer. ¿Ves tú? Si giro a la derecha, yo no quiero ir, ¿ves tú? Cambio de esfera. Soy extranjero. Sí, exactamente. Podemos reírnos.
Es el marido.
Se nos quita el miedo.
Es el marido.
¿Verdad que estás menos asustada? ¿Verdad que ahora estás menos asustada?
Paralizada. Me gusta el paralizada.
I would like to stop there in the laughter because they were not listening to each other laughter. This was only for online audiences. They were listening to their breathing. So what is to the breathing, the sonification, this abstract sound of sonification of breathing. So that was very interesting in the post-performance interviews to hear from one of them that she actually heard laughter. So this is why she laughed, and then the surprise is that they were like laughing together between different places without really listening to their laughter. So that's a very interesting aspect for me, the possibility of emotional bridges, in this case breathing, for telepresence. That goes between their movements, that go from very micro movements to very big movements, macro movements, across body movements and sounds. And I think this is opening healing paths and avenues to have different alternative ways of presence. So thank you very much, Dankeschön, and gracias. This is my website where there are lots of publications about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jimena. So we got 50 more minutes for discussion. So maybe let's capture what we just all heard, because it went from how we can connect in a time of lockdown and explore and meet and artistically collaborate to how to use and explore the technology and what relationship between environment and the screen and the technology itself is created in these interactions. But we also heard about latency, how to use or better maybe even exploit it and to use it for your ideas and to work with all these different dimensions to get into different ephemeral states. Thinking about ephemeral states, emotions, sensing the body, but also about memories, talking about creating real telepresence by creating experiences. So we already covered a lot, but maybe we go back to this very core, to the heart of Ars Electronica, meeting at the nexus of art, society and technology, and what it can explore, or what can art can do with technology to understand for society, especially when we think now about the situation and the worldwide situation of lockdown we're in right now, or restrictions, and what kind of new normal we want to create. So what are your thoughts and your experiences with your own work and your collaborations, what you would give people at hands or think you learned from using or misusing these teleconference systems and technologies? Whoever wants to start? Alex?
Well, yes. So I feel like this, using these ready-made conferencing systems is something out of necessity that we were speaking about. And we do embrace the latency to create a new type of sort of visual musicking, one that is, as I was saying, is not beat-based. And perhaps it gives way to a new zeitgeist. We've been missing a new zeitgeist for a long time. But for me, the most important thing is the inclusivity, to be able to feel a sort of togetherness with women from all over the world, and to generate a shared language together. But also with the aim to develop our own tool. So at the moment we do rely on these ready-made conferencing systems, and we hack them, and we use Twitch TV, OBS, you know, we're not just using Zoom or everything else that is out there and existing, or Jam Kazam. You know, there's been a lot developed for acoustic telematic performance over the years. And I feel it's missing that we can have a tool that we can express ourselves in the way that we are expressing ourselves in this shared language. So actually, I feel like now our mission is to, you know, apply for some really big grants or find a really amazing philanthropist, someone we've worked with before in Austria, and develop our own tools, actually. So anybody out there, this is our mission now. It will be a tool built by women, and it will not have algorithms that silence voices, because this is one thing in feminism that is very important, and for me, is never to cut the voice and never cut a woman's voice off. So we need to have systems that do not have algorithmic preferencing where somebody's silenced, that doesn't sort of support the attitude of what we're doing. But anyway, on a very positive note, we will make this tool, so anybody out there who would like to join us, please, you're welcome.
Thank you. Who wants to... some answers to that? Tina?
I mean, the point is also, there is already now a software, or several softwares for people playing music together. But the point is this playing audio-visual materials together, like really using the cameras and using all the possible tools, using the gestures, using the body, using color, paint, etc. And then that will be the next step, like to really be able to bring these things together, not just next to each other, but really like intermingle them, like really mosh them together and make this one bigger space of experimentation, yeah? Like you can really put your body in there and make sound into image and image into, I don't know, gesture and all these things. That is something that is really interesting. And as we all know, to really be able to program your own tools or to create your own tools that you're working with is extremely important. So I think this is something. And then one more point, sorry, to it. Sorry. The point is, we have to change the world in the way of, we cannot like fly over for 24 hours to another continent to give a concert or something like that, because we'll ruin the planet. So we really should rather think of more sustainable ways of participating with each other and to create tools that give us this possibility of enabling us to make art together in a telematic way is also, I think, a way of trying to not travel so much and fly all over the world.
So what I just to repeat a bit, so what I heard is about empowerment, enabling the systems, but also empowerment a little bit through education to enable people to program their own, and about sustainability and to create a life experience for those behind the screen. Yeah. I think that's also something.
And to have the power of making our own tool to express our own language.
Sure.
Yes.
But I just was trying to link to Jimena and Anat because I think they were both also going into this direction.
I just wanted to say how the host here, the interface of Zoom, it says the host wants to unmute you, and I mute, and then the host wants to mute me. So that is very interesting about how the technology is playing all the time with messages. And what I found fascinating is that although artists, we have been playing with these tools for many years now, everyone is playing that. So I think this is an opportunity also to see our relationship with the tools and with the images, and how from the reality, collocated reality, we transfer our rigidity or our flexibility. So it's an opportunity. It's an opportunity to play, to critique, and to consider exactly what Alex was saying, that is immersed, is embedded in these tools, the possibility, the power of muting everyone. Is that really something that we want? We also have choices, and it's good that people who are not necessarily artists in this medium, but that we are all using this medium, realize the possibilities, the political possibilities.
I also wanted to say something about this. I thought about the idea of the virus being an instrument or a disturbance. So I was speaking about disturbances and about systems and inter-system interaction. And what happened with the virus, which is also a method, is that it created a situation where suddenly all the medium crashed together. So the idea of multimedia, interdisciplinary, and this rigidity of medium, music, sculpture, dance, it's kind of ridiculous when we're doing telematic communication, because everything crashes into one another, and everything, and like Tina was saying, everything just becomes one and has to become one. Maybe we're going back to this idea that art is not A, B, C, you have to work, you have to play music, the power of music, who's holding it? You have to play the music according to the notes that I have told you. If you move your hands on the piano in a repetitive way, use your system of body to touch the piano, it will play a melody. Did you know that? It's very simple. Try it. Basically, what I'm trying to say is that all the mediums should crash together, and maybe we can create some new art. If we're talking about the world, the limitations and the same method of virus has to it's a wake-up call to everybody to try to work, understand suddenly it's a disturbance. What are we doing? What are we doing in our everyday life? Maybe we don't have to do that. We are also alive, and we have body and ears and eyes, and maybe we can do something else. It's a disturbance. Thank you.
That's great. I would like to say something else, just to expand upon, like, I was pointing to very, very important background key figures of not just performance art, media art, net art, telematic art, feminist artists. But Lygia Clark spoke about the organic line, and I see telematic performance and actually performance art in itself as something live, and it's this live moment is the gesture of now. So I feel like what we are doing is a gesture of now, and it's not about recording it in high fidelity, or it's just like experience these moments, and it's about now. And how are we going to respond to now? How are we going to respond to societal challenges together? So please do join us tonight, and we will be talking about this and musicking about this and visualizing about this and performing this.
And experiencing a first new version of what this now and exploration of this media can be. But I think we previously also talked a little bit interesting about life and what it means to be live and be present in these collaborations, and that somehow maybe there is a little bit of a first idea that it's even more difficult to collaborate interdisciplinary with different backgrounds, different mindsets coming into one system, mediated by the system. But you also had some interesting ideas and thoughts about this. You want to elaborate on this? Tina?
What I experienced over the last 6 months is that playing together over a longer time frame, and also, I mean, we've been meeting every week at least once or twice over the course of the summer, and playing together and rehearsing, and the effect is that you really get to know the individual artists behind the image, or this little window that you're always seeing. And it's interesting how you then understand, like, okay, this is the character of this person, and then she does this, or she talks like this, she makes these images, and then you start to react to it, because it's a give and take, or it's like communication. And over this period of time, we sort of have developed a certain language, an auditory language, and a visual language, and a gestural language that is now becoming something like a speech from us all. And that is what I really liked about it, that it takes this time to develop this body of elements to compose this experience.
We have time for one more quick answer.
I did want to just say one other thing I forgot to say before. I feel like people underestimate the power of the live performance and how it can be used as a tool in, say, artistic research, for example, and this non-linear experience of moments, of audiovisual moments, of text, of a certain movement, gesture, as I was saying. But I feel like if we could do this more and improvise more, you know, because then we are responding to the now by improvising, instead of trying to control everything and repeat everything, just like with the piano and other classical musical instruments that should be locked away, because they make us repeat things. We can't do this anymore. We have to start with new, we have to unlearn all that stuff and improvise into the future together. I just wanted to add that.
Thank you. I think this was a really nice last comment, especially about artistic research in this field. So I hope everybody enjoyed this kaleidoscope of insights into telematic performance production and telematic artistic research. And thank you very much to all the guests.
Thanks, Claudia, for hosting.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ars. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bye. Thanks, Joanna.
Bye. 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 See you later. Bye.
See you later tonight in the metaverse.
See ya.
Hello from the Department of Women's and Gender Studies at the Johannes Kepler University in Linz, Austria. At our department, much of our research focuses on discriminatory mechanisms in different fields of society and our culture, for instance, in technoscience, as well as in information and communication technology. For this year's Ars Electronica Festival, we are very excited to announce our project, How to Become a High-Tech Anti-Discrimination Activist Collective, which is supported by the Linz Institute of Technology.
For this project, we have invited international and national experts to engage with us in a discussion on how digital media and new technologies reinforce and shape our perceptions of race and gender, also in ways which are unwanted sometimes.
For instance, algorithms have often been believed to function more objectively than humans. However, it has become increasingly clear that this is not the case. Algorithms are just as biased as the institutions and developers who produce them. This means that racism and sexism is inscribed in much of the technology that we use. Our project addresses this issue, and it asks how discrimination in the design and functioning of technology can be overcome.
We are delighted to have two keynotes, one by Lisa Nakamura and one by Safiya Noble. Lisa Nakamura is a professor for American culture and digital studies at the University of Michigan, Ann Arbor. She is truly one of the leading scholars in examining race in digital media. And in her talk, she will reflect on a very recent phenomenon and experiences of ethnic minorities. And her talk is entitled Estranging Digital Racial Terrorism After COVID.
Thank you for coming to my talk, or listening and watching the video of my talk, Estranging Digital Racial Terrorism After COVID. My name is Lisa Nakamura, and I teach at the University of Michigan, Ann Arbor, where I serve as the inaugural director of the Digital Studies Institute. The Institute, which was established on January 1, 2019, provides space for scholars working on the intersections of data, power, and inequality. I am really sorry we're not all together, and before I begin speaking to you from a bedroom in my house in Ann Arbor, I would like to acknowledge that the University of Michigan is located on the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe people. In 1817, the Ojibwe, Odawa, and Potawatomi nations made the single largest land donation to the University of Michigan, offered ceremonially as a gift in the text of the treaty at the foot of the rapids so that their children could be educated. Through these words of acknowledgement, their contemporary and ancestral ties to the land and their contributions to the university are renewed and affirmed. This is a crucial moment for us as digital scholars, makers, thinkers, creators, people, to directly address racial inequality and unequal access to life, as well as global xenophobia, nationalism, and tech's role within it. COVID has made this worse. In March 2020, Fernand de Varenne, the UN Special Rapporteur on Minority Issues, warned that physical attacks and hate speech against racial minorities, especially Asians, Roma, and Latinx people, were escalating as right-wing groups blamed them for the Chinese virus. So, this is not the time to distract ourselves with the old critical debates about the nature of the digital versus the real. Yet at the same time, I'm not saying we shouldn't be talking about theory. Instead, we need to talk about theory more than we ever have. We need to talk about theories of political purchase and what digital media thinking gets us when we examine platforms like Instagram and TikTok and how they're fashioning new kinds of racial and gender affects in the face of overt racism. How can we use our tools and our theories to recognize the material, theoretical, and political work that women of color perform every day by creating videos of their experiences with racism and sexism, and most crucially to me, framing them as alien to the network, as surprising, as odd, as out of place, as not fundamentally needed or important in the network which licensed this behavior and has amplified it since the early 90s, and has contributed to our collective tolerance for racism in public. What opportunities for estranging or making defamiliar or odd digital racism from our life worlds might surface in our current moment when we look at the practices of women of color? And I'm particularly interested in young women of color using these video mediums like Instagram and TikTok. I believe that the Ars Electronica programmers, who I thank very much for this opportunity to speak at this conference, precisely because they see women of color critique, techno-critique, as a relevant tool for understanding the violence, disaffection, and despair about racial violence we see on and off the internet. Racism and sexism are purposely designed into digital networks as fundamentally ordinary experiences that are nonetheless consistently referred to as exceptional. This is the way that companies can evade regulation. They say, well, these things are exceptional. They don't happen all the time. It's just some bad apples, and it's not worth regulating, or there's so much of it, it's impossible to regulate. There's never anything in between. Regulation is always skirted. And when I mean fundamentally ordinary, the tech industry was based upon the cheap labor, and in some cases free labor, of women of color who created chips, components, parts that let experimenters and engineers innovate without having to worry about the cost or the supply of parts that they had. I've heard some engineers from that period talk about how it's so great that they didn't have unions and still don't have unions in the industry because they never could have innovated if they had to think about scarcity. Instead, it was just do whatever you like, be free and open and think about whatever you want. Don't think about where it's coming from. So the digital industries maintain this kind of business as usual. It's racist and sexist from the production side, the invisible side, to the side that I'm going to talk about today. Platforming these formations that have enabled everyday violence for users of color while also solidifying the monopoly. So, the stocks that are okay, I mean, stocks are not the economy, but, the parts of the economy that are doing well are things like Zoom, which is, for a while was worth more than GM, General Motors, one of the biggest auto companies in the US. There's been this incredible blossoming and consolidation of companies like Amazon, which was making, huge amounts of money a minute, or even an hour after COVID, while everybody was, bereft of other choices. The two biggest issues of the 21st century are the concurrent and interrelated rise of the tech monopolies and fascism and white nationalism. Today, I'm going to be talking about the aesthetic and political possibilities of one particular post-COVID racial formation that directly addresses both, I would say, and those are cancel videos. So when I was writing this paper, I thought I should call it cancel culture or something about cancel culture, but I didn't want to because I'm not here to say whether cancel culture is good or bad. What I really want to talk about is the production and framing practices that people are employing when they capture racism in the wild and choose to circulate it online, and the ways in which they use this as not a technique, but as a way of life. It's a way of living, and I'll explain that a little more. These young women of color have created a digital archive of incidents on TikTok and Instagram, but other places too, Tumblr, that document how they experience the rise of monopolies, narrowing of economic possibilities, extreme misogyny and sexism and racism online and in their public lives, and also importantly, their reactions to it. And they are able to frame it the way they would like the world to see it. Though the term cancel culture was new to a lot of people this summer, it's not new. It dates back to at least 2014, when the Tumblr blog Racist Getting Fired got noticed by the press, and it's less a culture than it is a crux or a meeting or even a fighting place for generationally incommensurate or incompatible beliefs about digital video and social media. The term make her famous or make him famous which surfaced on Tumblr a long time ago, is now everywhere. It's a catchphrase that marks a cancel video as a cancel video. It's an open request to the viewer to share this document, to share the evidence of this behavior in order to create a material consequence for the person who did it. Whereas in the past, people experienced racism, sexism all the time. Often they had to suffer these things alone and in silence. Cancel videos make it possible to share the experience and, most importantly, to frame the reaction and to defang it by defamiliarizing the activity. So I'm going to talk about that a little more. So the idea of making him or her famous. As I said, that was on Tumblr for quite a while, but it wasn't really a thing for people until March 25th, 2020, when Christian Cooper's sister uploaded a video of a white woman, Amy Cooper, no relation, calling the police on her brother, who was there watching birds in Central Park, captured the video of her lying that he was attacking her. It wasn't until then that it actually came to pass that a racist was, quote, made famous this way. And everyone seemed to want to know what cancel culture was and to have a strong position on it. This Harper's letter, which you might have heard about, is basically the old guard of public intellectuals, writers, culture workers, or knowledge workers objecting to cancel culture, saying that it's unfair to them, that they should have to be accountable for transphobic or other racist, sexist opinions they put out there, that they should not, people shouldn't talk about them and people shouldn't have an opinion about it. But I think that's just so unfamiliar to people who are younger. So for example, on May 25th, a 17-year-old girl, Darnella Frazier, saw a man being brutalized on a Minneapolis street by several police officers. She stopped, as did a bunch of other people, and took out her phone and turned it on. Darnella said, it seemed like it was like a natural instinct, honestly, to start recording, quote, the world needed to see what I was seeing. Stuff like this happens in silence too many times. She posted it on Facebook on May 26th, where it was viewed millions of times and picked up by news outlets. You might have seen it. The man's name was George Floyd. As Darnella Frazier said, video recording racial violence is a natural instinct for her. And these videos did what they were meant to do. They made Derek Chauvin, the policeman who killed Floyd, and Amy Cooper famous, and it cost them their jobs. Like many young people of color of her generation, as she says, it never occurred to her not to capture it and to share it, and other people were capturing it as well. As one of many of the generation of people who were denied the jobs, security, and even environmental security of a not too rapidly warming planet that older white people in the U.S. see as their birthright. They've already had those things. They refuse to give them up. They are not interested in preserving them for anybody else. She didn't have anything to gain by keeping the secret of racism a secret. I'm interested in the material, theoretical, and political frame that young women of color put around cancel videos. I'm interested in canceling and so on. But I think it's really important to look at the person no one's looking at, which is the person who's making the video. Frazier's video of George Floyd was an absolutely necessary act, not just to her, and instinctual, as she says, but to the Black Lives Matter movement. Young women use Instagram and TikTok to record their own emotional reactions to violent racism in order to thrust those events into a different frame of reference. You do get to control what's in your phone, even if you can't control anything else around you. And we can understand cancel videos as strategic technopolitical interventions into public racism. Today I'm going to discuss two specific ones, one by Jordan Chan and the other by Sarah Pashpandi. One's a Instagram and one's a TikTok. As examples of how we might imagine alternatives to the consumable spectacularization of Black and person of color suffering, which is so often leveraged to provide pleasurable emotions of racial empathy to white liberal viewers who really enjoy feeling the right feelings, even if they're wrong feelings or bad feelings of outrage, compassion, etc. Saidiya Hartman and Courtney Baker, in their work, have done some outstanding theorizing about how it is that feeling bad can feel good, right? That even going back to the period where there was chattel slavery in the U.S., the idea of seeing Black suffering was often about the moment for white empathy and white liberation from the suffering, right? Seeing the suffering and feeling badly and then feeling you had done something. This is what Lauren Berlant calls in her book on compassion, not the most useful emotion. Yet nonetheless, we see compassion as the most important emotion. And I'm going to talk about how these videos and the way they're framed absolutely deny that as a possibility and instead go really to the heart of what we're calling systemic racism by asking for systemic material redress, right? Not symbolic repair. So taking the picture of a Black woman off of the pancake syrup bottle, Aunt Jemima, you might have noticed how there was this big scramble to remove racist iconography, especially anti-Black iconography, from products, and even to remove media like Gone with the Wind from streaming services. This was never what anybody wanted. It really mistakes symbolic repair for material and economic repair. So let me build the bridge a little bit between these videos and how they exemplify a form of economic or material repair. And as I think, really head off this impulse to feel sympathy and to feel good about your sympathy. The videos demand more than awareness. Again, an overvalued term. The thinking that racism is really about ignorance, that it's simply a matter of giving people more information. And sometimes the word exposure is even used, that people have not been exposed to education. Absolutely not true. I think what we see from the far right, in fact, is a deep investment in educational institutions, often some of the most prestigious ones that we have. Again, that's a commodity, a great education at a university that many young people are denied because it's incredibly expensive and they can't afford it. So how are young women using Instagram and TikTok to index and to record these reactions to racism and to reframe them? Instead of centering the suffering racialized body, which is what other kinds of appeal media have done, so lots of examples, Rodney King is one that springs immediately to mind, that is shocking, that shows trauma, that asks a witness to be there for the abjection. It focuses instead upon reparation through viral circulation and uses defamiliarizing laughter from the person making the video and receiving the racism as a form of reparation. When creating videos that witness public racism, these document not only the existence of the event, location, even the time, because phones do that, but also their reaction. I think that's really key. Often surprise, disengagement, and disaffection, which completes the circuit of witnessing and estranges racism as fundamentally alien. I'm going to show what that looks like. The term to weaponize means to unfairly leverage an otherwise innocuous or even kind of benign or nice object to make it cause harm. These cancel videos weaponize the kind of bored or, not really bored, but just over it, what the heck, what are you doing, reaction to racism. The strategy estranges it and exposes it as a performance, or performance of power, that can't be disavowed and made to disappear with an apology. Instead, the video goes straight into the server, right? The apology happens later. And often the apology is not an apology. The apology is, I'm sorry, that's not who I am. Those aren't my values, which is exactly the opposite of what happened, right? To say that I am not that thing that you saw, but that was me, is to say that racism is a quality that I decide whether it exists. It's an internal state, and since you can't see into my internal state, you don't really know if it's there. And that's not a structural understanding of racism at all, or a systemic understanding. So I'm arguing that when we see these videos, they're really skirting that, right? They're going right to the material redress and ignoring the apology. I don't think the apology is the point for them. On July 4th, Independence Day in the US, Jordan Eli Chan and her family were at the Bernardus Lodge and Spa's Lucia restaurant in Carmel Valley. Beautiful. Everyone's sitting outdoors. They were celebrating her aunt's birthday. It was evening, beautiful evening. A white man with a British accent who was eating alone right across from them started swearing at them. Then he flipped them off, and then he told them to go home, you Asian pieces of shit. Jordan took out her phone and posted this on Instagram with the title, "Share this post," and with a trigger warning for racism abuse. And it was. The video was viewed over 1 million times. It made it into the news, the local news. KPIX on July 11th reported that Lofthouse had resigned from its position as CEO of Solid 8, which is a Silicon Valley tech startup, which does cloud computing. So I'm going to talk about that a little bit and how that relates to this. And they described the video as an example of, quote, how anti-Asian American discrimination is on the rise. So Lofthouse's apology, which he posted after resigning, said, "My behavior in this video is appalling. This was clearly a moment where I lost control and made incredibly hurtful and divisive comments." Again, disavowing responsibility by saying it wasn't his choice. He lost control. So there's a lot of things to say about this video. I think it went viral, partly because it shows us the kind of person who we don't associate with white nationalism. He's not wearing any swastikas or fascist regalia. He's by himself. He's nicely dressed. He's sitting on a patio. But this is exactly the kind of capillary racism which characterizes Silicon Valley, where platforms that support this hate speech and both systemic and performative racism are produced. His company, Solid 8, it's a privately held startup that specializes in enterprise-facing cloud computing, which is to say, it's the place where Jordan's video went, possibly, right? Like AWS. It's a place where content goes and is then served out to other places. A really eloquent example of how Silicon Valley, the monopoly, but also the white male racial monopoly is always at the heart of what's going on here. And really the industry is thriving after COVID. It's doing better than it ever has. It's gaining value, it's consolidating its monopolies, and it's still one of the widest and most male industries there are. And so another moment for purchase, I believe, where on the one hand, we're, I think, incredibly aware that this is where the problems are coming from, at least some of them, and it needs to change. So let me talk about how these women are trying to change it, or what they're doing as a reaction that again, kind of puts the lie to a lot of the language around empathy, ignorance, and compassion being the answer. Racist cancel videos are the viral video genre par excellence of post-COVID America. People are watching a lot of these, and Americans really don't agree on them. Over the summer, I got a lot of questions from the press about cancel culture. What is it? And do I think it's good or bad? And really, there's no answer to that. You can't answer that question because cancel culture emerges from really incompatible and incommensurate worldviews and assumptions and experiences of racism, as well as really incompatible and at odds ideas and beliefs about when it's okay to record something and to share it. So it's because there are many older people who instinctually resist being recorded. You know, they think it's illegal, first of all, often, which it is often not. And it's because they're so strongly against being recorded, they'll often try to grab the phone during a Karen video. They're providing the very activity which the people who instinctually record them record. So Karen videos exist at this nexus, and they're really compelling because they document this clash of cultures, right? The new post-COVID racial formation, which is disaffection and surprise. And I've seen many of these where you hear some racist, horrible racist thing by somebody, and then the person making the video will be like, what? You know, if someone says the N-word, they're just like, what? Like, very surprised. You don't hear fear often, though I don't believe people aren't afraid. I think you hear disbelief. So you can hear it in Chan's voice when Lofthouse says, go home, you Asian fuck. She says, oh my God, in a disbelieving way, which is the same thing you would say if you saw something really strange in your food or just something horribly out of place and kind of gross, right? Something that is both beneath your notice and really, you know, kind of disgusting. So I'm not really interested in Lofthouse or his motivations. I see him mainly as a very typical kind of Silicon Valley person. He spent his whole career working with Asian people because that's what Silicon Valley is. It's all a lot of Asian workers. Everything is physically made often in Asia, and many Asian people, they're the only racial group which isn't underrepresented in the industry, though they're underrepresented in management. I think too many people were looking at him as it was. Instead, I'm interested in the invisible actor in these videos, which is the person making the video, their reaction, and how they frame their reaction. When interviewed by KPIX News, Jordan Chan said, quote, I've dealt with racism before, but never on that scale. Never on the level where somebody completely unprovoked felt obligated to voice their hatred for absolutely no reason. She experienced this kind of racism as new, and she wanted to capture it. It was noteworthy, and that's why she goaded him or invited him to say that again. So he had been doing it for a while before she took out her phone. He knew that he was being recorded by her. Her disbelieving reaction arises from a genuine feeling of surprise and a determination to document the moment, to show that it happened, to kind of give voice to the escalation. As she said, this had never happened to me before, never on that scale. Her surprise is more visible than the feelings he meant her to have, which were fear and anger. He didn't mean her to laugh at him. He meant her to be afraid. Posting the video and requesting wide circulation is a systemic reaction to a systemic problem. The phrase systemic racism, in fact, used to be just an academic term, but I've seen it quite a lot in the news and in movement language, and it's because it describes something that's invisible, something that's intractable, something that's structural, and something that's material, right? It describes the arrangements and institutions, the causes and conditions that make racism perennial. So we can change the pancake bottle forever, right? That's not going to get at the question of systemic racism. Instead, getting racists fired may do that. When young people make videos to document what they experience, right? What their racism is in their everyday life, they're doing more than canceling a harasser. I don't know that they necessarily, that's not the instinct, right? The instinct is to model a new tactic of defamiliarization by capturing not just the incident, but their own responses. So the video must be made. Of course you would make it. And of course your reaction is part of the video. Chris Cooper, the producer of the viral Amy Cooper video in Central Park, was praised by everyone, first of all, for not wanting Amy Cooper to lose her job. He didn't think that was fair. He didn't ask for that. It was what people demanded as a result of watching on their own and making their own conclusions. He was praised for being calm and dignified. And people of color, especially of his generation, have had a lot of practice being calm and dignified in the face of racism because the alternative is sometimes death. The Lofthouse video is really different because instead of being calm and dignified, it records hilarity. It records a kind of carnivalesque, defamiliarization of like, what? What is wrong with you? And that's even what someone says in the back, like, what's wrong with you? This is not to say the incident wasn't traumatizing, and Chan, as I just said, she found that disturbing, and that's why she put a trigger warning on it. But when you watch it, her response really estranges the pain by framing it with surprise as him being weird and antiquated and really bizarre. And what's more, it indexes what he's doing as part of a boomer generation that condemns cancel culture as unfair while at the same time providing the material that make these videos possible. Terms like boomer and Karen, and I've heard Karen being, made into a male named Kevin, are not even about how old you are anymore. These are viral media because what they're doing is staging an archetypal spectacle where two people fundamentally don't understand each other. Well, the person who is the Karen or the Kevin might be young or old. In any case, they're just out of time. They're out of step. They are out of place. And often they tell people, go home, go to your own country, you're in the wrong place. But the way the videos frame them is that they're out of place. They don't understand that the biggest global social movement of the 21st century is Black Lives Matter, and that systemic racism is under the microscope right now. Cancel videos can't capture systemic racism because, again, it's historical, institutional, invisible, therefore very intractable. What they can do, however, is to preserve a resurgent nationalist racist project and make fun of it, to blow it off as retrograde, as old-fashioned, just weird. So these videos map a relation between the spectator, the act, and the actor, the platform and the event that stage an ideological clash over racial violence that reaches right through the screen. People are, again, compulsively watching cancel videos while we're all stuck at home. This clash maps onto the internet's history of failed content moderation. We have Karens because we never regulated speech, right? The industry's absolute refusal to control has resulted in their absolute control of the internet. As post-colonial theorist Ambalavanur Sivanandan said, "We are here because you were there." The digital amplification of racist and sexist speech in digital space, the permission and even the encouragement to do this has habituated a generation of men to provide the content for cancel videos. Just like websites like Tumblr's The 2014 Getting Racist Fired has been nurturing and mobilizing a generation of young women and people of color to campaign employers to fire them. Cancel culture is not a culture. Again, it's a natural instinct to young women of color who, like Fraser, Chen, and Pashpandi, make recordings because these are their lives and because seeing is still believing. These videos stage pithy conversations about colonialism, sovereignty, and the right to space, especially on TikTok. It's really amazing. In Pashpandi's TikTok, she and her friend are confronted by a white woman who tells them to stop picking berries in the park. So one of them has torn a little branch of berries off of a bush, and she starts getting angry at them for destroying the bushes, and when they say it's just a small piece of the bush, she gets angry. They tell her, "Why are you attacking two young girls in the park?" And she loses her mind and says, "Go back to where you came from." Her spontaneous outburst is, in other words, the same as Michael Lofthouse's, "Go back to where you came from." And it's the central pillar of the white nationalist agenda. Again, you need to leave. However, in this TikTok, these girls really turn around "you need to leave" on her. And video editing is really why the platform is so valuable, what makes the video so interesting. You can make a great video with their tool in as much time as it takes to get a drink of water. And what this TikTok does is to exploit the brevity of the platform to reverse the racist gaze using visual techniques. Ending the clip right after the harasser is led to admit that as a white US-born Canadian, she is more foreign to Canada than these young women of color who are born there, does what TikTok does best: it drops the mic. In contrast to most researchers who study race in the digital, Andre Brock, who's the author of Distributed Blackness from Duke University Press, NYU Press, is interested in Twitter as a vector for Black joy as well as Black pain. In contrast to traditionally virtuous uses of the internet by people of color, such as education, political organizing, which used to be the justification to try to bridge the digital divide. If we had done that a little earlier, we wouldn't be in the situation we are now with COVID, where some people can't take class because they don't have anything to take class with. He doesn't believe that the internet is important just for those reasons. Instead, he's interested in ratchet Black Twitter, the ungovernable, funny, weird, anarchic, unproductive, defiantly unproductive Twitter that stands for nothing more than itself and its own right to enjoy life. It's a public evidence of thriving, an affective rebuke to white supremacy. I'm writing a book on Zoom bombing with 2 doctoral students at Michigan, Hannah Stuyvesant and Kyle Lindsay, about how Zoom bombing arises from the inability to tolerate Black joy. Since COVID, we've seen college graduations, study groups, dissertation defenses, and organizing meetings go online. And when Black people put together virtual cookouts, like at the University of South Carolina, and invite everyone to come, as they have always done in their community, Zoom bombers will show up and show porn. They'll put up swastikas, they'll use pornography, they'll use blackface imagery. Because like Zoom, like the other platforms I was talking about, control by refusing to control. They scaffold the everydayness of racial violence and its interpenetration into intimate daily life of people of color. So a drunken tech CEO's racist attack on a loved aunt's birthday party is a gesture of resentment. It's meant to destroy the enjoyment of people of color in each other's company. The incredulous, non-virtuous, what? Say that again? Right? Which is not a political argument. It's just like, what? The young people record when they capture moments like this in their lives, asserts the right to public joy in parks, on patios, and neighborhoods that animates both Black Twitter and these cancel videos. So who belongs here? Both Zoom bombing and cancel culture videos document racist behavior in public. Now Zoom is the public. When we make the links open. These visual records of racism gain purchase and come to matter as part of an attention economy better attuned to anti-Black racism. So again, we're looking at these, I think, in a slightly different way now that many of us are more attuned to how pervasive and systemic racism is. Their role in movement building, again, Instagram, TikTok, has been downgraded in much the same way that women of color's labor has always been downgraded in regards to the internet. Again, the internet circuits, devices, services, content moderation is all done for cheap or free by women of color. Offshore, in this country, it's been dismissed, it's been discounted. So the work that these racist cancel videos are doing are part of a bigger technopolitical strategy of reparative action that frames it as both an anomaly and as an appeal to public redress. It defamiliarizes what the unregulated internet has made totally familiar. So even though we may flee content sections and not play multiplayer video games, you see hatred every day on the internet. What this does is to laugh at it, to defamiliarize it, and to estrange it, right? I see an opening here, a strategy which decenters trauma as the best argument for this cosmetic and apolitical empathy for Black people and people of color, and I think the term people like to use is virtue signaling. It's just a gesture, literally. It's not a material redress, and replaces it with a plan, even if the plan is for someone to lose their job. To finish with the example from the patio, even though he was the founder and CEO of his company, Michael Lofthouse was fired. His racism against these Asian folks had a material consequence on his life. Thriving youth and person of color joy on TikTok and Instagram videos can model how the affect of estrangement in these cancel media can defamiliarize that which is all too familiar and that which we can no longer tolerate. Thank you.
Our second speaker is Safiya Noble, who is a professor of information studies at the University of California, Los Angeles. She's also co-director of UCLA's Center for Critical Internet Inquiry. And in her talk, she will present insights from her best-selling book, Algorithms of Oppression: How Search Engines Reinforce Racism.
Hi, I'm Safiya Noble. I'm an associate professor at UCLA in the departments of Information Studies, African American Studies, and Gender Studies. and I co-direct the UCLA Center for Critical Internet Inquiry with my longtime collaborator, Dr. Sarah Roberts. I'm really thrilled to be a part of Ars Electronica, and I can't thank Doris, Professor Doris Weichselbaumer, enough for inviting me to participate. Certainly the team at the Johannes Kepler University and the collective working on how to become a high-tech anti-discrimination activist is extraordinary, and I'm thrilled to know about your work and to think about how our work at UCLA is in dialogue with your work. So thank you to all of the faculty, students, the provost, and everyone involved from the university and from the leadership of Ars Electronica for including me in your conference. It's such a thrill. And of course, it's even more of a delight to be involved in a conference with Professor Lisa Nakumara too, because she was someone I learned so much from when I was a graduate student at the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign. So to have this opportunity to share and participate in this conference with her is also a thrill. So I just want to say thank you for including me. I'm going to talk today about some of my work that I've been working on for a long time. And even though I've been at this conversation about racist and sexist discrimination in technology, it's not an old conversation. There's still so much work to do. And so I thought that maybe by talking you through some examples from my book and sharing with you some of the research that I started a decade ago, indeed, might be a place to open up conversations while you're participating in Ars Electronica. And of course, the consequences of racist and sexist discrimination in technology platforms is so profound. You know, when I started my dissertation work, which eventually kind of morphed over time into the book Algorithms of Oppression, it was very difficult to get people to concede that technologies could be designed in racist and sexist ways. In fact, the prevailing logic 10 years ago was that computer code is just math, and math cannot discriminate. And these are things that people often argued to me at conferences and when I was sharing my work in the early days. And so it's outstanding, quite frankly, to see what happened in less than a decade, where now we see headlines from around the world. Certainly in the United States, we see these. I see them in Australia. I see them in Europe, where let's say the curtain is being pulled back on the kinds of harms that come from a variety of different kinds of technologies. And one of the things that I've been particularly concerned with in my work are the ways in which race and gender are encoded into platforms, especially large technology platforms, but of course a variety of different kinds of technologies need to be interrogated and looked at closely. And so I'm going to walk you through some of the work that I've done, but I'll also share with you some ideas of things that I think are coming and why this is such an incredibly important area of research that we need to focus on. And when I say that we need to focus on this, what I mean is that we need to do more than think about the new language of things like AI and ethics, which of course are important. No one would argue that people should not be ethical in the way that they approach technology design. But I think there are other words that are more powerful and more potent, and it's one of the reasons why I talk about things like algorithms of oppression, because oppression actually signals to us that we're working at the level of social structure. We're talking about social policy, public policy. We're talking about economics and economic systems. We're talking about histories of occupation, histories of patriarchy that all live and exist powerfully in our contemporary moment. These aren't just systems of the past that we inherit. We certainly inherit them, and we have to think about our own moral and ethical relationship to these systems. But when I'm talking about thinking through the implications of AI and algorithms, I'm thinking in terms of powerful, over-determining systems of race and racialization, of gender and genderizing, that categorize and classify people into what seem to be kind of totalizing categories, oftentimes, that when encoded into systems become very difficult to intervene upon. So those are some of the things that I want to talk about today, really focusing on these dimensions of race and gender with technology, because in the contemporary moment, we are hearing a lot of conversation about ethics. But, in other words, fairness, accountability, transparency, these are words that often get used now and are, in fact, we're seeing kind of a new cottage industry of universities and think tanks and labs that are taking up these concerns about AI and ethics. But what happens, I think, oftentimes is that we defang and depoliticize the really important dimensions of power, and those dimensions of power often operate at the level of racialization and genderizing, and even around our sexualities. So certainly I feel thrilled that when I see this particular headline that 2017 was the year we fell out of love with algorithms, I think of what a small role I might have been able to play with my own work. And I feel like so many of us are just like moving grains of sand along on the beach, trying to make a case for the kinds of concerns that exist. But certainly we're starting to see these conversations more in the mainstream. All right. Now, 2018 was an interesting year. The Financial Times declared that their word of the year was techlash. And I find it interesting that some people are arguing right now during this time of a global pandemic of the coronavirus and COVID-19 that technology has once again saved us. There's no doubt it is incredibly convenient for us to be able to have this kind of connectivity vis-a-vis network technologies or the internet, or having our laptops and our phones, and those of us who have access to that, which quite frankly is not the majority of the world. But for those who are privileged to have these kinds of connections, many people think that technology is saving us. It's keeping us connected now more than ever. And I'll leave it to the social psychologists to talk in their own words about whether indeed we are being saved by these technologies. But I think that it's interesting to see us enter a moment of introspection, let's say 2018 being a year that kicked off more introspection about the promises and the failed promises of technology, and whether indeed those are, whether those can be fulfilled on. And so this is indeed, I think, still a moment of techlash. Now, let me share some examples for you from the book of clear-cut examples of how race gets encoded into systems. Now, a reminder, all right, so the book cover really kind of tells it all, algorithms of oppression. So you kind of have a sense of what I'm talking about here. Certainly I was, as I was capturing many cases of what I thought of as algorithmic discrimination, or places where race and gender, both working together and separately, were deeply embedded into the kinds of logics that we find in large-scale commercial search engines. Part of the reason that I study commercial search engines is because I'm interested in the way in which the public relates to search engines like a kind of a public commons. As I was leaving the advertising industry, I spent 15 years in marketing and advertising in a variety of different positions, working for large brands and in agencies that worked on campaigns for large brands. We were very clear with the advent of search engines that they were indeed advertising platforms. And so it was interesting when I went back to graduate school, in some ways, I think to, let's say, atone for my sins in advertising, I was thinking about how people in academia, many people in academia were talking about search engines like the new public library, like the new knowledge commons. At the time that I entered graduate school in 2009, there was kind of the academic libraries were in the throes of the Google book digitization project, for example. And there was a lot of envy over those who could work with the company and do research with the company and think about the company as this kind of new liberatory portal or way of organizing knowledge and information into broader view for a variety of publics. And as I was thinking about that, in fact, I was studying with Dr. Nakumara, thinking about the ways in which search kind of portended, this reality of truthfulness or of credibility or of legitimating web results through its ranking process. But what many people couldn't see under the hood was the way in which industries were optimizing content. Companies were paying top dollar, for example, to make certain types of content more visible than others. So I wanted to share with you some examples of how that kind of looks when racist ideologies or sexism gets kind of encoded into the projects and becomes difficult to dislodge. So here's the first example. The Washington Post had a story that went viral, and this was DeRay McKesson, who, is a public figure on Twitter. Excuse me. And he tweeted out, if you Google the N-word house, this is what you'll find, America. And what was happening was this was during the administration of Barack Obama. President Obama, the first African-American president in the history of the United States, was in office. And what was happening is that Google Maps was being optimized in a way that was having searches on the N-word. I don't use the N-word, certainly not in this environment, but I'll just leave you to understand that kind of a horrible racist slur that is used against African Americans or Black people in the United States, particularly when it's used by non-African Americans. The N-word house and the N-word king, when you did searches on those in Google Maps would take you to the White House. So here's an example of the way in which Google responded, which was basically to kind of issue a non-apology apology, that their teams are working to fix this issue quickly, and we're sorry if anyone was offended. As if people would not be offended, or maybe a handful of people. So many people were indeed offended. And, the way in which this gets framed, I think, is really also interesting, as if this is a momentary glitch. And of course, this is one of the things that critical technology scholars are often pointing to a variety of different ways in which tech companies respond to failures in their systems by making them technical failures, naming them as technical failures and not as failures of the underpinning logics that would allow for this kind of error to happen. Let's look at another example. Here we have a video that went viral on Twitter. This was Kabir Ali, who was a teenager from the East Coast of the United States, who had his friends videoing him on the phone while he looked up 3 words in Google image search. And he looks up the words 3 black teenagers. And what you see are a variety of kind of criminalized images of African Americans or Black Americans that show up in Google image search, really kind of presented as if these are just facts. These are the images, the truth of what Black teenagerdom looks like in America. Then he has his friend keep videoing and he says, now let's see what happens when we change one word. Let's change the word Black to white. And what you see here are these kind of perfectly curated Getty stock photo kinds of images of white teenagerdom. I always find it fascinating because the white kids are holding like balls from every sport, really well orchestrated here. And, you know, this is a tweet that went viral, right? And since then we've had so many more. I mean, in fact, one of the things I found quite fascinating, this was one of the cases in the book. There's just so many, dozens and dozens of examples. I always felt that big search companies, Google and otherwise, kind of took it like a big book of tickets. You know, they just were like, oh, let's work on that. Let's fix that. Such that they did indeed fix 3 Black teenagers and suppress these kinds of images. In fact, the next day, someone on Twitter noticed that Google had added this image of a young white man who was being sentenced. In fact, this is an image of a man who had been convicted. He was being sentenced here for a vicious, brutal hate crime against an African-American man. So we have this kind of, this is where I so appreciate media studies and having training in media studies, because if we read this closely, what this is telling us is that Google is in fact legitimating the criminality, the criminalized imagery of African Americans by saying, oh, well, in this one case, we have one example of a white teenager being a criminal too. Now, again, reminding us that crime or criminal or arrests, none of these words are tied to the representation of 3 Black teenagers or 3 white teenagers, but there's a particular kind of logic at play, a racist logic, in fact, that is legitimizing the African-American criminality by putting one image of an African-American teen who's being arrested. And I find this incredibly fascinating, also because it's such an extreme idea or vision about what white criminality might look like for teenagers, right? So I think this is something worth noting. This is, again, one of the ways in which I would characterize how racial ideologies about who people are get encoded at the level of legitimation in a large-scale technical platform like this. Now, you'll see that in the images of African Americans, we've kind of added in a couple of friendly images of African Americans. I don't know if it's like, you know, girls playing volleyball and maybe a church youth group or something, but the predominant image still is of kind of a criminalized, mugshot-oriented representation of African American teenagers. And okay, so this is, for me, such these are powerful examples of the normalization of racist ideas about Black people and the attempts by tech companies to solve the bias by effectively trying to neutralize the complaint about the racist imagery by then kind of putting in a white person who is being sentenced. So I think we want to think through, again, like looking at these things and doing these kinds of close readings are very valuable, because what they do is they help us understand the both the mindset of how tech platforms get designed, and also the limits of imagination about intervening or fixing some of these problems. All right. Now, this next slide is really directly from the early work that I did in 2011. And this is where I was looking and kind of systematically tracking the representations of girls of color in search. And excuse me, in this case, here's an image, a screenshot of a search on the keywords Black girls. This is from 2011. Now, I started looking at this in 2009. By 2011, I kind of had locked in on that this was a pattern and started trying to write in a more detailed way about what was happening. So here you have in 2011, and in fact, this was the case up until the fall of 2012. When you did a keyword search on Black girls, Asian girls, Latina girls, the first page of search results was almost entirely pornography. So there's some interesting things happening here. First, you have the first hit is a porn site, and then that's followed by a UK band of white guys who call themselves the Black Girls. Now, this Ars Electronica crowd, maybe you've heard of the Black Girls. Everywhere that I've ever gone and given a talk in a decade about the Black Girls, the band of white guys showing up second as the representation for Black girls, I ask all the time, has anyone ever heard of the Black Girls? I think 5 people in 10 years have actually heard of the Black Girls. So maybe you have heard, because I know this is a very avant-garde, artistic, and savvy audience who's watching this. But I find it incredibly interesting that they had the ability to break through all of the content that might be on the web that is relevant to Black girls, that has been optimized with the words Black girls, that is meaningful to Black girls, to be ranked number 2. So this was quite fascinating. And then what follows are a number of highly sexualized or pornographic websites, again, pointing to that when I was collecting these searches, I was not using the word porn. I was not using the word sex. I was just using the identities of girls of color, and that was synonymous with pornography. And of course, this to me was the wake-up call about the way in which racist and sexist ideologies come together, and they create new realities or new kinds of truth in these platforms. And of course, if you put that in context with the way that people use these systems, a lot of attention has been paid to social media, particularly post 2016 presidential election in the United States, when the kind of logics that I argue in my book were at play when we were searching for people of color, women, girls of color, and you find all kinds of really profoundly upsetting and disturbing results. And of course, these have to do with not just the logics that are at play, but of course the things that don't get tested for in a R&D environment or user experience environment in these large companies, the oversight that comes and lack of oversight that comes from not having a diverse workforce, so that different provocations and different questions don't happen in those environments because there aren't people who embody these identities that would be asking questions that might be relevant. So this is, of course, incredibly important. I wrote about this in the spring of 2012. I wrote an article about this. I was just wrapping up my graduate studies, and it came out in Bitch magazine, which is a feminist pop culture kind of magazine, a critique of pop culture magazine. And the very same logics that I try to explain in the book, which is how both capital, so industries and companies that have a tremendous amount of money that can really pay to optimize keywords. So the role of capital is so incredibly important in the kinds of results that we get, coupled with deep kinds of technical knowledge and technical training. And of course, one of the places where we also see this, not just in kind of racially and gendered discriminatory search results, we also see this, for example, in the amazing book that Professor Jessie Daniels wrote called Cyber Racism, where she shows how, for example, white nationalists and white supremacists have a high degree of technical skill, and they are able to optimize and really use the kind of technical prowess in those communities to make racist content more visible. And of course, these things are very fascinating and important, and I think still hold true. If you look at the more recent research from people like Joan Donovan, my colleague at Harvard at the Shorenstein Center, who studies media manipulation and disinformation and tracks white supremacists, white nationalists, neo-Nazis. Those are not interchangeable and synonymous, by the way. Those communities are incredibly well organized and technically savvy, and use that savvy and the power of their networks to make certain types of content more visible, both in social media, in YouTube, in search, and other places. And so I think this is really also quite fascinating and important to understand how these logics work. Now, part of the challenge here is that these tropes that we see about women and girls of color, about race and gender, are old tropes, right? So many people, I think, understand racist and gendered stereotypes, particularly about Black people and Indigenous people around the world, Orientalism, kind of all of the racist ideologies that are used to keep women of color in particular in our place, in our alleged place, that of disempowerment, of lower status, lower wages, in positions where our lives are controlled and, let's say, overdetermined by majority populations, by people with power. And so one of the kind of old media tropes that is quite powerful and potent in the making of these narratives about the hypersexualization of Black girls is kind of this old Jezebel trope. You know, I have a slide here that shows kind of a long history of these hypersexualized images going back 2 centuries in the United States or more, that really mischaracterize and misrepresent Black women and girls as hypersexualized. And we understand to some degree what that means when we see those images in mainstream media like Hollywood movies or television shows. We understand these tropes as tropes of control. What Patricia Hill Collins calls controlling images. So these controlling images are really to, the angry Black woman, the gold digger, the hypersexualized Black woman, the mammy, right? All of these different kinds of controlling images are so powerful and, again, kind of over-determining what's possible for Black women, because they operate as kind of a common sense racist logic in societies. Certainly we see this in the United States and in other places around the world. And they become embedded so deeply in popular culture and in kind of the everyday common sense of a society that to see them replicated and optimized in something like a search engine should be the kind of logic we would expect, or the plausible next step that would happen in these kinds of platforms. I can tell you that one place you can look if you want to learn more about this is an incredible new film called Invisible Portraits by debut filmmaker Ogi Ibuono, whose film is on Vimeo, and I think it will be distributed more widely soon. And you can understand the way in which these controlling images have had such a profound impact in Black women's lives and in the lives of women of color, but also the ways in which resistance to these controlling images is always palpable, because we understand that these assertions about us are not only patently false, but they are used to silence and diminish our voices. One of the things that I found so powerful about these kinds of controlling images in search is that they again get served up as natural, as inevitable. Again, even without adding the words porn or sex, Black girls just become synonymous with these controlling images of hypersexuality and of a Jezebel stereotype. And I think that what this has done is it's opened up whole new conversations and lines of inquiry by not just, my former students, but other people's students, by artists and activists and people who are thinking much more critically about how we speak back to these images, and what do we do when, unlike Hollywood, where these images might be pervasive, we understand Hollywood, or we understand media making to be kind of unidirectional, from makers, from producers, from directors, from studios, and served out to publics. But people's orientation towards something like search is that they think that it is highly democratic. Many, many people still to this day try to argue with me that search is purely a reflection of what people are searching for, that there's no relationship between profitability and optimization of content. And of course, we know that this is patently false. We know that the entire logic of commercial search is advertising. And if you look at the kind of ad planning, keyword planning tools, I was thrilled to see the markup, and my colleagues, Julia Engwin and her team of investigative journalists at the markup do a replication, in fact, of this study around Black girls. And one of the things they found is that these keywords are still incredibly profitable within the keyword planning tool. And this was just a study they replicated about three weeks ago, in late July. So I invite you to look at these ways in which women and people of color, and especially women of color, are really profoundly not in a position always to speak back to these. And of course, this means to me that this is an opening for thinking about advocacy, regulation, and consumer harm that happens, and harm to the public that happens in these spaces and in these platforms. Because, even if all of the girls of color, all of the Black girls, all the Latina girls and Asian girls broke up in all the piggy banks and tried to optimize their content beyond what the porn industry has been able to do to their images, we would not have enough money. We would not have enough resource to fight on the plane of capital and out purchasing those who are interested in these kind of nefarious representations. We also don't have the numbers. So when you think of search as being a hyper-democratic space, I would just remind you that if you are in the numerical minority in any country, if you are a religious or ethnic or gender minority, you will not have the weight of democracy and the majority rules to help you find fair representation. And I think this, again, is something so incredibly important. We see through a variety of different platforms how these technologies get used and weaponized against vulnerable people. And these these not only play into broader kind of cultural, racist, and gendered logics, sexist logics, but they capitalize on the fact that these logics are already doing so much work in the society in a variety of other spaces, in employment, in education. We see discrimination, we see wage disparity, we see lack of access to a whole host of opportunities in societies where ethnic and religious minorities do not have power in any substantial collective way. And so this is why it's incredibly important to think about the degree to which these large-scale digital platforms instantiate and reinforce this kind of disparity in our society. And yet they present themselves as value-free, as neutral, as not invested, even though you can see from the latest replication of my study, racist and sexist ideas are incredibly profitable, and associating Black girls with pornography and hypersexualized content is still incredibly profitable for Google. All right, so, you know, for years I talked about this, and when I talk about it in the context of kind of racial and gender discrimination for women and girls of color, people have said, oh, that's just so sad, you know, that's terrible. Maybe they've said that. Sometimes there has not been any sympathy or empathy toward the people that I care so deeply about in my research. But then there was a study that came along in 2014 where two social scientists, Epstein and Robertson, did a study on the way in which political candidates were represented in search. One of the things they found is that in very tight races, if negative stories showed up on the first page of search about a political candidate, then people reported they would not vote for that candidate. And if positive stories showed up on the first page, people would argue that they were voting for that person. And they used search engine results to help legitimate or inform their opinion. And one of the things that they found is that in very tight races, those who spend the most money, political action committees, in fact, to smear the opposition and bolster their own reputations, were able to really influence election results. Now, we can see from the kind of election interference that has happened in many democracies around the world, modern democracies, not just in the United States, we can see these logics at play. I think they were certainly at play in the campaign that Hillary Clinton ran, and the way in which disinformation or misrepresentative information or patently false lies circulated about her and during her campaign. And so we must pay attention to the way in which platforms are working to influence and the way in which fact versus fiction is often flattened into this very simple word, content. And I find it incredibly damaging, and many new books and studies are coming out really helping us understand and nuance this word content, because content might mean an evidence-based study, it might be a longitudinal study, it might be 100 years of climate science, put right next alongside racist propaganda, disinformation, patently false lies, all of its content. And so we want to be thinking very, very seriously about this word content and the way in which another flattening word, data, get used in harmful ways. So here, well, we have the study by Epstein and Robertson where they argue that in fact, democracy is at stake because of the way in which large-scale big tech platforms operate. we see this now showing up in very mainstream ways. Just last week, we had saw the story in the UK of predictive analytics being used to determine who gets to go to college. And one of the things that we discovered by our friends, our investigative journalist friends at The Guardian, was that predictive analytics and data was collected and used to make assessments about students in the UK, and predicted that private school students, 39% more likely to be admitted into colleges. And this is incredibly profound when you're talking about 4 out of 10 students, whose fate and opportunity to go to college hangs in the balance. Very, very significant kind of finding. And I think these are the kinds of things that we want to care about when we talk about things like data. Now, for those of you who are more technical, who work around data science, machine learning, and kind of narrow AI projects of this nature, one of the things that I will say is that, we often try to think about data as a social construct. In my field, in information, library and information science or information studies, we really understand, coming out of a field that is 100% for the most part predicated upon classification, cataloging knowledge, cataloging books, making sense of keywords to represent different kinds of knowledge. Excuse me. We understand that work to be imbued with politics and power and decision-making, and it's incredibly important work. And so it's important for us to think about the frameworks within which things like data are also being flattened into just numbers or data sets or statistics that one inherits and then does not feel any sense of accountability for what that data may represent. Now, in many tech companies disavow their responsibility for the content that moves through their platforms. They actually would characterize it as content or data, and they take an agnostic position toward it. We certainly see in places like Germany and France that more content is being regulated, hate speech, anti-Semitism, and so forth. And so while in many countries, big tech companies argue that they are not responsible, they are responsible indeed in the countries where they do business, where trafficking in hate speech, for example, is against the law. And so I think that this is an interesting juxtaposition that we are in. Now, when big tech companies have been asked about racism in their platforms and racist content, one of the things that they say is that to interfere with racist content moving through their platforms would be bad technology practice. And this, of course, is the case in the that was picked up by the media a couple of years ago in the way in which white nationalists had, for example, co-opted the term Boasian anthropology. And oftentimes you'll see this kind of optimizing of what you might think of as fairly obscure kinds of keywords or phrases, but really there's a kind of a coordinated effort around fields of study, different kinds of disciplinary domains to control narratives and to control them in white supremacist, anti-Semitic, sexist ways. And this is, of course, a place that we need a tremendous amount of attention. I won't say much more about this except to say that in the days following the US presidential election in 2016, when Donald Trump was elected, the very first hit when you did a search on final election results took you to a disinformation site that reported that Donald Trump had won the popular vote. Now, we understand that he won the Electoral College, but he did not win the popular vote. In fact, Hillary Clinton won the popular vote by 3 million votes. And so the way in which fact gets legitimated or delegitimized in something like a commercial search engine, again, is so incredibly important because people really are operating, they're counting on these systems to present them with some level of vetting or some level of credible information. And I think these are the kinds of things we want to be paying very, very close attention to and pressing for regulation. If these are going to be related to as a public good, then they have to be work in that way. Maybe more importantly, I'm running out of time, maybe more importantly, these companies need to both be evaluated in terms of their threats to democracy and public harm, but maybe we also need alternatives that are not just simply commercial advertising projects and platforms. You know, one of the things I say as I come to a close here is that social inequality will not be solved by an app. We have such an emphasis now on solving social problems through technology. And, you know, I think that this is one of the places where we really are in trouble, that more and more investment is going into technology solutions that in some cases are snake oil products. You know, it's a snake oil salesman convincing us that there is an app that will solve our problems rather than thinking about the broader racial, economic, and gendered injustices in our society. And I think these are so incredibly important for us to not create new market opportunities that exploit oppression and create a new side of profit to deploy some type of technical solution. You know, we don't see technical solutions being used or AI being used in the rapid redistribution of resources, for example, in a society that would solve things like economic inequality or racial inequality or gender disparity in pay and otherwise. So I think these are things we want to be thinking about, and what for whom do these technologies work? And, you know, if you're interested in reading more about that, there's an excerpt from the book at Wired magazine has. So I'll leave you with some key opportunities for the future. I mean, a couple of things that I just want to hit. You can read these and look at these at your leisure, but I'll say, you know, I think that it's the voices of the most disaffected. It's people who identify with and are in solidarity with people who are experiencing harm in our societies, who have such important voices that need to come to the fore. I can tell you that in my own work, I do feel like it was a bit of pushing a boulder up a mountain to have the ideas that I had accepted. In fact, there were so many more people who did not accept or who rejected the ideas that I was arguing about. You know, part of that was my own embodied experience. I was the only Black woman in my PhD program at the time that I was there. I was not a computer scientist. There were many people who argued that what I was seeing was not true or not real, even though we had the evidence, or that I had to keep providing evidence, that there's just like a threshold or a mountain of evidence threshold that women of color and Black people in particular are always required to find and produce and make in order to be understood or to be seen. And even when we provide that, it doesn't necessarily have the kind of import that it should. And so I want to just really encourage those of you who are makers, who are artists, who are students, people who are feeling like the things you see and the things that you are attuned to, that those are not being duly recognized, that you pursue and persist, because I think some of the most important voices, you know, it has truly been women of color scholars and journalists and LGBTQ scholars and journalists who have pushed these conversations about the racial and gendered implications of technology into the mainstream. Now, many of us are also being written out of our story, and some of the same kind of techno-utopian corridors and sites of power and influence are now in charge of ethics, but that's a different talk for a different time. I'll just say that I think that listening to the voices of people who are artists and makers and dreamers and thinkers in different ways really needs to be brought to the center of many of our conversations. And we should be watching. There will be many more technology boards and oversight commissions and so forth. And we need the knowledge from gender and women's studies, from ethnic studies, from Black studies, Indigenous studies, American Indian studies, Chicano Latino studies, from the knowledge from LGBTQ theorists theorizing around the binary and what non-binary technologies and possibilities and ways of thinking might afford us. In fact, we might find that many of the technologies that are coming at us so rapidly should be illegal, should not exist, should be eradicated from our societies. And I think that there's a lot of interesting work that is on the horizon, and we're just at the beginning of imagining different kinds of possibilities, and certainly around resisting some of the kinds of things that we see. You know, we do have more technology and data than ever, and we have more inequality to go with it. We have people, millions of people around the world pouring out into the streets, standing in solidarity for calls for justice for Breonna Taylor, for George Floyd, for the victims of police brutality, for African Americans, Black people, and Indigenous people around the United States who have been unjustly and profoundly and systemically targeted again and again, whether it's by the police or whether it's by technologies of surveillance and policing. And I think that there's an opening now for the work that Black women in particular have done in leading our calls for racial and economic justice around the world. There's really an opening that we can take to think about how research and knowledge and art can intervene and make for a more just world. And certainly I think of my work, I want it so much to be in service of these conversations. You know, just as no research and no data, no content is flat and neutral, our work is not neutral either. And I think that rather than looking to perfect the technology, we want to think about the ways in which we might have other kinds of more just relationships. Rather than investing all of our resources in an app that's supposed to save us, why not think about the broken systems that in fact come at the expense of the appification and gamification of so many of our longstanding social problems. So with that, I want to say thank you so much to Ars Electronica, to the whole team that invited. And I know there's just so many people involved in the development of such an amazing conference. And I want to wish you a great and successful journey in your own work. And I hope that we'll cross paths again with your work and ours at the UCLA Center for Critical Internet Inquiry. And I wish you a great day.
For details of our program, please check our website. We are very much looking forward to having you as a part of a high-tech anti-discrimination activist collective.
Welcome to the CyberArts exhibition. The exhibition takes place and is curated by the OK Center for more than 20 years. The OK Center is a former school right behind me and is part of a former monastery of the St. Ursulines convent, and that's why this entire area, which we call Kulturquartier, is also part of this institution. The exhibition takes place from the former school up to the rooftop area of the Höhenrausch. What changed this year is that we became a new institution together with the Oberösterreichische Landesmuseum, a new limited company called the Landeskultur GmbH. But for the CyberArts, many things changed, but for our fans, you will see kind of the best work of this year's Ars Electronica contest. Valley Export won this year's special award for Visionary Pioneers of Media Art. This year, Visionary Pioneer of Feminist Media Arts. Valley Export became 80 years this year, so it was a good occasion also to give her this very special award. And we show one project here. It's a piece from 2001 where she arranged kind of a collage, a very early collage of portraits from Salzburg females working in a hospital together with text of H.C. Artmann and combined it for a public space project. To find out more about her and her work, the best would be to go to the Francisco Carolinum, where you will find a very interesting exhibition collection care about the body of her work. We are right now in the space where the category of the digital communities is presented. It's a category which is not on art, but it's dedicated to social engagement and sometimes answers of communities, sometimes even without any digital device.
This year I was responsible for the presentation of the Digital Community Project. We have invited a designer for this special area. We wanted to draw attention to the complexity of the topics that are negotiated in these projects with a specially developed color concept. Each color stands for a topic, for example, yellow, collaboration and network, red, knowledge transfer, and so on. Every visitor gets a color code and therefore he can understand the project in its diversity. This is a short extract of the jury statement. Community can be a force of social change, and the submitted projects here, often initiated by art and/or activist groups or communities, not only address a whole range of social, humanitarian, political, environmental and cultural issues, but also inspire collective action and change, helping us see the world through a different lens and understand the importance of power and public participation, collaboration, human connection and shared vision. This year's Golden Naika goes for the first time to an anonymous group, Hong Kong citizens, who have been organizing the pro-democratic protest since 2019. Be shapeless, be formless, be able to adapt to any situation, be water. The motto of the award-winning protest movement, known also from Bruce Lee, goes back to the ancient philosophy Lao Tzu. The exhibition area of the Be Water project corresponds to the size of a typical 5-person apartment in a Hong Kong social housing complex. With QR codes, the visitors get important information about the protest movement. The Habak movement is a Lebanese initiative in form of an agricultural cooperative that is taking concrete measures to rebuild the broken country, reclaiming unused agricultural land, setting up work teams and growing food again. Algorithmic Justice League is an organization that combines art and research to increase public awareness of the social dangers of AI. Algorithms have become essential elements of our daily lives in online searches, in rating systems and smart devices or bots, but also in banking, healthcare, and so on. However, the systems that are developed are never neutral, which means that algorithms may be biased and discriminatory.
My heart smiles as I bask in their legacies, knowing their lives have altered many destinies. In her eyes, I see my mother's poise. In her face, I glimpse my auntie's grace. In this case of deja vu, a 19th century question comes into view. In a time when Sojourner Truth asked, "Ain't I a woman?" The Amazonians peek through windows blocking deep blues as faces increment scars. Old burns, new urns, collecting data chronicling our past, often forgetting to deal with gender, race, and class. Again I ask, ain't I a woman?
And one of my favorite projects is Indigimoji. Indigimoji offers over 90 pictograms that express via emoji the culture and language of the Ariante, an Aboriginal tribe from Mbandwe, Alice Springs, Australia. So the project takes care that the language of the indigenous population is passed on to the younger generation that lives on the digital space.
We are here in the space of the winner of the interactive art category established in the 1990s, which has a very broad range between installation art and network projects. It is also the main category to make our exhibition out of the winners of the Prix Ars Electronica.
The Golden Nica for Interactive Art Plus 2020 goes to Someone, a project by US artist Lauren Lee McCarthy. Smart devices are offering us convenience, but at the cost of loss of privacy and loss of control over our lives and homes. By substituting humans for AI, Lauren Lee McCarthy questions the role of the human in the age of intelligent machines. This is the command center. In the original installation, each of those computers looked into one of 4 homes of participating people. Those homes were installed with custom-designed smart devices. Gallery visitors were now invited to take on the role of a human Amazon Alexa. Whenever one of the smart home occupants called out for someone, they were asked to respond to their needs.
Everything okay?
No someone, there's no music, there's no light in the kitchen. And Cowboy, as you can see, has gotten freaked out because he's gone under the cupboard. My friend Katarina has just gotten here. Someone, would you turn a light on in the kitchen? And
Someone is dealing with questions of intimacy and privacy, but also convenience and independent action in a future of automation.
What you see here is Appropriate Response, my latest work, which is about meaning and our pursuit and finding it in life. In this case, I trained an AI on 10,000s of famous quotes and epigrams where humans have tried to condense kind of the meaning of life into a single sentence. And when you kneel down on this prayer stool, you will get a sentence just for you that you can try to make sense of.
Trickle Down, a new vertical sovereignty by British artist Helen Knowles, is a complex installation which explores value systems and wealth disparity. The artwork is composed of documented auction scenes by different communities, such as prisoners, blockchain technology employees, market sellers and auction bidders at Sotheby's. These auctions reflect the breadth and wealth and financial power individuals in different communities have.
We started algorithmic perfumery on the premises that we wanted to give people the freedom to express themselves through scent. And for us it's about creating your own unique personal perfume based on the answers you give. So it's like a snapshot of who you are here in this moment, translated into smell. And it is a glimpse to what perfumery could look like in the future. Customized, personalized, about you and not about a brand.
In Machine Auguries, British artist Alexandra Daisy Ginsberg makes us think about the consequences our behavior has on other living beings.
Thousands of recordings of chiff-chaffs, great tits, redstarts, robins, song thrushes, and entire urban and rural dawn choruses were used as training datasets. Each week, as the GAN learned to mimic a different species or chorus, the system generated thousands of samples of artificial birdsong.
For example, because of our urban 24-hour lifestyle, the light pollution, traffic noise, and so on, birds have to adapt. They started to sing earlier, louder, for longer, and at a higher frequency. In Machine Auguries, a typical dawn chorus is taken over by artificial birds. Their calls are generated by using machine learning. So, over a short period of time, no real bird's call is heard anymore.
We enter the installation in the silvery darkness of the pre-dawn. A lone, natural redstart begins to sing. From across the room, an artificial redstart responds. A call and response begins between the natural and artificial birds across the two sides of the room. Reflecting on how birds learn and develop their songs from each other, Machine Auguries spatializes the evolution of a new language.
Lynn Hirschman, Gott, vorher Peace, Shadow Stalker, the award of distinction in the category of interactive art. She got this second prize for a piece where she kind of shows us how we are observed in nowadays.
In 2010, an anthropology professor adapted his Pentagon-funded research for forecasting battlefield casualties in Iraq to predicting crime for American police departments. Based on the predictions of earthquakes and aftershocks, he created a revolutionary algorithm capable of stopping crime before it occurred. He named it PredPol, short for predictive policing.
The Intimate Earthquake Archive by Cecil Mary Ton is dealing with the phenomenon of man-made earthquakes in the Dutch province of Groningen. With her work, the artist wants to create an archive of the sensation of earthquakes and how it is perceived with the body. The Intimate Earthquake Archive is an ongoing research project that is also shown as an interactive installation. Here in the CyberArts exhibition, we can only show the different elements of the project, the props, like a tactile vest, wooden constructions that are used to secure houses, and sandstone cores, core samples that are also kind of archives.
The Intimate Earthquake Archive comes out of a long research into the man-made earthquakes in Groningen, which is the result of the gas drilling in one of the largest fields for natural gas in Europe. The people who are living in Groningen have felt them and have raised their voices about their presence for many decades, but have been overheard by government or by the industries. Hearing these stories, I kind of started thinking of the idea of making an archive of sensory experience. I have gone into the publicly accessible data bank of seismic information of all the earthquakes that has existed in Groningen and try to transform that into a tactile sensory experience that somewhat echoes the experience the people who are living in Groningen with the earthquakes are experiencing.
My project is called Google Maps Hacks, and the project deals with modern map-making technologies. In the project, I was using 99 smartphones and carried them in a red wagon in the streets of Berlin. And by doing so, I was able to generate virtual traffic on Google Maps. This had the effect that cars using navigation system were being rerouted around me, and after a while, the streets were empty of cars.
With her mock company Center for Technological Pain, Dasha Elina offers multiple practices for eliminating tech pain, as the artist states. In a very playful way and with lots of humor, she offers solutions to prevent health problems caused by digital technologies, such as smartphones and laptops.
So let's take Ice here will take a position that is normal for a person when they're browsing their phone. When they're looking at their phone and they're doing whatever they want to. Yes, this is typically what this looks like. And this can lead to serious neck and back pain in the future. For now it might not hurt, but in the future she can have serious problems, so let's help her. The easiest way to help her is by using a classic self-defense move called ear pull. So what you do is you come up behind the person that you're trying to help, and then you gently pull their ears up. And this solves all of the problems, because now her posture is perfect, her neck is straight, her back is straight. Done.
For example, there are self-built objects eliminating neck pain, or objects that help to avoid eye dryness. Center for Technological Pain also offers multiple practices for eliminating tech pain. Self-defense moves against technology, or yoga for healthy phone use, a routine for becoming one with your phone.
This routine is at once a relaxation tool, a way to meditate and exercise while keeping up with recent updates from your friends, and a way to ridicule our obsessive media consumption by inserting our phones into one of the most solitary activities.
You can really focus on what you're seeing on the screen, so let's just take a couple of breaths here.
With her DIY objects, workshops and tutorial videos, Dasha Elina wants to start a critical discussion about the negative effects that technology can have on our bodies.
The CyberArts exhibition this year has especially a focus on female media artists. That's why we present Lynn Hirschman, one of the big names and artists, especially in the field of media arts, with a documentary she developed over decades. It was released 2010 and it's called War as Woman Art Revolution, and it consists of a lot of interviews made by the artists with other artists and persons working in the cultural field. And it really tells us a story beginning in the 1960s till nowadays, how female artists became and were able to establish in the field of fine art.
I wasn't about to trust my own memory, which was fragile even then. So with a borrowed camera, I shot people that came through my living room, right here on this very sofa 35 years ago. One of the earliest feminist demonstrations was staged at the 1968 Miss America contest, which was a symbol for women who measured up or didn't measure up to artificial standards.
Right behind me is the golden Leica of the category computer animation. Computer animation is one of the oldest, and the category which is awarded every year since 1990. It's dedicated to film and digital film, and nowadays every film making is kind of digital, at least in the distribution of the films. So what we have nowadays is a very strong connection between analog, film and digital.
In the category computer animation, the golden Leica goes to the Los Angeles-based director, designer, animation and performance artist Miva Matrajek with Infinitely Yours. Again and again, the artist finds herself as a shadow figure in a dystopian scenario of overlaid animations in which the man-made destruction affects not only the environment, but also the artist's body that stands for a human being in general. Underground Circuit is a collage of hundreds of video clips shot in the subway station of New York by the Chinese artist Yuge Xu. Technological advances are changing the way we see the world. Emmanuel van der Auvera's animation The Sky is on Fire begins with a monologue by a worried man who comforts himself with the thought that nothing will ever be destroyed or lost because everything is being backed up and technology will save us. In his experimental animation, Max Hadler approaches the built environment of Hong Kong with its dense and extreme high-rise housing estates as parallel rows of celluloid film strips.
The Oka Night is an almost traditional event on the Saturday of Ars Electronica, in which we present performances and music acts from the pre-Ars Electronica. This year we will, like large parts of the club community, move online and present a live stream. Our guests are Sanshin with a live act and DJ Andaka.
Yes, Wolkenkuckucksheim is a very nice place on the rooftop of Linz. It's near the clouds, that's why it's called Wolkenkuckucksheim, and it's a place where you, for creativity, created by the artists, where you can stay, have a drink and just look around and be surprised. Now we're here in our beautiful open-air cinema on the rooftop, and you will be able to watch the best entries from the computer animation from the Ars Electronica between the 9th and the 15th of September every day at 8:30 p.m. Please come and be welcome.
Hello and welcome to one of the highlights of this year's festival program. It's a concert where piano music meets digital images. And those of you who have been following the recent Ars Electronica festivals, you know that this is an ongoing program. It's called Pianographique, and it's based on a long-term collaboration of the two pianists, Maki Namekawa and Dennis Russell Davis, with the visual artist Corey Olan. And it's all about establishing a subtle balance between the music itself, the physical presence and performance of the musicians on stage, and the computer graphic that is going along with it. Therefore, the computer graphic is not a synchronized video or a pre-programmed animation. It's actually created, generated in real time based on parameters that are derived from the sound of the music as it's being played. Today in the Deep Space, we have a solo recital by Maki Namekawa, and the program starts already with an Austrian premiere, the Passacaglia for piano solo by Philip Glass. Then Maki Namekawa will perform 3 wonderful pieces by the Dutch composer Joop Bewing, and she will close the concert with the really exciting Chic Diabolique by Elliot Goldenthal. So please enjoy the music.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, every year it is really a big honor and a pleasure for us to announce highlights of the Ars Electronica Festival here in Deep Space. And so it is as well today, even though under totally different circumstances, because normally the room is packed here, and now you sit here with social distancing, we have our masks on. And yeah, nevertheless, great performances are great performances, and we're also quite happy that at least so many people worldwide are now in the situation that they can follow us online via live streams on our Ars Electronica channel. So the Ars Electronica Festival is still an international festival. So, and for today's highlight, or maybe even a highlight of the whole festival here in Deep Space, I have the honor and pleasure again to announce a great pianist, one of the leading pianists worldwide here in Linz, Maki Namekawa. And this is not the first time that Maki Namekawa performs here in Ars Electronica Center, quite far from it. Since years now, we have the concerts here in Deep Space. She also played concerts every Friday during the time when nobody was even allowed to enter the museum in May and June, for example. And 2 years ago, we also had a performance concert with Maki here in Deep Space when she was accompanied by really beautiful, sensitive visuals by Corey Olan. And this will be also the case today. Maki will play works from Philip Glass. She is the trusted pianist from Philip Glass, and it's going to be a premiere that you will hear the work Distant Figure, a Passacaglia by Philip Glass. And she will also play the Gig Diabolique by Elliot Goldenthal, and then works from Joop Bewing, Ab Ovo, Midway, and Hanging D. So please welcome with me our charming Maki Namekawa on the piano and Corey Olan on the visual side. give her a big hand. Yeah, thanks a lot, Makina Mikawa Coriolan. Come back. Yeah, new circumstances, but the music and the art will stay the same. That's the good thing. So thanks a lot for being here. Please take a look at our schedule for Deep Space program during the festival, because we really have great other acts here in Deep Space as well. And enjoy your festival. Thank you very much.
Walk through Belgrade with the authors of the pervasive game problematizing different aspects of AI. AI versus VI is a pervasive game using a smartphone, a specially designed application with an AI function that acts as a guide through the game, occasionally uniting the player and AI into a symbiotic meta-organism. The game has no preset routes or endings. The path that opens is gradually shaped by the players. The map point of the game opens spaces between different institutions in Belgrade and problematize the role of AI in private and public life. The goal of the game is to put the players in a position to re-examine the current human and algorithmic ways of decision-making and their consequences in the near future.
Ivy is a pervasive game. Running through the streets of Belgrade, the player is guided through many facets of artificial intelligence and its role in contemporary society.
We chose to make it a pervasive game, mapping the center of Belgrade and marking some of the culturally important monuments, government buildings, socially relevant buildings, things that we felt represent a lot of the issues as well as benefits that accompany and further explain the potential implementation of AI in the present and future.
We choose to be a game because both humans and technology are playful.
This is a collaborative art education process and an embodied learning experience. Learning that unfolds with this action is a bodily and sensorial process. We did not want to stay in the dualist paradigm and involve only mind, so to say.
Walking down the street, the player passes through this invisible web of AI that's been casted upon us in our everyday life. Machine errors, biased decisions, privacy issues are brought to the surface. In that sense, the game becomes a kind of wondering upon the questions of regulations and governance of AI, as well as the process of decision-making in regards to its creation and implementation.
And also, if we do transfer our ability, our core ability to make choices on artificial entity, what will it mean for us? What would it mean for our personality? Would human personality change dramatically? How it will affect social structure?
The player communicates with different game characters via chat interface and by exchanging different contents. Players would express their decisions, opinions on different topics, various materials created using their technological devices. On the other side, Lab and Ivy, for example, would send texts, images, and relevant examples from both art and science backgrounds. All of them form players' personal libraries, helping to understand each other, creating unique hypertextual network.
Ivy is a simulation. It's a simulation within a simulation. Actually, we are simulating artificial intelligence in our game to make it more real than real and more intelligent than it really is at this current moment.
We put the player in this world that we've created, and it is a new world. Everything is a little more advanced than it is right now, and we put these choices on them. As we already mentioned, we give them a library where they can use both art and science to find out more about AI as they play. They can use that and make their choices as educated individuals, or they can immerse themselves in the game and make a choice that feels right, using only their intuition. Either way, the players are faced with the consequences of their choices by the end, both the good and the bad ones.
Both humans and machines make mistakes. But hey, the whole world history is full of examples of failures turned out to be creative inventions. There is performative relevance in event we call IVI. The tiny paradox is created by placing a player in corporeal and in the same time technology-mediated situation. And in a moment, it is overcome by the fact that borders between our personal and technologically supported decisions-making quickly adapts to this context. It reveals a fluid, dynamic, and actually very amusing process. It is very virtual in that sense.
There are no answers, mostly questions. Playing the game is an open process of deconstruction of dystopic or utopic stories about AI that prevail our imagination. Of course, it involves asking philosophical questions about mind and humanness. It is a journey through ancient myths, epistemological dilemmas about cognition, but also an inquiry about power relations, high-tech companies, and consumerism.
We think about all the future possibilities. The question of cultural heritage comes to play. Having in mind that our future is now being stored and collected in data centers, as Kate Crawford puts it, players are put in the position to re-examine their immediate behavior and relationship with AI. The game takes you on a journey to locations that are not only related to knowledge, heritage, and consumerism. Aspects of materiality are revealed throughout the game in their symbolical representations. In this way, the player is revealing the complex system of labor, commerce, and geopolitical power that comes to play. Not only that the inner working of our artificial devices are revealed, the impact it has on our cultural, economical, and environmental situations are being brought to light as well.
So we also wanted to peek a little bit into the future and confront the player with a potential singularity point. So singularity is the future time point. In some opinions, it will happen by 2045. In this point of time, the artificial intelligence will not only reach, but significantly exceed level of current average human intelligence. So some people believe that the only way for these two intelligences, human and artificial intelligence, to coexist is to merge. If that will be the case, we were wondering what would happen then for a human intelligence, for a human entity. Are we going to become more and more artificial-like, even if not becoming artificial per se? As in the beginning, artificial intelligence was created in our own image. We were wondering why it was primarily created, to serve us or save us.
Or none of it?
Is there a third option?
Or more?
I guess we'll find out.
The transparency of randomness gives an insight into the world of random numbers and highlights the significance of randomness in current mathematical and physical research. There are an endless number of digits behind the decimal point of pi. Did you know it can be approximated by simply using a large set of random numbers? The more random numbers are available, the more precise this approximation is. Go left. Now right. Left again. Now 2 steps up. 1 right, then 1 down. This apparent wandering based on a huge amount of random numbers is the fundamental basis for many scientific computations. The so-called random walk is used, for example, to calculate the movement of bacteria in liquids. 27 transparent boxes floating in space continuously generate random numbers by using the well-known medium of the dice. Structure and complexity of natural materials are influencing this process.
Hallo? Jetzt 1, 2, 3, 4. Alles gut? Oder doch nicht? Jetzt passt's, oder? Okay.
Here at JKU Linz at the Institute for Theoretical Physics, our research focuses on quantum mechanical phenomena found in many body systems. Path integral Monte Carlo methods are used to stimulate the behavior of interacting atoms. This would not be possible without the fascinating field of random numbers. Immerse yourself into the world of randomness and become an active part of the installation.
From October to March 2022, the World Expo will take place in Dubai. Austria is participating with an extraordinary project, Austria Makes Sense. Ars Electronica Solutions will give us now an insight into the Austrian pavilion, live from the Deep Space 8K.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. I really like to welcome you to this very special Ars Electronica festival that covers the issues of this time in different dimensions and in a lot of variations. And I'm really happy to present you in this session this special project that really unites a lot of questions that covers as well this topic. The Expo 2020. My name is Michael Mondria. I'm the Managing Director of Ars Electronica Solutions, and we are very proud to be part of this very exciting project. And I will lead you through these sessions. We have a lot of very interesting speakers, and it's a great honor for me, first of all, to invite and introduce Mrs. Dr. Beatrix Karl. She is Commissioner General of Austria for Expo in Dubai, and she will tell us some introduction about the Expo and the position of Austria to the Expo. And the stage is yours. Please come.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests. This year, the Ars Electronica Festival, like many other events, is being presented in a different way. In Kepler's Garden takes us on an exciting digital journey around the world in 5 days, presenting ideas and projects and to discuss the central questions of what needs to be done. If you like the idea of a trip around the world in 1 day, and if you are interested in visions, concepts, and solutions for our future, then you shouldn't miss the World Expo in Dubai next year. As Commissioner General of Austria for Expo in Dubai, I'm happy to be given the opportunity at the Ars Electronica Festival to introduce the Austrian Expo contribution. We are proud to have Ars Electronica Solutions as curating partner of the exhibition at the Austrian Pavilion. But what is Expo 2020? Next year, Dubai will host the World Expo from October 1st, 2021 to March 31st, 2022. More than 190 nations and organizations are participating. The organizers expect visitors from all around the world. It still bears the name Expo 2020 Dubai, despite the pandemic-related postponement by 1 year. Expo 2020 gives Austria the stage to share our visions, ideas and solutions with the world. The overall theme of the Expo is Connecting Minds, Creating the Future, and spins around 3 sub-themes: opportunity, mobility, and sustainability. The Austrian participation in Expo Dubai will consist of a self-built country pavilion, as well as an accompanying event program and content program. Our participation theme is Austria Makes Sense. The unique pavilion concept was developed by Querkraft Architects. The exhibition design is being curated and run by Ars Electronica Solutions and Büro Wien. The Austrian Pavilion at the World Expo in Dubai presents our country in an unconventional and surprising setting. It catches the eye, inspires reflection, and leaves a lasting impression. The pavilion is a paradigm for intelligent, resource-efficient architecture that fosters a high quality of life. Moreover, the pavilion hosts innovation, cutting-edge digital technologies, and groundbreaking ideas that will surprise and inspire our visitors. Austria's presence at the Expo is being financed with the funds from the Federal Ministry for Digital and Economic Affairs and the Austrian Federal Economic Chamber. With this participation, we are continuing the long tradition of Expo to showcase innovation, collaboration, and progress. The first World Expo, the Great Exhibition, took place in London 1851. The concept became popular and was repeated across the globe, demonstrating an unparalleled power of attraction and a record of world-class legacies. Renowned landmarks like the Eiffel Tower in Paris or the Atomium in Brussels are examples for that. And some of the most significant innovations of our world have been revealed through expos. The telephone, the washing machine, and the Lohner Porsche, a hybrid car from Austria presented in 1900 in Paris. Even Austria was host to a World Expo. In the year 1873, the 5th World Expo took place in Vienna. 170 years later, the first World Expo Dubai will host the next Global Expo, the first ever in the Middle East, Africa, and South Asia region. Dubai is a hub for innovation and creativity, and thus the right spot to organize this event. An expo is universal. It is about innovation, ideas, and problem solving for our future. It is about the world we live in and the world we want to live in. Austria always uses expos to present itself in an innovative way and surprisingly ingenious. In 2015, at the Expo Milan, the theme was Feeding the Planet, Energy for Life. The Austrian contribution, Breathe Austria, drew the attention to an essential nutrient and one of our most precious resources, air. In 2017, at the Expo Astana, Austria's presentation was in a very colorful, unique, and entertaining way to experience future, energy, and Austria, with mind, soul, and energy. For the Expo 2020, we present a cutting-edge concept and visit experience that will allow our guests to take a deep dive into the very fabric that Austria is made of. Today, we are happy to highlight this project together with our esteemed partners. Our permanent exhibition will showcase Austria in a way that you have not experienced yet and involve all your senses. An integral part of the exhibition serves as a platform for innovation, inspiration, and reflection, where selected Austrian institutions and companies present the latest findings, products, and visions for a better future. But why is Austria participating? Austria is known around the world as a country of culture and a location with a high standard of living. We want to add a few important and for some visitors maybe new elements to this image with our participation. The Expo 2020 Dubai offers the opportunity to position Austria as a global innovation leader. It also represents a unique opportunity to present our know-how and strength in fields like sustainability, digitalization, life science, and mobility. Changes and upheaval in society, science, and the economy occurring in the wake of digitalization and globalization are presenting countries all over the world with major challenges. Austria sees these challenges as an opportunity to shape the future positively and to contribute to the global challenges of the first century through Austrian innovations and solutions. We also want to position Austria as a strong and reliable partner in the Middle East region and in front of an international audience. Let me come to the conclusion. For me, Expo Dubai is a unique platform. On the one hand, to present Austria in an innovative way to millions of visitors and to offer inspiration. On the other hand, it's also a global business platform. We all hope that the pandemic will be over soon, and Expo 2020 offers a platform for a worldwide community to address open issues, potential solutions, and experiences again gained during the global crisis, and to draw important conclusions. It is a great learning opportunity, exposing us all to new thoughts and new ways of doing while connecting minds. Expo 2020 offers a global platform to discuss the big issues and questions of our time. By discussing these questions in such a large public forum, the Expo helps us all realigning to the wider global theme that affect us all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this introduction, and we are looking to the introduction video now. Please, Michaela.
Where there's humanity and ingenuity, there's always
A little louder.
How can we work together and create opportunities today to make the world healthier, happier, and more sustainable tomorrow?
Since 1851, World Expos have been the global platform, bringing together hundreds of countries and millions of people to exchange ideas, explore possibilities, and inspire meaningful change.
In 2021, the next World Expo will be in the UAE, one of the most dynamic and future-focused nations on Earth.
Expo 2020 is already collaborating with individuals and nations, startups and multinationals, supporting and inspiring solutions to some of the most pressing issues of our time.
Because together, we can all create a brighter future.
Great, thank you again for this very nice introduction. And the question comes up now, what is the Expo in Dubai exactly? Why did Austria choose this project that we will come up with? And so, to answer these questions, I really warmly introduce Mr. Magister Helmut Döller. He is from the Austrian Economic Chambers, and he is a project manager, or is in the project management for the Austrian Pavilion at World Exhibitions, and special for the World Exhibition in Dubai. So please come on stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's really, really great to be here. Thank you, Ars Electronica, Michael Mondra, and your team, that we have today the opportunity to present our unique project in this framework of the Ars Electronica. I think it just fits perfectly. My name is Helmut Döller. I'm the director of Expo Austria, and I'm in charge for the Austrian participation at the Expo 2020 in Dubai. Thank you, Ms. Karl, for your statement. She just gave you a short brief about the history of World Fairs, the framework of the Austrian participation, and why it actually makes sense that Austria is participating. I wanted to start my presentation with a quick survey, but due to the pandemic restrictions, there are not so many people here in the room. But even though, I want to ask, please raise your hand if you have already visited an Expo. 2000, Hanover? Yes, there's one. Oh, there are 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, that's nice. And for the others, well, you missed something, but I can tell you why as well. I'm in the Expo field, in the Expo business for more than 15 years now. And for me, Expos are unique and fascinating. There is no other event like an Expo where you can actually visit your favorite countries, or you can discover new places where you've never been to. Yeah? You can taste the food from these countries. You get in contact with the people. You can talk to them. But that's not all from Expos. Yeah? At an Expo, it's a place where you actually get to know big ideas. You learn about the big ideas that have changed the world and will change the world, you know. That's really fantastic. You get answers to questions, so what's the future? How we will live? How will our future look like? Yeah? How we will travel? What will we wear? And because the Expo lasts for half a year, and the visitors not all are experts, the exhibition design is made in a very informative and edutaining way, so you really get the answers in a quick way, and that's unique. But now I want to talk about Dubai. For me, 2021, Dubai will be the hotspot for innovation and inspiration. That 2/3 of the world population lives within 8 flight hours from Dubai. So Dubai is really a central hub within Europe, Asia, and Africa. Dubai is also the home for more than 200 nationalities of people who work there together and live there and who meet up. So it's really international, and that's what an expo is for. The expo site, you see it here, will be located between Abu Dhabi and Dubai, and the size is massive. 440 hectares is the whole size. And that's 2 times the size of Monaco, so really massive, or 800 football fields. And that you have an orientation, in the middle there is the Al Wasl Plaza. That's the central, the heart of the expo site. There we'll meet all the nations at the very beginning. And then there are 3 sectors, and these sectors also reflects the sub-themes of the expo. This is mobility, sustainability, and opportunity. Austria, we have a really prime location in the opportunity sector. You see it behind me. And our neighbors are China and Switzerland. And it's also quite interesting to know that after Expo 2020 closes its doors, the expo site will transform into a District 2020, a human-centric smart city that repurposes more than 80% of its buildings. But country pavilions like ours, they have to be dismantled. Here you see a glimpse. When I think of the Austrian pavilion, of the Austrian participation, I always think of Aristoteles' quote, "The whole is greater than the sum of its parts." And this expresses quite well our ambitions for the Expo 2020. The Austrian participation will consist of the pavilion, but also an extensive content and events program. Today, the pavilion is in the focus. It's also because Ars Electronica, they are in charge and responsible for the visitor experience. And you have really the exclusive chance for a sneak peek on what awaits you in Dubai. But that's not all. For us, our pavilion is kind of an embassy. This is the place where we present ourselves, but this is also the place where Austria welcomes our guests, where we meet the world, where we welcome their guests in a warm and charming way, in the Austrian way. And it's also a place where we're encouraging dialogue, collaboration, and the exchange of ideas. While the pavilion is aimed at a family audience, we have also a very specific tailor-made program for business, culture, youth and tourism. For us, the Austrian participation is also a getaway for Austrian companies. We have made a program, it's called Get Inspired, Informed and Connected. And the goal of this is that we think that, no, I'm sure, that innovation is inspiration and information. And for doing business, you need the right partners. And the Expo provides you the right platform for this. Our aim is clear. We want to position Austria as a strong and innovative partner. And we plan to utilize this unique platform as a gateway for Austrian companies. And without doubt, Austria is a country full of art and culture. And we also want to present this to the audience, to the visitors of the Expo. From classical music to electronic music to design to modern art, Austria is rich on variety, and this will be part of our presentation. And during the Expo, millions of visitors are expected to come. We are also working very close with the Austrian Tourism Board to use this platform in order to attract potential tourists. So let me get also to the conclusion. Expos are unique, and I think it's going to be a fantastic place, and I hope we all meet there. But the pandemic hit us all, and we are all struggling, not just with the uncertainty, but also with the economic impact. But I think, and we think, that hopefully in 1 year, the world will look different. And it's also a signal for a restart after this crisis, and that we can restart there, and it's an opportunity for Austria, for all the world to meet up there and to discuss everything and to create a better future for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this fascinating input and look about of the Expo in Dubai. Maybe we want to start as a transition phase and short video about the Expo in Dubai, and for that I can Wonderful. So, but now, after seeing all these fantastic images, we are really very curious about how does the Austrian pavilion look like? What is behind this fantastic looking like architecture? And I'm really glad to invite now Mr. Clemens Russ, one of the team of the Querkraft architects that originated this architecture. And he's the project manager of the Dubai project from Querkraft. And let's hear what he will tell us about this very fantastic architecture. Please come on stage and tell us something.
Oh boy. Hello. Thanks Ars Electronica Solutions and Ars Electronica Center for having us. It's a great pleasure to represent our Austrian Pavilion contribution 2020 to you in this frame. I'm Clemens Russ. I'm the lead architect at Querkraft Architects, a Vienna-based architecture company, which works in different and huge scales. And however, this is our contribution to the Expo 2020. Let's commence. Becoming a reference is always a key issue. That's one of the key sentences that you get from Expo itself. They're telling you becoming a reference in opportunity, in mobility, in sustainability. And what we said is, what are expos about? They are events that always try to show who's faster, bigger, better, in a way. And what we tried with the Austrian contribution is we tried to do a little bit, not the difference, we tried to make a contradictory point by saying, why not provide a contemplative room, a calm room, a room that focuses back on the humans and the humans themselves and gives them a calm, contemplative room that helps them to focus on their senses again and uses digitalization as a tool. Like we have this archaic room that we created and used together with our partners of Ars Electronica, used digitalization as a tool for humans. Good. Then why not jump into the basic architecture stuff? I hope I don't bother you. The basic shape is made from a simple cone. We arrayed them in a grid and intersected them with each other and created this like column room, beautiful column room. What the architecture is referencing on is not only due to the climate engineering back a reference to getting into dialogue with Arabic building tradition. It's also as well an Austrian interpretation of it. What we did is we created this column room, these intersections, and tried to make a spatial creation by extending the walls to the ground and make this really immersive room, if you want it that way. It looks quite heterogenic if you look at the rendering and look at the time-lapse video that you will see in the end. But in reality, it's always the same cone. It's just simply cut in different heights. And what's so special about the pavilion, one could ask? So the climate engineering is one of the key issues that we're having here. We're focusing on the humans itself, giving them the opportunity to focus on the the main ideas. Why are we doing a big, why are we trying to be a reference for the future? What we're trying to do is to help the humans back to focus on main challenges that we have to address in reality. This pandemic shows us how much we have to address them. And the climate engineering is one of the parts. Just to give you a short overview, we have like 38 precast element cones that we oriented and have a huge exhibition space in the entrance area. We have a welcome area, of course, and then in the back there's this, like, the exhibition area is open to sky, and the back of the house and the rest of the house here is like well focused with little courtyards and has like controlled rooms in the back. And then the backbone of the house is simple and easy, just to place the infrastructure there as it is. Then let's commence with one of the ground floors. There's actually just one. And what you see is that the pavilion is as well as a dialogue with nature as well. We implemented a lot of trees and landscape architecture that will help us in the end to create a better comfort within the pavilion, but in reality to also ensure and sustain a really beautiful room to contemplate there. Then that's an overview that should help you understand the pavilion, the structure of the pavilion. What you see is the 38 cones there. The cones are organized according to the climate engineering, according to the structural regulations, and in the end, as well as architecturally speaking, just to provide a beautiful and really emotional space. And it's really densely populated with trees, and it really gives us in the end a strong contribution to the sustainability issue that we're focusing on with the next one. Yes, this is like one of our major principles, design principles in our architecture. One of the key sentences of Expo 2020 is connecting minds and creating the future. Our office tries to make a contribution by producing a holistic or providing a holistic approach to the whole architectural challenges and as well as world challenges in this case. And what the climate engineering does is we focus on Arabic building tradition, because it is smart in a way to work with thermal massing, to work with move of air, to work with shading, to move with dense shading provided by trees. And we try to use all of these components and interpreted them in a new way and in our architectural way. What we're doing is actually we're using the difference, the temperature difference between day and nighttime. We have what we are able to do is we can provide a proof of concept that by focusing on all the aspects of thermal comfort for humans, we're able to show by which, like, the thermal aspects of for humans are moved air, the temperature, the actual temperature, the humidity, the shading, etc., etc. And what we did is we have thermal massing, we have shading, we have intensified trees that have adiabat cooling effects on the pavilion, and the cones are constructed in a way that they enhance the natural ventilation through the whole pavilion. So there is 1 meter per second air movement every time. What it does is it charges the walls, the thermal massing. The walls are charged by the cold of the night, if you want it that way, and it percolates to the pavilion through the day. And through the day, we have like an intensive shading, and the shading helps us to sustain a comfortable room within the pavilion. As well, one of the key components of the pavilion is the white color on the outside. To be honest, it's not only thermal but structural, which will decrease the heat intake tremendously. Let's comment. Yes, that's an overview of the different heights that we're having. In reality, what we tried is we have in the exhibition area, we have open to sky elements that will help us push the air out, enhance natural ventilation, as well as ensure a really beautiful and dramatic room. We have a pattern cone. The pattern cone has a shading grid on top that helps us to reduce the heat intake as well. And the green cones, the 6-meter cones, are always highly densely planted with plants and dry mists that will help us to sustain a comfortable room there. And through all of these measures, we were able to show that we will be able to reduce the heat intake tremendously, and this helps us to reduce the use of conventional cooling. And the use of conventional cooling is a key issue in Dubai, for instance. It uses 60% of the electricity there, and what we were able to show is that we will use 70% less by these measures. Let's go on. Yeah, the most sustainable material is the one that you don't throw away. What we tried is our contribution to sustainability is not only reminding ourselves that the context helps us, of course, to identify methods to decrease our need for resources, and our need for resources is one of the key issues and challenges that we are having in reality currently. What it does is, that's one aspect of the sustainability concept, but the other one is, of course, the Expo is a six-month event in reality, and we're doing all of this, what Mr. Döller just showed us, it's just for half a year. So what we said is, why not construct the pavilion as precast elements and put them together as a puzzle, and then make them detachable for a new location in the end. And we are currently in discussion for reusing the pavilion at the German University of Technology in Oman, with a really ambitious professor there, who we really highly appreciate too, that we can reuse the pavilion though. Okay, this is a short video of the building site. It's difficult to watch in reality because we're part of this process for more than 2 years now, and of course it took a long time to start because you're confronted with a lot of bureaucracy all the time by building. What you see is the strip foundations, what we were able as well to reduce the amount of concrete that we're using by just cutting it out in strip foundations. And now that the process enhances, you can really see that something really starts to grow and really starts to increase. And suddenly, in the next moment, the first cone, our mock-up cone, our kiosk cone, will rise just from 1 second to another, like that. It's, like I said, it's constructed like a puzzle, a simple puzzle that, like, if you would scale it down, a little kid could do. And understanding how it would work, they were able to just place all of those 2 rows within a few weeks. I think less than 2 weeks, as I remember. What you see is that they are constructed with a really thin concrete wall. The thin concrete wall should not be too thin to have the thermal massing that we need. On the inside there will be clay plaster. The clay plaster will help us to make a comfortable climate and to make a comfortable humidity within the room. And what you see is the painting of the cones is a key element. It's on the one side, it's key, as already mentioned, it's key to decrease the heat intake tremendously, and as well as a structural component, the structure was able to be less could be even less than that, but it's, as I already said, with all of our consultants and with Ars Electronica as well, of all of our team, we were able to provide a holistic approach that shows working together with every engineering aspect. It helps you to figure out solutions that are more tremendous, that show a bigger impact and will help us to sustain a world that will be hopefully better in the end. And this is kind of a long sequence there, and it's about COVID, of course. The building site was impacted by the pandemic as well, quite a lot. But in the end, they were able to put them together, the last cones within some days. And the last row was placed 2 weeks ago. And the palm trees are rising now within the pavilion, and in the front of the house here that you're seeing will be densely planted with palm trees. And yes, we're really looking forward to see our pavilion in lifetime, because we will have not been able to go there to the building site for forever. Okay, I leave you with that. Thanks a lot. It was a pleasure.
Thanks a lot, Clemens. So cool, so awesome. I think all the time I see the architecture again, it's for me like a shock. This immersivity that you can feel with this architecture and what we can do with that, and as well this technology behind it. So using old knowledge, old traditions in a totally different way, like we Austrians always do it. So having this look into this architecture, I think it's now time as well to look on the insides of the communication and as well on the design language that has to fit in a way with the architectural language and has to create as well, and the level is high because of the architectural language is so strong. And I think it's a pity that I could not invite now Astrid Feldner from Bleed Design. She couldn't come, and she was the creative director of creating this visual language, but as well as important part of this process is Bureau Wien, responsible for the communication and all these kind of things. And so instead, and together, maybe with Astrid, if she could come, but now alone, I will invite Michael Müllner, CEO from Bureau Wien, to tell us something about the design language and the communication language.
Okay, so I'm not Astrid, you can see. My name is Michael. I'm, as Michael said, from Bureau Wien. I think what I want to express at the moment is that the last year there was quite a few companies coming together, creating a very, very creative and quite unique way of working together, exchanging knowledge. And it is not like this that there is a specialist doing their specialized job. It was more very creative people bringing one thing together. So you have seen now from Clemens how the architecture design, and you can imagine that a normal exhibition could not work in such an architecture. So what you need is something which is only working in this building and only working in this structure. The other thing is we're in a world, and we're expecting around 180 nationality coming there, and all those nationalities, they speak their special language, they speak their special behaviors. And the first idea behind was how such a clay architecture and such a diversity of people could find as a common language. And then we decided not to use normal words, not to use a normal signage system, and instead of this, we worked with the world of icons, we worked with the world of emojis, every one of you knows, when you go to an airport, and even if you don't talk the language of the country, it's easy to find your way. So together with Astrid from Design Studio Bleed, we found a way how people can go through the pavilion. But you can imagine that there must be even some written words, and for this one, a non-font would be designed. The font is called Airflow, and as Clement said before, there is a lot to do with climate, and when you see now the moving picture, okay, we are here. Now you see it is scratched into the clay. These scratches explain easily to everyone, even if he is illiterated or don't speak any language, how he moves in the pavilion. And on the other hand, we have this Airflow font, and the Airflow font, yep, okay, you see now the different, yeah, now is Airflow. And Airflow is a mixture between a readable language and between a designed only for the pavilion letters. And in all channels, even like on websites, on brochures, on pressings, you find this language. All the other thing without letters is just scratched into the clay. But to understand better what you find in the pavilion now, I would hand over to Chris. And Chris now goes into more details. And I thanks a lot for your attention. My best regards to Astrid.
Thank you very much, Michael. Before you start, Chris, I will just say some words. I think we have now seen a lot of fascinating insights into different aspects of the pavilion. So looking at the architecture, looking at the design language, looking at space. So now we really want to know what is inside the pavilion, what will the visitor experience. And I want just to mention that we are now in an environment, and maybe you can see it on the measurements, so it's 9 meters high. And what we have then there, we try as well to put in this, say, flight through. And Chris, as the head of events and products, and as well as a design lead in Ars Electronica Solutions, will tell us something about what the user experience will be inside the pavilion. Chris, go on.
Okay, I think I have around 5 minutes or something, so I speed this up. It's been quite a ride to arrive here because Austria is a curious country and the brand is quite complex. We oscillate between the love of tradition, then the love for the future. So there's a constant negotiation between where should Austria actually develop, and that's something we actually had to keep in mind. Now that we're actually riding that wave of digitalization also in Austria, the topic of digital humanism is very important for us because it's actually about the fact is technology dominating the society, or is it vice versa, that it actually serves humans? Well, we tried, based on that architecture that in itself is a very essential experience, is actually to not hide technology, but use technology, mainly interesting Austrian technology, to build an immersive experience. It's in itself very interesting because already in 1965 or something, Marshall McLuhan said that we're moving into a pictorial society where images and pictograms get very important. We're moving away from words. This is actually quite true now. So our focus was also in the communication to actually develop some kind of signed language that breaks barriers, cultural barriers, background barriers, national barriers, a system that is easily understandable, and also an empathic experience because you can interpret it. You're not going to be told what exactly it means. It gives you a space, a thinking space, a feeling space. What we actually also think is that we are still a very visually dominant culture, but we assume that sooner or later, maybe just to give the visual cortex a rest, the rediscovery of senses is going to happen.
because this pavilion is a sensual experience. You can actually use all your senses in a multi-dimensional way. It's not that they are not focused on just one sense. So there is experience in there that they're mainly interactive, that actually give you a deeper insight in your visual capabilities. You can have an auditorial experience, a very interesting composition based on Austrian musical tradition, but using modern sensor technology and electronic music parts. Then you can actually have collective experiences in there, like actually turning your heartbeat collectively into an artwork and stuff like that. And the really important point is that this is a collective experience. It's not a single user experience. It's very important for us that groups of people can actually change the atmosphere in there, feel their presence, and can do something together and leave a certain sense of impression then. It's a virtual or empathic impression, but they did something together. And it's not based on backgrounds like, am I technologically capable? Where's my level? It's based on the strict fact that we want to have a humanistic, empathic approach and experience there. Everybody should have a great time and feel good and rediscover their senses and lower their stress level. This is very important for us. And the mixture between, because this is also actually encapsulated in the architecture already, that you actually fuse tradition and modern age, which is something that Austria actually does pretty well all the time. There's always negotiations about how to move forward, and there's always a consensus in society. That's very good. And what we do in there as well is that we offer opportunities how to perceive the pavilion. You're not going to be told how you have to perceive and experience this pavilion. You should actually leave it. There's also a selfie station in the end. You should actually leave it in a really good mood, and you should have the feeling that Austria is on the one hand values tradition, beauty and art very much, but on the other hand it moves straight forward in the future by focusing on green energy, sustainability and the human digitalization inside the society. That's the most important message of the pavilion.
Thank you very much, Chris. I can underline the last statement, of course. And let's look to the last part of the pavilion, and I will invite again Mr. Döller to come on stage, because there's one special space in the pavilion, and maybe you have seen it in the architectural overview. We called it iLab, and the iLab is a space for inspiration, for innovation, where we can show all the wonderful companies and innovation that comes from Austria. And maybe Helmut will come on stage and explain something about this.
Thank you. Well, first of all, I have to say, it's also for me, it was the first time that I've seen the rendering, the go-through through the pavilion, and I'm real stunning. And I have to quote Aristoteles again, the whole is more than the sum of its own parts, of the parts of it. What you feel is the passion. And I think you need the passion also to be successful. And one place where you can experience Austrian innovations, but you also maybe feel the passion for it is in the iLab. The iLab is in the center also of the pavilion. It's not just innovation, it's also about inspiration, information and interaction. Here you see some towers. There we will showcase best of Austria, some products, some solutions, some answers to questions which Austrian companies and startups and institutions has developed. This can go from the green tech, where Austria is quite strong. We really have smart ideas, but also to life science, mobility of the future. I think I'm really looking forward also for this place. And if you have the chance to come to Ars Electronica Center till the end of October, you can experience the first. For the architects, it was also quite a challenge, because you've seen our pavilion, there are 38 cones. And it's not a normal room where you can place an exhibition live with shelf and stuff like this. So they made something special, and they invented this pixel tower. So during the 2 months, we will present 60 companies from Austria with their solutions. And this is also a place which Austrian companies or institutions can use for their purposes. They can invite other companies or other institutions, and really to exchange, to start a dialogue and to exchange ideas. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Helmut. And I want to thank all the speakers. Please stay here because we have just a few minutes. And I want to invite all the speakers to come on stage to say a last greeting. And maybe I may ask Mrs. Karl to have some words in the end to finish this session. So please come on stage.
Yeah.
Clemens.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining our presentation. I hope we could give you a good insight in this very exciting project. The theme of the Austrian contribution is Austria Makes Sense. And I'm sure that your expo visit also makes sense. And therefore, I hope to see you in Dubai next year. Come to the expo, visit the Austrian Pavilion. I'm sure you will not regret it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thanks to all of you.
We're in the process of killing 96% of ocean life. If we fail to act, what will happen to ocean life and to us? The oceans absorb around 30% of the carbon dioxide that is released into the atmosphere. This decreases our ocean's pH and acidifies them, which has deadly consequences for much of marine life. Shells and skeletons dissolve, and marine animals' physiology changes. In humans, even a tiny increase in blood acidity can cause seizures, coma, and even death. If we continue at this pace, by 2100, the oceans will be 170% more acidic. In just 30 years, we are expected to reach the tipping point for the future of the oceans. By increasing global temperatures, we are depleting oxygen in the oceans and suffocating all life forms. Do we want oceans that are empty of life and only filled with our garbage? You still have the power to stop this catastrophe, but the time to act is now.
The traveling plant goes to Kepler's gardens. Where do you start when you are a plant that wants to travel the world? What kind of plant are you, actually? Real? Fictitious? Imaginary? Artificial? Which carriers are you going to take? Which routes are you going to follow? How do you seek for recommendations? Is it safe? The veridical travels around the world of a true imaginary plant.
AI and Music's IRCAM Musical Generatives Discussion Panel in the framework of the Forum Vertigo 2020, showcasing the techniques for the automatic generation of music, which have long been focused on systems ruling the score, are now being deployed at all levels of sound representation: signal, gesture, symbol, form. Sound synthesis using deep networks constitutes a radical break with conventional modeling approaches. So how do composers handle these emerging possibilities? Bayu, Director of IRCAM R&D Department.
Okay, welcome to this panel. My name is Bob Sturm, and I'm an Associate Professor of Computer Science at the Royal Institutes of Technology, KTH, in Stockholm, Sweden. My research addresses applications of artificial intelligence to music, specifically in the music creation process and the variety of ethical considerations that entails. This panel, called Music as Experience in an Age of Artificial Intelligence and Computational Creativity, features 5 composers who have worked with and used AI in their creative work. The title of this panel alludes to John Dewey's Art as Experience, so I hope the conversation addresses the whole process of music creation, including conception, composition, performance, reception, revision, and so on. I don't want today's discussion to try to define artificial music intelligence because it distracts from the very interesting things composers and musicians are doing with AI as one tool of many. The 5 composers on the panel have all used AI in their work. So let's introduce ourselves, starting with Professor Jennifer Walsh.
Hi, Bob. Thanks very much for the invitation. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Oh, I can see. Thanks very much for the invitation. It's really, really nice to get together with a group of like-minded people who are all interested in AI and music. My background is I'm a composer, I'm a performer. I sort of I became interested in machine learning and artificial intelligence sort of in the last, I would say maybe 8 years or so. And for me, initially when I was interested in working with machine learning, this was still at a stage where wavenets didn't exist and everything was about MIDI notation or ABC notation. And because I'm a vocalist that works a great deal with extended techniques and I do a lot of free improvisation, things really got interesting for me in the last 4 years when it became possible to work with raw audio and to do things live. So I know Bob will play a short video now, which is a project that I did. It was a collaboration with the artist and technologist Memo Acton. This was a commission from Somerset House Studios in London, and it's a project called Ultra Chunk, where for a year I made videos every single day, just shot with my webcam, of me improvising with my voice, and then Memo coded this configuration. I think it's about 6 different neural nets that work in tandem called GRANMA, granular neural nets for music and audio, and these work with me live. So as I'm performing with my voice live, these are responding to me. So I have this, I suppose this sort of brings together several different strands of why I'm interested in machine learning, in that I get to see the inside of it by having to make the corpus myself, and then I also get to feel what it's like to be a human performer performing with an intelligence which is not biologically human, and having this sort of space in sort of bringing the uncanny valley to the performance stage, and sort of feeling what it feels like to be improvising, to hear something listen to you and then stop listening to you, but to have this encounter with this other type of intelligence.
And next we'll continue with an introduction from Professor Robert Rowe.
Hi, thanks. It's a pleasure to be here.
So indeed, I was trained as a composer and have been working on algorithmic composition for 40 years. First started at the Institute of Technology in Holland, working with Gottfried Michael-Koenig and Paul Berg, and others. Moved on from there to IRCAM, where I was able to start working on real-time applications of algorithmic composition. Went from there to the MIT Media Lab, where I wrote my dissertation on these kinds of systems that can listen to musicians in real time and respond to them based on some of the musical aspects of what the musicians are doing. My first book, Interactive Music Systems, was based on that. I was working with Marvin Minsky at the time, certainly informed my ideas about artificial intelligence as they relate to these topics. Moved on from there to New York University in the music technology program, where I have been ever since. Wrote a second book, Machine Musicianship, that Bob referred to earlier. Perhaps I'll drop in just a bit of audio from an improvisation I did with Steve Coleman and Muhal Richard Abrams at the Banff Center in 1989. At NYU, we have been heavily involved with machine learning and in particular deep learning in the Music and Audio Research Laboratory, about $10 million in NSF funding to explore various aspects of that. Recently, particularly with environmental sound, since there's money to there's more music, unfortunately, at least in the US. But I think maybe the most important thing, at least what feels most important to me right now, is I've just started teaching a class called Music, the Mind, and Artificial Intelligence for undergraduate students, 18 and 19-year-olds, to try to get them to understand what AI is, what it can do, and what it can't do. As I say to them, it's going to be one of the defining aspects of their lives, and they need to understand it. There is so much misunderstanding about what these systems are really capable of that is very dangerous. I don't think the danger comes so much from the fear of superintelligence as it does from people attributing much more intelligence to these things than they actually have. So teaching 18 and 19-year-olds not only to use agentic programs, but what they're doing, how to understand them, and how to train their own models to make their own use.
And next, we'll have an introduction from Oded Bental.
Hello. I'm a composer and researcher. I actually am collaborating with Bob, where we actually met back in the 1990s at Stanford at Karma. I'm using kind of intelligent or demi-intelligent things, first like Robert and Jennifer, in kind of live interactive situations where I want the computer to react intelligently, musically to the input signal. But since like 4 or 5 years, Bob and I have started this project of applying machine learning to a corpus of folk music, originally Irish, and now we gradually are expanding. And Bob is going to play a short excerpt from the first piece I wrote using this approach, where material generated by a system trained on Irish folk music is generating things, and I work with them, and I titled the piece Bastard Tunes in the kind of original way of the meaning bastard, that it's kind of the illegitimate offspring of me and an artificial intelligence.
And let us move to introduction from Artemi.
So good afternoon from me as well. I am a composer and artistic researcher, and my research explores not only compositional applications of AI and machine learning in particular, but also the potential of machine learning to shape musical thinking, to shape compositional thinking. So I'm interested in the relation between computational tools and technical possibilities on the one hand, and compositional affordances on the other hand. So in other words, I'm interested in exploring whether and how machine learning and artificial intelligence can lead to the emergence of new artistic concepts and practices. In my compositional practice, I focus on the interaction between human musicians and interactive music systems that use machine learning to process and to collect and process information from their environment. I call this type of compositions interactive compositions. Of course, the type of computer music system that is involved in these compositions is not a system that is meant to be used in an improvisational context. So these systems are designed for the needs of a specific composition, of a specific compositional idea, which means that their behavior is very idiosyncratic. And this, in combination with the score, allows the piece to maintain its identity, while at the same time enabling the musician and the interactive music system to make decisions in real time and to determine the course of the performance. So in a way, its instantiation of the work is the result of collaborative and collective creativity between human or among human and non-human agents. The piece we are going to hear next is such an interactive composition for human and robotic percussionists, and it's called Imitation Game.
Okay, let us now hear from the final panelist, Shelley Knotts.
Hi, I'm Shelley. I am a postdoctoral researcher and I'm currently based at Durham University in the UK. And I'm working on a project there called Mimic, or Musically Intelligent Machines Interacting Creatively, which is a bit of a mouthful. And this project is about developing an accessible web-based platform for the creative use of machine learning, machine listening, and live coding. And the part of that project that I work on is about machine listening with the researcher Nick Collins. That's the British Nick Collins, not the American one. And as part of that research, we've also conducted a survey on sort of trying to gain some perspectives on how much people are actually using music AI software in their work, and also their attitudes to AI. So I'm happy to sort of talk about that as we go along. As well as being a researcher, or like as part of my research, I'm also a musician and improviser. I work primarily in live coding performance, and also on network music, collaboration, and improvisation. and sort of to talk a little bit about how I've used AI in my work. I think it's not really a term that I tend to associate with my work, maybe largely for some of the reasons that Robert talks about, that there's a lot of sort of obfuscation with the term AI, that it doesn't really describe what's going on in the background. And I think some people kind of often use it as a way to sort of like hype the work or market the work, rather than to talk about what they're actually doing. So yeah, a lot of the work I'm doing is to do with machine listening and sort of small data sets, and sort of driving creative processes with small amounts of data. I'm sort of driven by sort of the desire to have the computer to do things that I don't expect and sort of have some agency and to intervene in creative and collaborative processes. And in general, as a performer, I don't really want to be fully in control of the systems that I'm performing with. So I want there to be some sort of sense of collaboration in the same way that you would have when you're performing with jazz musicians or other types of human musicians, is what I'm trying to recreate with those performance systems. And I'm also doing work that's often sort of quite implicitly or sometimes explicitly critical of sort of how we're interacting and working with algorithmic systems. So one piece I did was a work for a telematic female laptop orchestra, which was an algorithmic mixer, which was sort of like trying to question the ideas of like making an algorithm manage a collaboration and sort of all the ideas around hierarchy and equality and sort of bringing a programmer into a creative process that might bring up. And another work that I've done recently that I think we'll maybe hear a clip of is Algorithmic Girl, which is a piece that's sort of explicitly driven by punk music. So this was sort of supposed to be a little bit of a poke at the fact that a lot of sort of big data machine learning algorithms are driven by tonal music made by white men, and also to do with thinking about appropriation in the context of AI. So I sort of tried to do that by referencing the sound world and ideals of Riot Girl, which is a feminist punk music, and their sort of ideas around sort of seizing the means of production and critiquing established male-dominated systems.
Okay, so thank you very much for those introductions. They were on point, on time, very relevant. Some things that I've noticed among all of your comments and some of the readings I've done is the use of AI to create worlds and explore artistic concepts that were not thought about. I would like for you each to reflect on your use of AI in your work and where you see it adding and where you see it detracting. And if I might be so cheeky as to specify an order in which you could respond, perhaps starting with Professor Walsh on that question.
I think a lot of composers view AI, it's almost like an extension of Cage's engagement with the I Ching. It's a way to add random elements or to sort of jog people out of a rut, you know, or to sort of you know, provide solutions compositionally that maybe you know, don't seem intuitive. And when I use the word intuitive, that already opens up a massive can of problematic worms, in that, you know, of all, like, composers are trained, you know, early training for composers is really, really focused on a very specific way of writing harmony, of writing counterpoint and things like that. And so I think composers love that chance of being jolted out of that feeling. Whether or not they're writing tonal music that's fully notated, or they're you know, working in maybe a sort of controlled improvisatory space or something like that. So for me, that was very much my interest, was a possibility to engage with something that I couldn't quite predict. I was also interested in it, you know, in terms of it being a different type of intelligence, in that there's been loads of free improv players I've played with who said, okay, we're going to put this system and you can interact with it, and I've had fun doing that. But, you know, I think in terms of, you know, interacting with a machine learning system, I think almost like it's like interacting with a dog, or interacting with the bacteria. I sort of see it from this sort of Donna Haraway cyborg manifesto perspective, where it's this opportunity to see how something thinks, like a different type of intelligence. And we don't expect dogs to think like us. And if you read people like Jacob van Oekschool, and he talks about the idea of the umwelt that an organism lives in, he's saying like a tick, you know, a tick when it's on the end of a leaf, debating whether it's going to drop onto an animal or not. Its sort of inputs are very different to ours. Its notion of its environment and where it sits is very different to ours. So that's what was interesting to me, this sort of encounter with something else. And of course, I see the limits within those systems very quickly, and I see my own terrible limits and my own, you know, bad habits and ruts and things like that. And it's an opportunity to jolt them out. So that's sort of one thing I'm interested in. But the other thing I'm also extremely interested in is that, and I'm very interested, Robert, I would love to see the syllabus for your class, because I'm a professor at a Hochschule, at a conservatoire. So I'm professor of experimental performance at the University for Music and the Performing Arts in Stuttgart in Germany. And the students that I teach there could be opera students, puppetry students, composition students, and I also teach students from the art school and from the design academy. So I have to teach this huge range of students, and I never know exactly who's going to wind up in the classroom. And I've been trying to think of ways and implementing ways to teach them about machine learning and to teach them about AI. And one of the things I keep saying to them is, you need to look at the nuts and bolts of how these things are made, because if you don't understand how a corpus is put together, then, you know, as Shelley said, you end up with these corpus. We inherit these corpuses, corpi that already exist, that are loaded down with biases and all sorts of problematic thinking. And so, you know, I think Trevor Paglen's work on ImageNet is really fascinating, because it shows us how flawed that corpus is. So that's what I'm also interested in, is if you look at the nuts and bolts of how it's put together, instantly you start thinking about the archive and you start thinking about the canon, which means it's possible to maybe decolonize the archive and the canon through the work that you're doing with AI. So you can sort of do a lot more. It sort of reaches out into the world, and it's something that's much, much bigger than the networks themselves, to encompass, you know, everything from race and gender to class and history.
Professor Rowe, would you like to continue?
Sure. Yeah, I would echo much of what Jennifer said, and I'd be happy to send you my syllabus. It's been a lot of fun. I would say that the real attraction and the thing that has kept me working on these things for 40 years now is the possibility to think a kind of design of meta systems. So thinking about systems that will create music rather than writing individual pieces, writing systems that are capable of producing a class of work, and what's involved with that kind of compositional thought, and what it makes possible in working with other musicians, so that they become confronted then with these systems, and, you know, what kind of sense do they make of them, what kind of music comes out of them that I may not have foreseen, certainly they have not foreseen. All of that, I think, is still the real magic of it. And the drawbacks, I would say, I would characterize them more as the challenges. I think that AI is at a huge crossroads right now because AI has come to be more or less synonymous with machine learning. That has its fantastic possibilities, but also its real limitations. I think that music both spotlights those limitations and offers us a way to explore them and perhaps move beyond them. I think that music may be one of the most important research areas for AI right now, because the things that machine learning does not do well is it doesn't deal with hierarchy very well, it doesn't deal with change over time very well. And both of those things are exactly what we need to model music. In terms of the frightening aspects of it, I mean, the main example I use is Loomis versus Wisconsin, a U.S. Supreme Court decision that came down several years ago, in which there was a case where a man was convicted of theft. Prosecutor asked for a 5-year sentence. Judge pulls out his phone, looks out and picks up an app, plugs in the guy's gender, his age, his criminal history. Says, no, the app says 10. You get 10. He has no idea how the thing works, what it was trained on. It was probably trained on all the mistakes we've made in the past. This went up all the way to the U.S. Supreme Court. Supreme Court said, not a problem. He doesn't have to know. He doesn't need to know what it was trained on. His app says 10 years, it's 10 years. And that is just extremely, I mean, it could have been random numbers for all we know, probably practically was random numbers. And we have the opportunity. I mean, the other problem is very small data sets. If you're trying to recreate, the Beatles, there's 255 songs. It's not enough to be useful for the way these things work. How can we develop human in the loop, all these kinds of techniques that will allow us to steer these things over time? How do we incorporate domain knowledge? There's all these things that are directly applicable to music, and we can explore them in a way that won't result in a car driving into a wall or people getting shot. I think that the drawbacks are the way AI is being approached socially, but I think that we're in a unique position to try to make some progress.
Thank you for that, and highlighting the fact that music provides a very good playground for exploring many of these technologies. We'll return to the question of who is allowed to explore applying AI to music in terms of engineers being not educated in music later. But continuing the conversation of what adds and detracts to your own artistic work with AI, let's continue with Oded Bental.
So I'll echo Jennifer and Robert in that for me, it's a way of engaging with an other. It's something external. I would refine that in kind of two ways. One is, unlike Cage and the I Ching, the other we engage with does have kind of musical traces. It's not just an arbitrary set of constraints. There are kind of what's being thrown back at me has some resemblance or has some traces of human music activity. So it's a kind of a musical endeavor. The other thing that I found out is that it enables me to work a little bit like painters, in the sense that if I compose music in a normal way, it's all down to imagination. But unlike a painter who can put some paint on a canvas and kind of walk back and look at what there and kind of come back and do kind of an interactive loop of evaluating, seeing what's there and changing. This happens in electronic music if you're doing generating sound electronically, or when I'm kind of working with a machine learning system and looking at outputs generated by the system and then evaluating, say, no, this is worthless, or I can't do anything with it. Let's try tweak parameters and do more. So that's the part where I think is kind of changes the creative process for me, which is kind of useful to do as a composer. And that also relates to the kind of drawback or cause that it's just more time consuming. Getting to understand this machine learning, what it's not so much understanding how it does, which is really tricky, but understanding what it can do for me involves a long generation process of perhaps hundreds of instances of short, few bars of music. I'm working with Bob, and we're doing with symbolic music rather than audio. But similar kind of hundreds of times going over this iterative loop, and 95 or 99 out of those 100 are not much or useless, between useless and curiosities. But then there are some nuggets there that are kind of ways of moving forward, and then transforming them into music that I'm happy with is another step in the process. So it is a bit of a longer than just putting pen to paper or going into Super Collider and developing something which I already am familiar with. So this kind of unfamiliarity is costly in a sense.
Thank you very much. Let's continue hearing from Artemi.
So what I find I'm becoming really interested in is not necessarily the capabilities of machine learning algorithms, but their specificities and also their limitations. So right now I'm writing a piece that is a comment on AI bias to some extent. I am training neural networks to predict my own aesthetic preferences. I have collected some recordings of improvisations with the clarinetist, because it's a piece for bass clarinet and electronics. And then I have just segmented these audio recordings and evaluated them based on my own subjective preferences on a Likert type scale. And then what I'm doing is I'm just using this material as training data for the neural network. The idea is that the neural network will evaluate the musician's input in real time during the performance and will respond to sounds it likes, but will remain silent or propose different sound material when it is not so interested in the musician's input. Another interesting aspect of this piece is that the interactive music system has no sound material to begin with. So the idea is that the interactive music system will collect sound material during its interactions with different musicians. So there are two aspects that are really important to me in this piece. The first is that in this piece it's impossible to say where human agency ends and machine agency begins. So the decisions that the interactive music system will make during the performance cannot be traced back to the data that I provided entirely, because in a way my own bias, my own subjectivity is filtered through AI bias. And that's what I find very interesting, that in the end what emerges through this process is a hybrid human and machine agency. And the other thing that this piece explores is the locus of authorship. So where does my authorship lie in this? My authorship just lies in the data that I provided, really, because I did not even provide sound material for the neural network. So just by providing these examples, I am developing an interactive music system that can first make aesthetically driven decisions, evaluate its interaction with the musician and aesthetically, and secondly, just collect sound material and build the piece starting from there, starting from just the neural network.
Okay, interesting. Shelley, would you like to continue?
Sorry, I'm not dealing very well with unmuting myself. Yeah, there were so many interesting perspectives there. It's hard to add to that, but I suppose maybe I'm just going to echo some of the things that have already been said, that what I'm interested in with AI is kind of systems that, as an improviser, will push me in new directions, stuff that I might not necessarily have thought of when I go into an improvisation that might push me somewhere new into new territory, and also providing forms of feedback. So I have one piece which is maybe a little similar to what Artemi just described, where it's like trained on like a corpus of my own improvisations, and when I'm performing, it's basically trying to tell me how similar or different my performance is to stuff that I've done before, which isn't really AI as such, but it's sort of a sort of feedback system. So maybe if I find that I'm sort of repeating myself, I'm pushed into sort of a zone of thinking where I'm like, well, I need to do something new. So that's kind of an interesting piece for me to perform with an improviser. Yeah, and I guess also, I guess I'm interested in sort of abstracting aspects of collaborating with other improvisers into the computer system. So I'm thinking about collaborative improvisation and how I might want that to happen in collaborating with an algorithmic system that I'm programming myself. And in terms of detracting, I guess I'm kind of struggling a little bit with this. I guess some sort of things I can see is like it could be possible to sort of program sort of repetition or sort of creative ruts into your system. I'm also, I guess, interested in sort of black box, or interested in avoiding black boxes. So I'm a live coding performer, and like part of that style of performance is about revealing your code, and through that revealing your process and being extremely transparent about what's going on in your computer. And as soon as you get into working with big machine learning models and black boxes, you're like obfuscating so much about the process. And you're sort of throwing away, as a live coder, that transparency. So that's something that I suppose I'm sort of conscious of, like trying to avoid. And I think some other people talked like really nicely about machine learning and dealing with hierarchy and sort of social approaches to AI. So I don't want to repeat what's been said, but I also think that's interesting things to talk about.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, I'd like to open it up to a more open format here and touch upon some of the ideas that you have offered. One is this idea of black boxes. I like the fact that you can train an AI on data. You don't really know what it's learned to do, but you can see some outputs, you can interpret that outputs, and engineers like to see, you know, their algorithms getting the right answer, and the right answer is defined as whatever's in the training data. But when it comes to artistic practice, oftentimes it's hard to define what the right answer is, and even more paradoxically, the failure of an algorithm could be of benefit too, creatively. Right. So is anyone willing to respond to this idea of failure of models providing creative opportunities, or examples in their own work of such occurrences? Oh, yes, Jennifer.
I suppose one of the things that I'm interested in is how a lot of sort of off-the-shelf AI music generating apps and software are really full of failure and full of problems. And so certainly with some of the musicians that I work with, we sort of, to us it's like finding outsider art in a record bin, you know, at a thrift store is when you are able to let it fail in that way, you can sort of show the audience that it's failing already, and you can show the audience like the limits of the software. So like one of the last proper shows I played before lockdown, you know, before everything shut down, was in Boston, and I was working with Wobbly, this San Francisco based musician who's really very concerned with machine listening, and MC Schmidt, a musician from Matmos. And so we weren't doing a show that was an AI themed show, and we weren't doing it to an audience of, you know, technologists. We were just doing it to a regular audience. But we were playing around with all these terrible apps, like, I shouldn't say terrible apps in case I'm insulting the people who made them, but we were playing with these apps that were like using machine learning to write pop songs in real time, and we were able to see what pop songs they were using as the sort of the seed, and then I was improvising, trying to sing the original pop song but making it fit into the AI version. And so those sort of failure moments, and what normal musicians would say, this app doesn't work so well because I can hear shadows of the original, you know, in this new version, and so therefore it doesn't get me a brand new piece of music. In the improv world, they're just seen as like fun toys to play with, to mess around with the limits of what these things are capable of. So from that perspective, it's extremely rich, and I'm more interested in the failures than the successes. If it sounds just like top 40, it's not fun anymore, because then you can't play with it and point out to the audience what's weird about it.
Would anyone else like to respond?
I can add some. I mean, so again, going back to the project I did with Bob of the folk RNN, which trained on Irish tunes, and I was particularly interested in the non-Irish sounding things that the system could produce, because the kind of most of what comes out of the system is pretty generic and nondescript. And kind of self-identical in a sense. You've got things that are unmemorable and sound everything like itself. There are occasionally, as the album that we released showed, there are kind of good tunes that people good Irish tune that fit within session music and can be fit into an album of session music. But for me, the most interesting things were things that kind of really deviated from the tradition just enough that it wasn't completely arbitrary or completely random, but had some traces of the original training data, but was sufficiently free of it that I could play around with it a lot. And the other example is this piece I just finished recently, which I tried to see what the magenta tools that were released can do. It's a kind of different system that operates a bit differently than folk RNN. And one of the things I discovered that they have two options. They can generate melody or drums. And I think I was kind of mixing those two. So I was kind of taking a melody and asking Magenta to treat it as a drum and the reverse. And so things that were kind of not planned or not designed into the system produced for me the kind of most interesting or kind of most thing with the most creative potential. Some of them are totally uninteresting in and of themselves, probably, but for me had a kind of creative potential because they're kind of unintended consequences of trying to subvert the system in a sense.
Yeah, I would echo some of what has already been said. Personally, since the opportunities for interaction are somewhat limited these days, I've been using some of these tools on recorded signals. So one of them is the system called CREP that was developed here. It's a very good pitch tracker. But musically, some of the most interesting things that it produces are when it's very low confidence. So you can be getting the pitches, for example, I've been using it on a recording of the Debussy Syrinx. And at the phrase boundaries, where actually there's nothing being played, it does these fantastic things where it's just trying to figure out what the pitch could possibly be. Which for me is interesting because it's a way of introducing segmentation, trying to find the hierarchy in the structure of this music. But just from a pitch standpoint, the mistakes are the most fabulous things about it. But in general, I've been thinking a lot about the problem of, we all as composers, and it's a general, the sort of process of people working this way, is that you tend to sit and wrestle with material until you get something that you think is compelling. And it's impossible for us to make a corpus of 50,000 examples that's going to train a meaningful machine the way that these things work now. But there are using interpretability, incorporating domain knowledge. But what I'm really interested in is these human-in-the-loop computing, where you train it on a relatively small data set, but then the model shows you which examples it's most confused about. And then you only have to identify those one or two, retrain, and then it shows you again something at the boundary. So even as individuals, we can get somewhere with these models without having to contemplate the horror of generating 50,000 examples. We can work in an afternoon and get something advanced to the place that it might be able to do something useful. So being able to leverage the mistakes as a way to make it more possible for individuals to work with these systems is something I find very interesting.
Artemi and Shelley, you both wear two hats in terms of being a composer and being an engineer in developing these machine learning systems. How is it reconciling? Is it easiest to work with those two hats, or have you worked with machine learning engineers in creating some of the technology that you've applied to your music?
I can go first. Okay. So I'm actually not an engineer. I'm a classically trained composer, but I am programming and training my own neural networks. So I'm programming everything from scratch. And the reason for that is that I really don't like black boxes. I want to be able to understand how the algorithms work. I want to be able to understand how changing a single parameter can affect what the algorithm learns. So that was the reason I started programming the neural networks myself. But unfortunately, I have not been able to collaborate with engineers yet. I think this is terribly needed right now. Actually, I feel that engineers' interests and artists' researchers sometimes can be really far away. And I think that the field would definitely benefit from more collaboration between artists and developers.
Yeah, I guess I would also just add to that I'm also not really technically an engineer. I mean, I'm a trained musician who has done a lot of programming, but I don't really have any computer science background at all. And yeah, I also don't tend to work with engineers as such, and I don't know whether it's just some stubbornness on my part that if I'm building a system, I want to be able to build it myself and know how it works and be sort of involved in the entire process from sort of having the idea to how it plays out in performance. I suppose that's also a little bit like the live coder in me. That yeah, I just I guess I see the whole chain as part of the creative process, and so sort of giving that away to someone else and saying, okay, you program this part of it, seems like it doesn't quite work for how I work personally.
Okay, great perspectives. I would like to move to another topic, and that's the danger of involving AI in your work. We see a lot of media attention being devoted to the forthcoming superpowers of AI in a surveillance state. Robert mentioned the use of AI in sentencing people, predicting recidivism in crime, predicting crime, and so on. And in my own work, I wrestle with the development of AI. When I develop these technologies and I research them for music, am I somehow contributing to the surveillance state of testing these algorithms in such case? Even though music, working in the domain of music, is not going to kill somebody like an autonomous vehicle, there are still ethical issues involved in that. We see a lot of machine learning papers devoted to trying to reproduce Bach harmonizations, but also reproduce the Beatles. And of course, one composer is dead there, and others are living. The ethics of reproducing living artists and their voices carry some weight for me. Could some of you reflect on these ethical issues of involving AI in music? Shelley.
I'm happy happy to reflect on that. Yeah, I suppose I sort of like have a lot of sort of worries about big data, machine learning, and sort of not, I think we've already talked a little bit about that, about like not necessarily creating your own data sets and the amount of bias that's building into systems. And also, I guess, you know, the Google Magenta data algorithms have already been mentioned, and I suppose that's one example where you're talking about a huge tech corporation who's like appropriating giant amounts of data because they're probably like the only organization who has the time and resources to appropriate that amount of data, and then that's being baked into a lot of AI creative music systems. And yeah, I guess we have to ask like what it is that we're baking in there. And I think there's like a lot of examples from other fields where there's sort of been some problematics with that. So I think there was a recent story about image data set which had like huge and problematic amounts of racism built into the data set because the labeling included like really offensive terminology, and yeah, not having sort of a check on that and not knowing like where the data has come from and whether the people have consented to that, I think is just like hugely problematic. Yeah, I also read of another example recently where some researchers wanted to make a machine learning algorithm and they needed copyright-free data. And because a lot of European and America, Europe and America have really tough copyright laws, they took musical data from a country that has lesser copyright laws and used that as their data set, and like the artists who contributed to that were not credited or recompensed for what they had contributed. So I think there's quite a lot of big ethical questions about sort of that amount of like appropriation in terms of the data sets that we're using.
Well, I would just say that the other nice thing about working with the 18 and 19-year-olds is they bring me stuff that I wasn't aware of myself. And one was this video called Travis Bot. Everybody else may have known about this, but I hadn't seen it before. But it was recreating the style of Travis Scott without using any of his own material. So it trained a model, and then it output this material, both visual and audio, that replicates his style. And one of my colleagues is Lawrence Ferrara, who is one of the leading so-called forensic musicologists, who testifies as an expert witness in copyright cases all the time. So I asked him, you know, and apparently Travis Scott had nothing to do with this. It wasn't asked for permission. And I asked whether he would have a case, a copyright infringement case. And Larry's, you know, just over email take was that he would not have a copyright infringement take because there were no samples of Travis Scott's work used in the video, but he would have a trademark infringement case. They're just trying to make it look like Travis Scott was enough to infringe his trademark, but not his copyright. So yeah, there's a huge problems with all of this stuff. You know, we've already talked about the racism, sexism, all of the if you're going to use huge data sets of human decisions from the past, you're just going to cook in all of the human mistakes from the past. So, you know, again, I'm hopeful that music might be a way that we could explore techniques for mitigating some of these problems, but the problems certainly exist nonetheless.
I think that these problems, my sort of view is that like each problem that we have with these ethics, they create new, very interesting projects. So what you're saying, Robert, about, you know, getting a forensic musicologist to look at Travis Bot, this extends that project, you know, and makes like a new project that adds on to that. That's completely fascinating. And I think that's how I try to view it, is that like if we really, and I know I was saying this earlier, this idea of looking at the nuts and bolts of how these things are made, there's possibilities for intervention, there's possibilities for interesting questions to be sort of unteased. And there's a project I've been doing at the moment which is taking forever because we're building a corpus of all text scores that have been written. So everything has to be transcribed by hand. the folders are a total mess of like Word documents, PDFs, JPEGs, TIFFs, oral descriptions, handwritten scans of PDFs from the 60s. And we're putting it all together, and then just even to decide what the metadata tags would be was a huge, you know, like days of discussion. But by putting it together, this issues of authorship, these issues of like, you know, is it okay to use people's scores to train it on? Those have all come very much to the fore. And what it's made us think about very much is that like the entire text score tradition, and I'm really thinking like from Fluxus onwards, but some sort of early performances of Dada, that's sort of like a mythology, it's sort of a folklore. So most of the experimental composers I know, that to them is their Brothers Grimm, you know, that's sort of what they were raised on, and it's in their DNA. And when they're writing to that tradition, they know they're participating in that tradition. And they're often even using exactly the same syntax, the same vocabulary as people did 50 years ago or 60 years ago. And the solution Ragnar, my assistant, came up with was, he said, we need to make this project exist on the blockchain so everybody can buy tokens invested in the project by investing their scores in the project. But we were like, we don't have the money to, you know what I mean, to make this. But even to me, Ragnar's concept of like making a text score machine learning project exist on the blockchain is important, because we start to think about these issues of who wrote these works, how are they contributed, how does the community use them? You know, when even my students are introduced to text scores for the first time, it sort of blows their minds and they all start writing them. But they're often writing things that are echoes of, you know, stuff from Lamont Young's anthology 1960, which itself is a collection of, you know, pieces by other people. So I think, I always think like there's loads of projects in the cracks, if that makes sense. You know, there's ways for people to sort of be involved with AI, and I always say to my students, you don't need to learn to code to have an investment in this project. Your phone's doing it anyway, like right now, so you're already involved in it. But if you just try to learn how it's put together, straight away there'll be really interesting things that you can sort of draw out and turn into projects.
So I just wanted to add that legal and ethical issues aside, I think that the ability of AI to reproduce the styles of human artists might actually help enhance our creativity. Georgina Bourne writes that each musical work exists in continuation of a musical past and in anticipation of a musical future. And I think it's this anticipation and it's this speculation about the future that is the most important part of the creative process, and that will become increasingly important. So I think that as computers get better at imitating, we will get better at innovating.
It's a good point to move to the future. In Robert's book from 2004, Machine Musicianship, he writes in chapter 1 that a large part of the motivation for making music with computers is that computers are less troublesome to employ than people. And talking about, you know, we see the redundancy of people in positions because their work is being automated. Several of you are educators of musicians and composers, and some of you are being trained in composition. So what do you think the future holds for your ability to make a livelihood, or your students' ability to make a livelihood, as more and more of the music creation process is automated?
Well, as the one who wrote those words, I would point out that I went on to say that my own work is against that idea. Just because computers are less troublesome to employ doesn't mean we should. Actually, what I said was that there is no meaning to machine music unless it engages a human culture. So that we have to find ways to make the machines interact with and be meaningful to human partners. So in my own work, that's why it has always involved interaction between humans and machines. But that's where, you know, that's another reason to be teaching these students how to use these tools. I think that the tools are far away from being able to create meaningful musical experiences the way that humans do. I think that they can certainly contribute to that process and add even expertise. Let's say automatic mastering, or we don't credit all of the plugins that we use. We're already far down the path of machines contributing in a very integral way to the products that we're listening to. But I have not yet heard, and don't believe I'm going to hear for quite a while, a machine all on its own produce music that is as interesting and compelling as what humans can do on their own, or what humans almost uniformly do in collaboration with machines. So what's to be training the musicians of the future, as we're all doing, is teaching them how to understand those machines and how to use them and how to let them empower us to make our own expression.
I think like Robert, I'm very much doubtful that we're entering an era where music will be automatically generated with the press of a button. Where I do think there is a big difference is that the kind of skills required for working in music are going to continue to develop. The skills that were needed 100 years ago are different from the skills were needed 50 years ago, from 10 years ago, and 10 years in the future. And I think as educators, that's the key issue, that we need to prepare or get our students thinking about what will be the skills they need and the career path, which I think what machine learning is going to change is probably some of the career path, especially kind of the entry-level jobs that are currently done by people, by graduating students, or in the early stage where they learn on the job some of the skills that eventually they can develop, of working in the studios and in small media companies, how to get some of these. And these are things that, as Robert said, some of them are kind of being automated away. But that doesn't mean that there won't be new ways of making music. And I think that's the key issue. The idea that machines can imitate what we currently do, even if that is successful, which we are all doubtful about, I think, does not mean that in 20 years' time, none of us will be needed at all, because our own demand, our own thinking about what is music, what is musically possible, what is the music we would like to listen to, our own creativity as listeners, as performers, as composers also moves with the technology. So it's just about finding innovative ways, like we talked about, kind of various failures that inspire us, and there will be other failures, like turntablists discovered that while most people just play vinyl records for their playback capabilities, you can also subvert that in sort of very interesting ways, and it opened new ways of making music that were not available before that. So like all technology, it can be used in multiple ways, and human innovation and capability for creativity moves with that and adapts to that new technological environment. That's where we need to point our students to. This is what we think is coming here, and these are, like Robert said, these are the skills, these are the kind of new systems you have to start thinking about and have to get your hands on to be able to be a productive and interesting musicians in 10 years' time.
I think that for me, when I talk to my students about the future, which is very strange because what I talked to them about as the future 6 months ago is not what I talk to them about now in late July 2020. But I always say to them, look, I doubt that during our lifetime there's going to be a sort of an autonomous AI that's writing music that's at a level that a human can, that is indistinguishable. But that doesn't matter, because right now AI is affecting every aspect of your daily life. It's, my students, I always say to them, how do you pay for music? you know, because they're studying to be musicians, and I say, how do you pay? Who do you pay, and how do you pay? And most of them are on Spotify or YouTube, and they're not paying musicians directly, you know, so they're not using Bandcamp, for example. They're using Spotify and YouTube, and there is so much AI baked into Spotify and YouTube, deciding what we're served, how we're served it. And in the same way that, you know, there's been fantastic work done on how YouTube can sort of steer you into a right-wing rabbit hole, it can also do that musically on Spotify, not into a right-wing rabbit hole, but it can sort of steer you down certain genres or certain styles. And because I do a lot of projects with a lot of different music, there's times where my algorithm is completely awful and completely terrible. Like I've trained the algorithm in a really bad way because I've listened to too much weird, different music, and I'm getting served really weird things. And I know that from day to day. I also think AI is baked into Facebook. And a lot of discussions about what music is, where music should go, Adorno, yes, no, that's all happening on Facebook. Like, new music, in a way, has sold its soul to Facebook because it has made that the repository of a certain type of argument, which is often presented as a discussion rather than an argument. So that's already happening. It's already in there, and it's been enough to already change how music functions. The last thing I'd add to that is that what AI is doing well for music is writing sort of passable background music that can be in the back of a YouTube video that's about, like, how to make pasta or, you know, a cool new eyeshadow. And because so much video is uploaded to YouTube every single day by influencers, and they need music that doesn't have copyright restrictions, like the company Juke Deck, this London startup, they were saying that's our market. Is we're not writing music for musicians, we're writing it for YouTubers, you know, who have another 20-minute update about what the family are doing and need to have like an epic guitar, inspirational, uplifting guitar music to put in the background of it. So it's already there and it's already happening. And I think the first people that I say to my students, if you're interested in doing film music or you're interested in doing TV or commercial music, it would be smart to be up on this stuff, because you'll probably use these tools rather than being Hans Zimmer and having like a live, you know, group of 100 people that are writing, you know, emotional theme 47C. You'll just sort of generate a bunch of stuff, and then you'll sort of tweak it and expand it and pull it apart and make it even better. But it'll give you so much raw material for temp tracks, for example, that like it doesn't need to be human level just for a temp track. So I think that's where I view it actually that the real work on AI and music will happen in this sort of commercial YouTuber background space, rather than, you know, I don't think anybody's coming for the music that is played at Darmstadt or, you know, is played in New York in the Stone or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, I sort of agree with all the things I've said so far, and I think I would just like add maybe a slightly optimistic note that I think one of the things that AI doesn't take away from us is performance. Like, there's still a like theatricality that's very attractive to other humans of watching another human on stage doing a performance and possibly crashing and failing horribly, that you just, I mean, as a live coder, we already have like the criticism that it's kind of boring to watch someone with a laptop, and I think it's even more boring to just watch a laptop on its own making music. So yeah, I'm actually quite optimistic about the future of our interaction with AI, because I don't think humans are going to suddenly stop wanting to see other humans doing performances.
That brings us to the...
Hey, Bob, can I respond briefly to Shelley, or
yes,
kind of ask a kind of question? So I was kind of imagining someone like going into a club situation, and there is just a laptop and the screen is projected and someone remotely turned it on, and then the code starts spewing on the screen like live coding, but it does it all on its own. And I think that could be a kind of interesting performatively, even when there is no human involved. So actually, in that sense, I think, I mean, to me, it would probably maybe even be more interesting to see it done without the hands typing, which don't add much. So maybe that's a kind of yes/no question, or yes/no option, or potential.
Yeah, that's funny. There's already some live coders who've written systems that sort of autonomously code their own live coding music without human intervention. And they are actually kind of funny and entertaining performances, I have to admit, but they're also, you know, trained on quite small data sets, because I mean, there's not like a huge amount of live coding. So yeah, it's kind of funny to think about like what's gone into that system and whose live coding is it trained on, and but yeah, I think I'm still like kind of, when I'm watching those performances, still thinking about the human effort that's gone into creating it, and where the system is sort of failing because it doesn't have the same sort of critical judgment as a human would have.
That brings us to the near conclusion of this panel. I would like to ask if there are any final reflections on your part or responses to some of the points raised.
I would just say thank you for organizing this. It's been very interesting. And concluding remark would be that musicians should get involved. There's nothing scary or overly daunting or unlearnable about any of this stuff. It's actually, I think of it as, you know, at one point the engineers gave us the fast Fourier transform, and we were able to think about sound in a new way and compose sound, and people learned to use those tools, and now they think of them as a very normal part of their toolbox, and they should think about machine learning the same way. We're being given extremely powerful tools for free that anybody can learn, and musicians should do it.
I agree completely. I think it's really important for musicians to engage with it. I often say to my students, if you're interested, Cadenza, there's a Rebecca Fiebrink course on machine learning for artists, so super easy and accessible. But the way I often frame it to my students, and this goes off what Shelley was saying about this nightclub with the laptop playing alone, is I know a lot of you described yourselves as researchers, and I'm not a researcher. I sort of think of what I do as writing science fiction. And so it's just trying to sort of do thought experiments. And I remember reading Dropout by Cory Doctorow, and there's a scene in a nightclub near the beginning where he says it's not a DJ that's playing, it's something called like System 53 or something like that. I've completely misremembered the name. But he's saying, oh yeah, it's running LiDAR on the crowd to accelerate the beats according to the entire energy in the room, the way a human DJ would read the room and think, okay, now it's this part of the night, I should up the BPM or down the BPM. And so I think that I'm sort of saying to my students, you don't have to make an AI piece using AI and learn how to code, but if you learn about it, you'll get an idea, and then you basically write a piece that is sort of a science fiction story in disguise, and that's the way that you sort of engage with it. So I find myself recommending Ted Chiang an awful lot at the moment as sort of like gold standard person, to talk about, or William Gibson also to talk about these issues with, because I think we all have to think them through together. Whether they come for our jobs in our lifetime or not, they're already in our phones, they're already in our laptops, like Robert said, with just even the plugins that we use, so why wouldn't you want to think about these things? It's part of everyday life.
Yeah, I would maybe just like to reiterate what's already been said a few times, that it's kind of, I feel like there's some urgency to having more critical perspectives on AI, and I think artists are well positioned to be giving those creative perspectives, and also sort of introducing those concepts to people who aren't necessarily thinking about AI in their day-to-day lives, through concerts and performances, and through sort of talking about presenting AI in different formats. So I think there's a lot of interesting work to be done there, and I think it would be great to have more creative and critical perspectives on AI.
So I would say that, yes, I think it'll be good for musicians to get involved. I think it's more than just it'll be interesting and you can achieve good things. I think the field is defined too much by the engineering side. Kind of it's driven by what engineers think music is and what applications engineer thinks people would like to use. And unless and until more musicians of various hues get involved and kind of shape how the kind of research progresses and what kind of the research agenda, we're kind of, in a sense, we are kind of losing part of our ability to make music or to kind of engage with the future of where music is heading. So I think it's more than just, it's a fun, interesting tool to use. It's almost like an existential imperative for future of music, for musicians to engage with it, kind of performers, composers, listeners, kind of in all sorts of ways we can engage with kind of shaping where the research is heading. And we don't have full control of it, but I think getting involved is better than avoiding.
Thank you very much for those uplifting messages and call to action, so to speak, to get involved. You're all models, examples for budding musicians willing and able to explore machine learning in their own artistic work. I hope you stay safe and healthy, enjoy the rest of the summer, and hopefully we'll meet you in person soon again. Cheers.
My name is Marcel Weber. I'm also known under the name of MFO. I'm a Berlin-based visual artist, and this exhibition is the result of my residency at INL, the International Iberian Nanotechnology Laboratory. INL is a research institute focused on, well, as the name suggests, micro and nanotechnology in order to improve the technological foundation of our way of living. Our contemporary lifestyle entails plenty of problems. The exploitation of natural resources and our devastating relationship to the natural ecosystem are just a few of those. And to overcome these issues, not only do we need to change a lot in our society, but also a technological progression needs to happen, for which the fundamental research undertaken at INL is of greatest importance. I was lucky to be allowed to glimpse at all the building blocks of a more sustainable future, like diagnostic and therapeutic biotechnology, hyper-detailed laser-based construction methods, and sandboxes for the most advanced artificial intelligences, or transmission and conversion materials for energy. What particularly intrigued me was how this exploring, designing, evolving at micro and nanoscale, that is 1/1,000,000th and 1/1,000,000th of a meter, required a completely new way of sensing. No eye can look into this level of detail, no finger can touch it, and no nose can smell it. It rather requires super sensitive technology to extend human perception. It is like growing 1,000,000 times finer nerve endings to reach into this imperceptible dimension, this tiny universe that is the foundation of everything. As an example, there are methods employed like AFM, which stands for atomic force microscopy. That is a device with a feeler. It looks a bit like the needle of a record player, only that it extends to a 1-atom fine tip, which carefully palpates samples under vacuum conditions. Or there is XPS, which shaves particles off a material's surface, blows them into a spectrometer to sniff out the surface chemistry. And of course, there are the well-known electron microscopes that allow you to see structures. They are so small, they are not possible to be seen by optical means. And with such technology also comes a new apparatus of understanding for those scientists using the devices. In my exhibition, I'm exploring this extrasensory perception, this new apparatus of understanding, and the new sensuality coming with it. Sensing, discovering, and exciting are discussed, stimulated, and elevated in both the works, as well as in their presentation as an exhibition. I'm turning the room itself into a medium that is stimulating a visceral experience. Most of the examination tools that I've seen at INL, all these palpating, digging and breathing machines, place samples to be examined, in a dark and ominous space. Vacuum conditions apply. There's crazy cold or infernal heat, heavy radiation, ionized air, plasma flows. In the impossible proposition, I'm trying to stage this experience in the first patio of generation. In an inversion of scale, what was microscopic before becomes bigger than life, extending beyond human scale. The space was meant to be wrapped in metallic film, all of it, the floor, the walls, the ceiling, creating a bizarre metallic reflective chamber. And CO2 cannons should be used to produce an aggressive cold, while UV lights create an enigmatic atmosphere. Then suddenly the process of sputtering might start, plasma forms, blinding lights, and intense reaction. This experience could be created by blinding stroboscopic lights and by the use of natural gas heaters to create an infernal heat. Sadly, it was impossible to realize an enormous shining chamber like this in the actual patio, so instead I decided to build a 1:25 model that is at the exhibition and demonstrates some of the desired technological narrative elements. It also spills into the room in a way that it controls and changes the room lights, so the whole room turns UV at some moments or goes into blinding white lights at others. The work Desires and Properties sees various texts written all over the walls in phosphorescent paint. The various messages are in parts quotes, AI data, written after conversations, or are dreamt. They're only visible at certain moments, namely when the nearby installation, The Impossible Proposition, turns the room lights down and switches UV lights on. Then suddenly these messages flash up on the walls, revealed like a hidden layer that is being discovered. And even after The Impossible Proposition turns all lights down and it's completely dark in the room, the letters magically afterglow in a strange ambivalence in between a glowing night sky and radiant residue. The work I Dream shows 3 copies of a sample that's gold-coated and lithographically inscribed by laser. And there are 2 microscopes, a very basic one and a scientific one of high resolution, that allow the viewer to study the samples in great detail. It is a known practice of physicists, statisticians, researchers of all orders to idealize results. Unfitting distortions and glitches are smoothed out, graphs and curves show ideals in an effort to prove concepts and generalize about developments or to extrapolate data. So to what extent does the yearning scientist actually influence the result? And how is this relationship between researcher and object of research actually structured? I tried to approach these topics and questions in the following way. The first of these gold-coated samples has written on its top, I Dream, in large letters. We can easily read it. Next to I Dream is a tiny spot, almost like a dirt or a scratch. If you now go to the second copy of the very same sample, and you use the microscope that's been provided and you zoom in, you will suddenly realize that the tiny little spot actually reads, I lie. It's tiny letters next to enormous letters. And next to I lie, there's another scratch in the material. And if you now walk to the third sample and you look through the third microscope that allows you to zoom in even way further, you suddenly realize there's another line and it says, I have a heart of gold. Quantum entanglement. This work is inspired by the physical effect of the same name. It is quite astonishing, a group of particles informing one another, without any known connection between them established. As if intuition-based, like birds in a flock or fish in a shoal, the particles in the entangled state blindly correlate to one another instantaneously. Einstein is said to have called it spooky. In this installation, I ask a group of people to enter a room through a narrowing corridor. The corridor is separated into individual tunnels by thick draping, black molten curtains. Now, if a group of, let's say, 4 people enters this corridor, each of the people in their individual tunnel, they can initially walk in parallel, no problem. However, the corridor is narrowing until it is eventually only wide enough for one person to squeeze through. So the 4 people in their 4 tunnels have to find an arrangement so that they all can get through this gap one by one. Yet they are deprived of the means to talk to one another. There is this black, thick molten curtain. They can also not see one another or signal one another. So all they have is learned behaviors, code of conduct, maybe a sixth sense to feel out the situation and find an entanglement to fit through that gap. As a remark about the music choice. In Halberstadt, 2 hours outside of Berlin, John Cage's piece As Slow as Possible is being performed for incredible 639 years, of which I think 19 years have passed so far. It is staged in a redesigned decayed church, and the necessary organ pipes will be installed over time, always when needed, and generations of caretakers and supporters will join, run the project, help to maintain it, eventually leave and pass away, all while the pipes remain playing. It is such a brave musical undertaking that clearly exceeds human reception. I was very intrigued by this, and for me this fits the idea of the exhibition to go beyond human perception very well. In the exhibition, another musical piece of similar long-durational quality is being played. It is Chords for Organ by the composer Alan Arkbrough, and in a similar fashion an audible challenge for our perception used to much shorter tone spans.
Ars Electronica Soiree is an evening dedicated to art here live from Linz. The event takes place, like the entire festival, and the great security precautions to minimize dangers posed by COVID-19.
The evening starts with honorable opening remarks and then leads on to the presentation of the Golden Nikos in the U19 Create Your World and Pioneers of Media Arts category. The brilliant highlight of the evening is the big concert night with the Fidelio Freedom Project, starting with Beethoven's great liberation opera Fidelio and dealing with the constantly recurring theme of the fight for freedom, justice and humanity, which sadly is once again necessary in the face of the current global conflict situations and the thematic focus, autonomy, democracy of this year's festival.
The night will be presented in collaboration with the Bruckner Orchestra in Linz, under the chief conductor, Mr. Markus Poschner. The actress Maria Hofstetter and the actor and director Karl Markovic, accompanied by the jazz musicians Bastian Jütte, Harald Scharf, Hugo Friedrich Siegmet, and Nguyen Lee, with Rupert Huber and Roberto Paccidalo, who put the audience in the right mood for the evening, and with further performances by AGF and a joint music project by Christina Kubisch and Katharina Ernst. And last, the big AI Jam as part of the AI Music Festival, an improvisation of international musicians to an AI composition by Sir Ali Nikrang from our very own Ars Electronica Futurelab.
Einen schönen Abend bei der Ars Electronica 2020, eine Ars Electronica, wie es sie definitiv noch nicht gegeben hat. Allein die Situation, wie wir heute diesen Empfang gestalten, indem wir auch die Preisverleihung zumindest zum Teil vom Prix Ars Electronica einbauen werden, ist ein gutes Zeichen, genauso wie unsere Kluft in diesem Jahr Warnwesten, sodass wir jederzeit daran erinnert werden, dass wir in einer Situation sind, in der es tatsächlich im Moment ein Privileg ist, dass wir 500 Menschen gemeinsam heute Abend Kunst und Kultur genießen können. Es ist ein Abend, an dem wir zum einen wichtige Projekte aus dem Prix Ars Electronica kennenlernen und an dem wir zum anderen ein ganz tolles, neues Kunstwerk und Kunstprojekt erleben können. Das Fidelio Freedom Project, die diesjährige Ausgabe der seit Jahrzehnten schon etablierten und erfolgreichen Kooperation von Ars Electronica mit dem Bruckner Orchester Linz. Martin Honzig, unser Festivalleiter, hat es vorhin schon gesagt, das Festival ist ein, wie man so schön jetzt sagt, ein hybrides. Es ist ein Festival mit zwei Gesichtern. Es ist ein Festival, das ein wunderbares Antlitz hier hat in diesen großartigen Räumlichkeiten und Flächen des neuen JKU-Campus, das in der Stadt, im OK, in der Kunstuni, bei uns im AEC genauso Quartier genommen hat, das aber Linz eigentlich nur als einen von 120 Orten weltweit kennt, an dem in Summe mittlerweile über 160 einzelne Partnerprojekte und Institutionen am Festival beitragen. Diese Entscheidung herzugehen und zu sagen, wir wollen die Ars Electronica heuer stattfinden lassen, egal wie das funktioniert. Entweder online oder real wie hier, hat sich extrem gut herausentwickelt und es ist uns möglich geworden, beides zu machen. Das Festival, das zurzeit hier in Linz stattfindet, das mit vielen, vielen Projekten hier am Campus präsent ist, ist ein absolut vollwertiges Ars Electronica Festival hier am Standort. Nicht nur aufgrund der vielen Projekte, die wir zeigen, sondern vor allem aufgrund der absolut zeitgemäßen und relevanten Diskussionen, die wir hier führen können. Und dass wir diese Diskussionen nicht nur unter uns hier in Linz führen, sondern dass sie wirklich in einem globalen Netzwerk ablaufen, das ist eigentlich das ganz Besondere. Die Ars Electronica heuer, und da darf ich jetzt ein bisschen angeben, ist trotz oder wegen, das ist das Wortspiel, Corona, die größte Ars Electronica, die es jemals gegeben hat. Noch nie haben so viele Künstlerinnen und Künstler mit so vielen Projekten in diesen 5 Tagen ein Festival gestaltet. Wir haben das zusammengerechnet. All das, was in diesen 5 Tagen weltweit jetzt live produziert wird, was neu dazukommt an Content, ergibt 82 Tage hintereinander 24-Stunden-Programm. Das heißt, wir sind wie die Hamster und die Eichhörnchen. Wir bereiten uns schon für den Winter vor und bauen natürlich auch unheimliche Mengen an Content, aber vor allem an Kooperationen auf. Und was sollte in Zeiten von Corona wichtiger sein, als den Austausch und die Begegnung von Menschen zu unterstützen und zu fordern? Gerade Kunst und Kultur und auch die Wissenschaft leben davon, dass sich Menschen austauschen. Und zwar nicht nur in ihren eigenen Schrebergärten, sondern über die Disziplinen, über die Nationen, über die Kulturen global. Genau das betreiben wir in dieser Woche und es ist fantastisch, dass man eigentlich sagen kann, 41 Jahre Investition in Ars Electronica haben sich gelohnt, denn was wir heuer machen ist, dass wir 1,3 Millionen Euro öffentliche Mittel zu einer Wertschöpfung von nahezu 7 Millionen Euro erweitern durch die Beiträge, die von unseren Partnerinnen und Partnern weltweit eingebracht werden. Und das sind natürlich auch Beiträge und Multiplikationsfaktoren, die auch Ars Electronica und damit Linz in der Welt einmal mehr sichtbar und präsent machen. Zu danken ist also dieses Festival vor allem den Kooperationspartnerinnen und Partnern und an erster Stelle möchte ich deswegen Rektor Meinhard Lukas bitten, auch den Reigen der Statements unserer öffentlichen Repräsentantinnen und Repräsentanten zu beginnen, sagen als Hausherr und als Gastgeber. Bitte.
Herzlich willkommen am Campus der Johannes Kepler Universität, sehr geehrter Landeshauptmann, sehr geehrter Bürgermeister, Frau Stadträtin, meine Damen und Herren. Die Metamorphose ist vollbracht. Die Magier und Alchemisten der
We've succeeded in this metamorphosis. The magicians of Ars Electronica have combined the campus with 120 other locations, turning them all into Kepler's gardens. A digital harmony has been created. Johannes Kepler, who wrote his most famous work in Linz, would have been enthusiastic about this festival. I'm sure he would have visited it. A lot has been created, a lot has been done, and one gets the impression that the ideas created here, that Kepler's gardens are the predecessors of a new University of Technology. Most recently, during the past few days, we've heard a great deal about the idea of a new technical university in Linz. Skeptical comments have been made, objections have been raised from Vienna and Graz in particular. Now, ladies and gentlemen, one thing has been overlooked, the fact that our federal chancellor and our governor of Upper Austria, are opening up a big door, not only for Upper Austria, but for Austria as a whole. And what is lacking now, what I find is lacking, is the courage that takes us through this door, a courage which this university has had for many years through the establishment of new study courses, the establishment of the Medical School of Medicine, the foundation of the Linz School of Technology, and the further development of the campus, which, as I'm sure you have felt today, has been renewed completely. Governor, we will certainly support this idea with a lot of courage. We will contribute towards building this university. We do hope that it's going to be a sister university of the Johannes Kepler University. Kepler Universities would be a great name for both of them, and we will involve all relevant players to make sure that the idea turns into something great. We are absolutely convinced that this project can only succeed if it's something entirely new, and the spirit of this festival is a great model for us. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Sehr geehrter Herr Landeshauptmann, sehr geehrter Herr
Mr. Governor, Mr. Mayor,
und natürlich
Rector,
liebes Festivalteam und lieber Gerfried Stocker.
Gerfried Stocker,
Sehr
and
geehrte Preisträgerinnen
the
und
festival
Akteure
team,
dieses Festivals und sehr geehrte
award winners and
Festivalbesucherinnen
actors of
und
the festival,
Besucher hier
visitors,
bei uns in diesem wunderschönen Kepler's Garden.
a cordial
hier und
welcome to
weltweit.
Kepler's Gardens
Alles ist neu,
from
meine sehr
Linz
geehrten Damen
and
und
from
Herren,
all
und
over the
alles
world.
ist heuer
Everything
anders. Es
is
wurde
new,
schon
everything is different
eingeleitet und die
today.
Ars Electronica
Ars
hat
Electronica
mit ihrer diesjährigen Festivalansage, so würde ich sagen, tatsächlich einen Nerv der Zeit getroffen.
Has been
Nämlich durch
groundbreaking
neue Medien in die Welt
this year
hinauszugehen
by
und
opening
eine
up
weltweite
to the world via new media, by organizing
in
a
einer
worldwide
nahezu
festival
atemberaubenden
platform.
Geschwindigkeit, muss man dazu sagen. Entstand durch die
breakneck
Zusage
speed.
von Partnereinrichtungen aus wirklich allen
Partner
Erdteilen
institutions
eine
from
neue
all
Festivalform.
parts of the
Und da sind
world
wir wirklich
agreed
sehr,
to
sehr stolz, dass das so
contribute,
gelungen ist.
and an entirely
Die
new
Ars
form
Electronica
has
findet
thus
heuer
been
nämlich an
created.
120
Ars Electronica
Orten auf der
is
ganzen
taking
Welt
place
statt.
at
Gerfried Stocker hat das schon
120 locations all over the world, as Gerfried Stocker said, which makes an international festival a global festival.
Größer und
With
sichtbarer denn
Linz
je.
as its hub,
Und vor
it's
einem Jahr
been,
haben wir verkündet,
it is more visible
dass
than
nach der
ever.
Post-City-Ära die Ars Electronica eben mit
After
unserem
the
Partner
post-City
der Johannes Kepler
era,
Universität und
a
mit dem
new
Campus
era
hier als
has
neue
begun
Hauptlocation
with the
zu
campus
neuen
as the
Ufern
new
aufbricht.
main
Schon
location.
alleine diese Neuausrichtung wäre
This reorientation
inhaltlich und auch
alone,
organisatorisch
in terms of
eine
substance and in
Mammut-Herausforderung
terms of
für das
organization,
Festivalteam gewesen.
would have
Das
been
war uns
a
allen
mammoth
klar.
task
Und dann
for the
kam auch noch
festival.
Corona.
And then, on
Ein
top
Virus,
of everything
der
else,
unsere Welt
Corona,
auch
a virus
demokratiepolitisch,
that
wirtschaftlich und kulturell
has
auf den Kopf
the
gestellt
world
hat.
family in its grip
Wir
in
leben in
terms
einer
of
sich verändernden Welt.
democracy
Das wissen wir
and the
alle, in einer
economy.
Welt, die
We
neu
live in a
zu
world that
vermessen
is
ist.
changing, a world
Auch in Linz
that
vermessen wir
has
die
to
Welt
be
hier neu. Ein
remeasured,
Zeichen für diese
resurveyed, and
ist
we're
eben
doing
diese
that in
neue,
Linz
so wie
as
ich
well,
sagen würde,
as is
geniale
manifested
Kooperation zwischen der
by
Ars
this
Electronica
new
und der JKU,
cooperation
zwischen
between
Kunst
Ars Electronica
auf der
and
einen Seite
JKU,
und
between
Wissenschaft auf
art
der
on the
anderen
one
Seite.
hand and
Und dass wir uns
science
heute
on the
hier am
other hand.
JKU-Campus
The fact that we
der
are
durch die Ars
meeting at the
Electronica eben
JKU
zu diesem Kepler-Garten
campus
wurde.
today
Mein Dank gilt wirklich Rektor Meinhard
is
Lukas.
astonishing.
visionäre
I would like to
Herangehensweise. Ich habe
thank
es schon mehrmals
Meinhard
betont.
Lucas for his
Ich meine das auch
visionary
wirklich so,
approach,
die
and
wissenschaftliche
I
Welt
mean
nämlich
what I'm
mit ihrem
saying.
Denkrahmen und auch die Denkweise von Kunst stärker miteinander zu verbinden.
He wants to
Und da möchte ich auch
bring
ein tolles
about an
Bindeglied
interaction
erwähnen,
between
Christopher
art and
Lindinger aus der Ars
science.
Electronica
Christopher
kommend,
Lindinger,
als
coming
Vizerektor
from
hier in
Ars
der JKU,
Electronica
auch sehr
as Vice
engagiert, was die
Rector of
Kreativität hier
JKU,
einzubringen.
has
Auch da ein
also
großes Kompliment
contributed
Die Kunst
a great
erlaubt uns,
deal
die
to the
naturwissenschaftlich
creativity
vermessene Welt
we witness here. Art allows us to see the world of science in a new light and to add new dimensions. And I'm convinced this is where the future lies for the university and for Linz. The closer connection with art could be a unique selling proposition for Linz as a university location, in particular also with a view to the plan for a technical university. As the Chancellor said, the new university helps to promote Linz as a location. Cooperation and cohesion are special features characteristic of Linz and Upper Austria, and this festival shows that the JKU and other universities of applied sciences in Linz and Upper Austria are much more important for the future of our society. Ars Electronica all over the world follows the developments or advances the developments of our time, and the festival team did an incredible job by making this possible within such a short time span. It was a great challenge for the entire team, a team that was driven by the desire to organize this festival, not in spite of, but because of Corona. We want to send out a courageous signal in difficult times to convey a spirit of optimism as only art can do. I would like to thank you all for having made this possible, and I hope you will be enjoying these wonderful Kepler's gardens.
Sehr verehrte Damen und Herren,
ladies and gentlemen,
zweifellos durchleben wir
we
die
are
Herausforderung unserer Generation.
Experiencing
Eine
the
Herausforderung,
challenge
die wir aber
of our
bisher
generation, a
gemeinsam
challenge
mit sehr viel
which
Mut und mit sehr viel
together
Zuversicht
we have addressed
meistern und wo wir uns
with
Erfolg um
courage
Erfolg
and
erarbeiten
optimism.
und erkämpfen.
We're
Einer
fighting
dieser
for
äußerst
success
erfreulichen Erfolge
in this
ist
situation, and one
dass wir uns
of
heute
the
Abend real
greatest
zur Verleihung des Prix Ars
successes
Electronica hier
is
treffen
that
können.
today we can meet physically
Und ein anderer Erfolg
for
hat sich in den
the
letzten
award
Wochen
of
gezeigt,
the
und der hat ganz
Prix
viel
Ars
mit
Electronica.
Anspruch und
We
Wirken
have seen
der Ars
another
Electronica
success
zu
in
tun.
recent years, which is
Als es
also
darum
to
ging,
do
unsere
with Ars
Gesundheit bestmöglich zu
Electronica.
schützen und uns
We have to
und auch leider
protect
unsere sozialen Kontakte zu
our
reduzieren,
health, we have to
da war
reduce
plötzlich
our
die
social
digitale Welt
contacts,
und das
that is
Nutzen der
true,
digitalen
but
Möglichkeiten
all of a
in
sudden
aller
the
Munde, und
digital
ganz
world
viele gingen auch sehr gut
was
damit
the
und
topic
konnten
of
auch
the day,
damit gut umgehen.
and many of us
Das wäre
succeeded
sicher
very well
nicht in dieser
in
Dimension gelungen,
coping
wenn nicht
with
seit
this digital
Jahren und
challenge.
Jahrzehnten
This would not
Ars
have been
Electronica
possible
eine derartige
if Ars
Vorausseherin gewesen
Electronica
wäre und
hadn't been
ist,
such a
indem
pioneers
sie
for
das
years, for
Kreieren
decades
digitaler Räume,
even,
das
by
Erarbeiten digitaler
creating
Räume und dann
digital
auch die
spaces
gesellschaftliche Nutzung
and
so
by
in das Zentrum
advocating
ihres Wirkens
the
gestellt
social
hätte und
use
uns damit
of
auch die
these
Möglichkeit
digital
gibt,
spaces,
entsprechend
which has
damit zu
given
leben und
us
das
a
auch
chance
zu gestalten.
to
Daher
live
möchte
with
ich
that
nicht
and
nur
to
für
work
das
with
Festival,
that.
nicht nur für die
So,
Verleihung des Prix, sondern insgesamt für
I'd
diesen
like to
internationalen
thank the
Anspruch, der hier
organizers
für uns
not
mittlerweile
just
schon so
for having made
selbstverständlich
this
gelebt wird,
festival
dem Team der Ars
possible,
Electronica
but
und
also
allen, die das
for having
ermöglichen und tragen,
created
besonders
this
danken. Aber natürlich auch allen Künstlerinnen
unique
und Künstlern, die
spirit.
sich immer
I
wieder
thank
im Rahmen
them
des
all,
Festivals
and of course I
beteiligen.
thank the
Danke und
artists
Ihnen
who
auch
are
zu den Preisen
participating
gratulieren.
in the festival,
Heute
and
ganz
I'd like to
besonders unserer
congratulate
Weltkünstlerin
you
aus
on the
Oberösterreich,
awards, particularly Valley Export, the artist from Upper Austria. Ladies and gentlemen, the challenge of the coronavirus will be with us for quite some time, and if we want to make Upper Austria and our country as a whole strong, we all have to cooperate. We have to contribute a great deal, including the possibilities which the digital world offers us. You won't be surprised that I, as the third speaker, also mention the great opportunity of getting a technical university. It has to become a university which is completely new, which is international, and which helps us develop our self-confidence in the heart of Europe. We want to be among the innovators. We don't simply want to accept that the biggest developments, the most important developments come from other parts of the world. This is the challenge the new university will have to address. If it doesn't do so, fighting for it would not have been worthwhile. So, ladies and gentlemen, if we didn't have the innovative spirit that prevails at this campus, if we didn't have Ars Electronica, I'm not sure if Upper Austria would ever have been awarded a technical university. Ars Electronica and the JKU will certainly participate in the realization of this dream. I congratulate all award winners, and I wish us all a pleasant evening. And of course, I wish Ars Electronica a good and promising future, because we're all going to benefit from it.
Dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately I cannot be present in Linz tonight, but it's a great pleasure for me that I can at least participate virtually in this celebration. The Ars Electronica offers enormous advantages, and even virtual participation is a great thing because you can switch off if you don't want to listen. But I promise to be brief. It is a great honor for me to speak on this occasion and to praise the achievements of Ars Electronica. Technology is evolving rapidly on the one hand, but on the other hand, the impression is that there are social moral problems and issues. New technologies, it seems, are something that we can't cope with. Cybercrime, dealing with data, protection of personal data. Reports on the development of autonomous weapon systems that decide, and algorithms deciding about life or death, the use of artificial intelligence by autocratic governments, etc., etc. Many of us only now, in the corona crisis, realize how much of technology, the use of technology in the medical sector, for instance, is a matter of discussion. What we need is a new digital humanism. Art and human creativity are essential allies in this regard. They are irreplaceable. Artists have a role as futurologists and as humanists. Their artistic thinking, their critical reflection have a positive influence on innovations, and they contribute towards societal issues. So We need to respond to the many tensions that exist, and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs will certainly make its contribution, and we will continue to develop our successful cooperation with Ars Electronica. As of next year, 10,000 euros will be provided for Ars Electronica for an award to be handed over during the gala event. The prize is to be awarded for a project on international cooperation, showing the use of artificial intelligence. There's no question that new technologies too need to meet the requirements of artistic challenges and technological goals. So we need cooperation between art and society. And Austria, I think, has the right prerequisites. We are a country of culture. Ars Electronica is and will remain an indispensable partner and catalyst in this regard. Having said this, I'm looking forward to our future cooperation, which will be even more intensive than in the past. Thank you very much.
Ja, wir haben ja nicht unterbrochen, sondern noch einmal anfangen lassen. Das ist auch ein kleiner technischer Hiccup.
Okay, that was a
bei der Menge
slight
an
technical
Kabeln
glitch
und Connections,
right now,
die wir dieses Jahr
which is
haben,
not surprising
hoffen wir,
because
dass
we have
nichts
so
Größeres
many
passiert.
cables and link-ups.
Minister Schallenberg hat es angesprochen, es wird eine neue Kooperation
Minister
geben, die
Schallenberg pointed
internationale
out that there will be
Zusammenarbeit
a
zu
new
verstärken.
type of
Und er hat digitaler
cooperation,
Humanismus
more
angesprochen. Und ich
intensive
glaube,
cooperation, and
wenn
he
Europa
talked
in
about
diesen
digital
Tagen
humanism.
seinen Humanismus nicht ganz verliert, dann haben wir eine große
should not
Chance,
lose
dass
its
Europa
humanism.
eine treibende Kraft dafür
This
sein
is
kann,
how we can make
humanistische,
sure that
am
Europe
Menschen orientierte
is a
Ideen
driving
auch in
force
die Welt der Technologie zu tragen. Das ist ein großes Anliegen
which
vieler Projekte der Europäischen
humanistic
Kommission und Ars
ideas to
Electronica
technology.
ist
This
in
is
der
one
wunderschönen Lage, in
of
sehr vielen
the,
dieser Projekte auch federführend mitwirken zu können. Und
topics for
normalerweise
Ars Electronica.
wäre
We want
jetzt
to
das
play
der
a
Moment, wo
leading
wir
role in this
einen
regard.
hohen Repräsentanten oder eine
Normally, we would
Repräsentantin
have
aus
a high
Brüssel
representative from
begrüßen,
Brussels
um den
right here
Staatspreis
in
zu
Linz
präsentieren.
in order to hand
START
over the
steht für
STARS
Science,
Award, the
Technology
STARS
and
Prize.
the
START
Arts
stands for
und
Science,
ist eine
Technology and the
vor über
Arts.
5 Jahren
And it
mit
was
Unterstützung der Ars
launched about 5
Electronica
years ago
gestartete
with the
Initiative,
support of
genau diese
Ars
Bereiche
Electronica.
zusammenzubringen. Kreativität und
It
Kunst
tries
mit
to
Technologie
combine
und Wissenschaft,
creativity, arts,
um gesellschaftliche und
science,
wirtschaftliche Innovation zu
society,
befördern.
and innovations in all these regards.
Commissioner Breton,
Unfortunately, Commissioner Breton, who is responsible for this area, has not been able to come to Linz. However, he has sent us a video
es ist eine ganz
message.
großartige Geschichte, dieser Ars Electronica Veranstaltung.
So it's really great.
Wo sonst haben Sie die Möglichkeit,
Where else,
die
if
Ideen
not
zur
here,
Digitalisierung
would you
Europas
hear
von verantwortlichen
from
Rektoren, Stadtpolitikern,
rectors,
Landespolitikern,
local politicians,
Bundespolitikern
national politicians,
und EU-Politikern zu
and
hören?
EU
Genießen Sie die
politicians.
Ansprache
So
von Commissioner
enjoy the
Breton.
message from Commissioner
I'm
Breton.
delighted to open the Prize Award ceremony of the Ars Electronica Festival this year, for the first time, also online. I would have loved to attend the Ars Electronica Festival in person, but COVID-19 has changed and will change many of our plans and habits. Since more than 40 years, scientists and engineers together with artists envision and shape here the future of technology. I personally see strong similarities between science and art. Both thrive on imagination and curiosity. Both demand out-of-the-box thinking. Both encourage critical reflection. I must confess my passion for quantum physics. The unconditional curiosity of scientists has opened the enigmatic quantum world and forced us to reimagine our notion of reality. Yet quantum physics has also led to cutting-edge technology. It gave birth to the transistor, the laser, and also GPS, Now we work on future quantum computers with unheard of computing power. In the global race for technological dominance, Europe must seize all opportunities from quantum technologies and all other digital technologies. The digital transition will be the driving force to emerge stronger from the current crisis. This is why our historic recovery package, so-called Next Generation EU, that the Commission proposed and EU leaders endorsed, focuses on accelerating digital and green transitions. The digital complements and enhances efforts towards the European Green Deal. It pushes a right mix of regulatory power with innovation and entrepreneurship. You cannot regulate what you do not understand. This is why Europe must become a leader in the digital world. At the same time, trust and acceptance are crucial if you want to accelerate adoption of digital technology in all sectors of the economy. We promote a human-centered European approach to innovation that is clearly distinct from the United States and China. Technology development must include the human dimension from the outset. Humans must be able to trust and understand new technologies. Only then, society and economy will embrace and adopt these technologies. I believe artists have a crucial role to play here. For instance, artists have proposed new workflows how robots and workers in a factory can interact. So, workers do not feel like Charlie Chaplin in his classical movie Modern Times. Our digital vision for Europe combines spectacular progress in artificial intelligence with the wealth of data that we create in Europe. While AI and big data open enormous opportunities, they imply undeniable risk. There is a fine line between legislating this risk and embracing the opportunities. We have therefore published in February 2020 a white paper on artificial intelligence that outlines a European approach to AI based on excellence and trust. Excellence, for instance, in seizing opportunities from the next data wave. Concerning trust, we have proposed guidelines for trustworthy artificial intelligence and an assessment to help companies identify and mitigate AI-related risk through self-evaluation. We hope thereby to advance AI in Europe in a responsible and yet determined manner. A key aspect of trust is transparency. Users must be able to understand and endorse the reasoning behind the decision that AI systems make. Take face recognition as an example. There are already strict rules regarding its use, but we also need to explain better the functioning of this algorithm. Artists can visualize different stages of face recognition algorithm. These artist visualizations look like abstract works of art in the initial stage of the recognition process. Slowly more and more visual details emerge in later stages. Artists thereby help users understand how algorithms perceive faces and also help expose their potential shortcomings like racial bias. For all these reasons and more, the Commission embraces the role of artists for European human-centered approach to innovation. We finance the program STARTS, innovation at the nexus of science, technology, and the arts. STARTS also allows artists and engineers to work together in challenging projects. Today, you are witnessing it in action, if I may say so. The annual START Prize is one pillar of START. Tonight we will honor the two 2020 START Prize winners. Unfortunately, I cannot hand out the prizes myself this year. I do hope to witness in person next year, believe me, and to have the opportunities and the insight that arise when artists and engineers work together. Thank you for your attention, and see you soon in Linz in 2021.
STARTS steht für Science, Technology and Arts. Die Initiative der Europäischen Kommission fördert innovative Kooperationen zwischen Wissenschaft, Technologie und Kunst und macht diese im alljährlich ausgeschriebenen STARTS Prize für eine breite Öffentlichkeit sichtbar.
Is visible to a broad audience.
STARTS Prize 2020. Den Grand Prize Innovative Collaboration 2020 erhält Olga Kiseleva für ihr Projekt Eden, Ethics, Durability, Ecology, Nature. Die Künstlerin macht die Verantwortung von uns Menschen durch einen innovativen Einsatz von Kommunikations- und Biotechnologie, wie zum Beispiel von weltweit vernetzten Bäumen, sichtbar und bewusst. Der Grand Prize Artistic Exploration geht diesmal an Andrea Ling. In ihrem Projekt Design by Decay by Design, geht sie der Frage nach, wie Produkte aussehen könnten, wenn beim Gestalten von Produkten bereits an die Weiternutzung ihrer Abfallmaterialien gedacht wird, sobald sie das Ende ihrer Lebensspanne erreicht haben. Andrea Ling kreiert Biokunststoffe mit ganz unterschiedlichen mechanischen und physikalischen Eigenschaften, die allesamt umweltverträglich und leicht abbaubar sind. Wir gratulieren den Gewinnerinnen sehr herzlich.
Sehr geehrter Herr Landeshauptmann, Frau Landesrätin, werte Mitglieder der Linzer Stadtregierung, sind übrigens alle 4 weiblichen Mitglieder unseres Stadtrates hier anwesend. Sehr geehrter Herr Rektor, sehr geehrter Herr Direktor, Mr. Ars Electronica.
Mr. Ars Electronica.
Wenn man das Jahr 2020 Revue passieren lassen wird in einigen Jahren, dann werden einige Ereignisse dieses Jahres mit Sicherheit einen anderen Stellenwert einnehmen, als wir ihn heute in unserer sehr Corona-Pandemie fixierten Zeit erleben. Corona hat doch das Leben in dieser Stadt massiv verändert. Und das hat uns auch vor Augen geführt, dass wir als Menschen doch viel sozialere Wesen sind, als wir uns das manchmal selbst zugestehen wollen. Denn in Zeiten des Lockdowns, der wochenlangen Quarantänen, haben einen die Freundinnen und Freunde, Familienmitglieder, die man nicht besuchen durfte, sehr gefehlt. Und es hat etwas anderes auch gefehlt in diesem Jahr 2020, nämlich dass wir als eine heute Gott sei Dank liberale, demokratische Gesellschaft das 75-jährige Jubiläum unserer Zweiten Republik und die Befreiung vom Nationalsozialismus zum Anlass nehmen, um ein bisschen stärker zu reflektieren über unsere eigene Geschichte, über unsere eigene Gesellschaft. Und wenn man beispielsweise sich daran erinnert, wie aus dieser kriegszerstörten Stadt eine prosperierende, eine Stadt der modernen Technologie,
realize how
noch immer
Linz, which was
das
destroyed
österreichische
during the
Industriezentrum
war,
geworden
has
ist,
become the
dass
industrial
wir
center of
noch
Austria.
bis in den Februar hinein
And that
enorm hohe Beschäftigtenzahlen haben. Wenn man sich daran erinnert, dass wir diskutiert haben, wie wir unsere Stadt in der Digitalisierung weiterbringen wollen. Und wenn wir dann eine technische Universität bekommen, dann ist doch ein ganz klarer Schluss. Das haben wir uns in dieser Stadt, in diesem Land Oberösterreich auch gemeinsam erarbeitet. Denn ohne diesen Schulterschluss, den es zwischen der Industrie, den Universitäten, der Landes- und auch der Stadtpolitik gibt, ohne diesen Schulterschluss hätten wir diese technische Universität mit Sicherheit nicht erhalten. Und das ist doch etwas, worauf wir gerade in Zeiten wie diesen ganz besonders stolz sein können und das uns auch die Kraft und die Energie gibt, weiterzuarbeiten. Und sehr geehrter Herr Rektor Lukas, die Bezeichnung als Capital Universities ist seit heute für mich amtlich. Das ist der Arbeitstitel, der hervorragend wirken könnte.
Speaking of the Kepler Universities, I think is something that we can use as a basis for future cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen,
heute zu diesem Festabend hierher gefahren bin, habe ich mich noch daran erinnert, was vor 5 Jahren stattgefunden hat. Es war ziemlich um diese Zeit vor 5 Jahren, als wir am Wochenende mit Ars Electronica, Klangwolke, Buchnerfesteröffnung auf unsere Handys Nachricht erhielten, dass sich Tausende, Ende waren es Hunderttausende Menschen zu Fuß über Ungarn am Weg, wir sagten Österreich, wirklich Zweiter, Deutschland, sich am Weg befinden. Und wir haben damals auch in einem Schulterschluss die notwendigen Aufgaben mit der ersten humanen Versorgung in Österreich zustande gebracht. Mit der einen oder anderen Siedlungsdiskussion, ob ein Zaun ein Tor sei oder umgekehrt. Aber das tat letztlich nichts zur Sache, so wie heute manche Farbendiskussionen letztlich nicht entscheidend sind. Entscheidend war, dass wir es damals geschafft haben,
political views are not decisive in this regard either. The decisive element was that we joined forces to help these people immediately.
Großen Anstrengungen und auch nicht mit 100%igem Erfolg. Aber wenn wir ein wenig vergleichen, was geschehen ist und welche Herausforderungen wir hatten, wir haben das letztendlich auch ganz passabel bewältigen können. Und wenn der Herr Außenminister in seinem Statement heute vom digitalen Humanismus gesprochen hat, dem ist nichts hinzuzufügen. Es geht tatsächlich bei der Entwicklung dieser Technologien auch um humanistische Aspekte. Aber bevor wir sehr abstrakt über den digitalen Humanismus sprechen, könnten wir auch angesichts dessen, dass 13.000 Flüchtlinge, ein Teil davon wahrscheinlich bewusst Hilferuf, Brandstiftung begangen hat, um auf eine unerträgliche, auch Corona-bedingte Situation hinzuweisen, auch einen etwas praktizierteren, realeren, haptischen Humanismus haben, als 1 Million Euro zusätzliche Polizisten und ein paar Decken zur Verfügung zu stellen. Das würde uns auch gut anstehen.
Police officers and blankets to Greece.
Meine sehr geehrten Damen und Herren,
Ladies and Gentlemen,
ich glaube, dass wir in einer Gesellschaft, in unserer Stadt in Oberösterreich leben, die keinen Grund zu haben braucht, auch unter den jetzt sehr schwierigen Bedingungen. Wir haben 23.000 Menschen in dieser Stadt in Kurzarbeit, über 10.000 Menschen arbeitslos, aber wir brauchen den Mut nicht zu verlieren. Diese Ars Electronica, und auch das ist Teil dieses dialektischen Entwicklungsprozesses. Freiwillig haben wir ja diese Form nicht gewählt. Aber wir haben das Beste daraus gemacht. Und heute ist es die internationalste Art, die es jemals gegeben hat. Und auch das möge uns die Kraft geben, die Energie, die Zuversicht, dass wir auch in Zukunft diese Region, in der wir leben,
also eine dermaßen lebenswerte erhalten und weiterentwickeln können. Ich möchte auch allen Gewinnerinnen und Gewinnern ganz herzlich gratulieren. Ich möchte mich ganz besonders beim Team der Johannes Kepler Universität und dem Team der Ars Electronica bedanken für diese enorme und hervorragende Kooperation. Und wir wissen, dass sind beides Einrichtungen, die nicht immer ganz einfach auch funktionieren. Und deswegen ist es so hervorragend, dass das alles so in diesem Jahr hervorragend kooperativ an einem gemeinsamen Ziel arbeiten funktioniert. Ich bedanke mich, und das gibt Kraft und Zuversicht für die Zukunft.
So thank you very much and all the best for the future and have a nice evening.
Also, wenn die Betriebsmittel stimmen, dann funktionieren wir gut, oder?
Well, I think we're doing
Vielen
quite
herzlichen
well.
Dank an Sie alle, dass Sie
much
hierher gekommen sind
to
und
all of you
auch
for
eine
having joined us
eigentlich
this evening.
europaweite Weltreise durch Gedanken über die digitale Welt geliefert haben. Wir gehen
You
jetzt
have
weiter
taken
und
us
schauen uns
on
die
a
Projekte
trip
des Prix
through
Ars Electronica an.
Europe.
Dazu darf
We're
ich
now
Sie
going to take a look
wieder von der
at
Bühne
the
entlassen.
projects
Sie haben lang genug hier ausharren
awarded
müssen. Vielen herzlichen
prizes
Dank noch
within
einmal
the
für
framework
die
of
Unterstützung
Ars
und auch für die
Electronica.
Statements. Und
So
wir
thank you
fangen
very
jetzt gleich
much
damit
for
an,
your
dass ich die
support.
Regie bitte,
We're now
meine
going
Einleitung
to
ein bisschen zu kürzen und
start
gleich mit
with
dem
the award
Video von Prix Ars
ceremony.
Electronica
Let's
zu starten.
start with the video of Prix Ars Electronica.
Seit über 3 Jahrzehnten zählt der Prix Ars Electronica weltweit zu den begehrtesten Auszeichnungen digitaler Medienkunst und liefert mit den preisgekrönten Arbeiten internationaler Künstlerinnen als Trendbarometer einen inspirierenden, aktuellen und zukunftsweisenden Einblick auf die Schnittstelle von Kunst, Technologie und Gesellschaft. Bedingt durch den globalen Lockdown fand die Jurysitzung internationaler Expertinnen 2020 vollständig online statt. Zum ersten Mal in der Geschichte des Prix Ars Electronica. Eine Situation, die die Jurorinnen veranlasste, die Kategorien des Medienkunstpreises neu zu denken und die darauf aufbauenden Entscheidungen neu auszurichten. Das sind die Preisträgerinnen des Prix Ars Electronica 2020. Finden Sie es bequem, wenn ein digitaler Assistent wie Alexa nach einem kurzen Sprachbefehl das Licht in Ihrem Schlafzimmer ausknipst? Und was würden Sie dazu sagen, wenn die Hebel in Ihrem überwachten Smart Home nicht von einem Computer, sondern von Menschen bedient werden?
Hello, darling, how are you? I'm good, how are you? I'm good, except I'm...
Mit Someone hinterfragt die Künstlerin Lauren Lee McCarthy einmal mehr die Rolle des Menschen im Zeitalter intelligenter Maschinen und schärft damit unser Bewusstsein im Umgang mit digitalen Kommunikationstechnologien, die wir meist unhinterfragt in unserem Alltag nutzen. 2020 erhält Lauren Lee McCarthy dafür die Goldene Nika in der Kategorie Interactive Art Plus. In Anspielung auf den Vergleich, so beweglich wie Wasser zu sein, um sich jederzeit jeder Situation anpassen zu können, unterstützten die Organisatorinnen von Be Water bei Hongkongers die Bemühungen der prodemokratischen Proteste der in Hongkong beheimateten Bürgerinnen. Es ist das erste Mal, dass der Prix Ars Electronica eine anonyme Bürgerinnenbewegung für ihren innovativen und kreativen digitalen Aktionismus mit einer goldenen Nika 2020 in der Kategorie Digital Communities auszeichnet. Die Demonstrantinnen nutzen digitale Medien, um sich zu organisieren, zu dokumentieren und sich der Überwachung Chinas zu entziehen. Und setzen gleichzeitig auf die wichtige Rolle von Künstlerinnen in ihrem Einsatz für eine offene Gesellschaft. In ihrer emotional eindringlichen, traumähnlichen und bildlich eindrucksvollen Reise widmet sich Miwa Matrejek der durch uns Menschen verursachten Klimakatastrophe. Infinitely Yours ist eine Kombination aus Live-Performance, Skulptur und Animation. Eine bewegende visuelle Expedition, bei der uns die Künstlerin an die Hand nimmt und uns mit ihrem Schatten an die vielen Schandflecken der Zerstörung unseres blauen Planeten führt. Für die Art und Weise, wie sie uns den komplexen Schaden, den die Menschheit bisher der Welt zugefügt hat, vor Augen führt, erhält sie die Goldene Nika des Prix Ars Electronica 2020 in der Kategorie Computer Animation. Herzliche Gratulation an alle Preisträgerinnen des Prix Ars Electronica 2020.
Ja, wir haben mit all diesen Künstlerinnen und Künstlern schon tolle Preisverleihungen online gehabt. Ich kann sagen, es hat wesentlich besser und spannender funktioniert, als wir uns das gedacht hätten. Es ist überhaupt interessant, dass wir in den vielen Konferenzen, Panels, Diskussionen, Präsentationen in diesen letzten jetzt schon 3 Tagen Festival gemerkt haben, dass die Aufmerksamkeit, die Sensibilität, die Bereitschaft, aufeinander einzugehen, in vielen Fällen höher und gesteigert ist, als sonst oft bei einer Konferenz der Fall ist, wo die Leute anreisen, ihren Vortrag abliefern und dann schon wieder entweder mit ihrem Handy oder mit dem Zug irgendwie oder dem Flugzeug abtauchen. Natürlich hatten wir auch vor, die 2 Preisträger, die 2 Kategorien, die aus Österreich heuer kommen, live zu vergeben. Aber leider haben wir ganz kurzfristig auch noch die Absage bekommen von Vali Export, die wir heuer ausgezeichnet haben mit der Goldenen Nika für ihr Lebenswerk als Visionary Pioneer of Feminist Media Art.
Unfortunately, she cancelled at very short notice.
Und Vali Export wäre sehr gerne gekommen, aber es ist ihr in dieser Situation schlichtweg ein bisschen zu viel geworden und sie bittet uns alle um Verständnis und sie hat uns eine kleine Videobotschaft geschickt.
Hallo, hallo, hier spricht Vali Export.
Hello, I'm Vali Export.
Ich sende Ihnen eine Grußbotschaft von Wien nach Linz, weil ich selbst nicht kommen kann, was mir sehr leid tut. Aber ich bin sehr glücklich über diesen schönen, wunderbaren Preis und die Prix Ars Electronica. Der Preis ist mir schon seit langem sehr bekannt und die ganze Ars Electronica verfolge ich ja schon seit meinem ganzen Beginn, wie sie angefangen hat, die Ars. Dankeschön und auf Wiedersehen.
Inception. So thank you very
Kurz,
much.
prägnant wie immer.
And see you soon, I hope. So that was brief
wird
and
auch eine dieser beiden Nikas heuer am Postweg versandt. Die Statuen für die Künstlerinnen und Künstler in Hongkong, in den USA, in Kanada sind bereits am Postweg. Einer der Gründe, wieso Vali Export natürlich heuer in diesem Jahr besonders in Linz und in Oberösterreich präsent ist, ist, dass sie 80 Jahre alt geworden ist und dass sie ein Lebenswerk hinterlassen hat, das international Furore gemacht hat. Für uns aus dem Bereich der Medienkunst ist aber auch zu sagen, dass sie ganz entscheidende Leistungen auch für die Emanzipation und der Entwicklung der Medienkunst beigetragen hat. Und ich darf an dieser Stelle Sie alle herzlich einladen, die wirklich großartige CyberArts-Ausstellung im OK zu besuchen. Es ist den Partnern vom OK, Martin Sturm und seinem Team, tatsächlich gelungen, unter diesen Umständen eine vollständige Ausstellung zustande zu bringen.
Exhibition has been put together there. It's not just a couple of video screens and documentations. There are many projects, even if the artists themselves are not present. The projects were sent in and perfectly displayed by Martin Sturm and his team. You can also see works by Valley Expert there. And in the Valley Expert film program, which will be shown in cooperation with Crossing Europe in the autumn in Linz. And there is still an exhibition on Valley Expert's work at the Landesgalerie. Another award is yet to be handed out today, but what do you do with someone who has already won countless awards on the occasion of the 80th anniversary of Hannes Leopoldseder? We've produced a book that contains all his writings, his papers produced in the course of 40 years of Ars Electronica. It's a fascinating trip through the times, showing how Ars Electronica has evolved. He has always been a visionary. For him, Ars Electronica was not just something ephemeral he came up with 41 years ago. No, it's much more than that, and you can feel and sense that in this book. So once again, congratulations on your birthday. Perhaps you would stand up briefly so that everyone can see you. It's one of the great stories in media art, something that is something that is extremely topical, but nevertheless has a long tradition and a long history. We also have a category called U19. Create Your Own Digital World is meant to encourage young people to address reality in a constructive spirit. This is something that is strongly reflected in this category, and it's been very well received. The Ortweinschule in Graz submitted a project that really deserves to win this prize. We're going to see a brief excerpt of this animation, and I would ask the young artists to join me on the stage.
muss dazu sagen, das ist nur die Hälfte des Films. Wir wollen ja nicht alles verraten. Kommen Sie in unsere Ausstellungen, schauen Sie in unsere Streams und Sie können das gesamte Meisterwerk sehen. 3 der 4 Künstler und Künstlerinnen, die dieses Projekt gemacht haben, sind heute zu uns gekommen. Ich darf begrüßen Lisa Raas, Jona Liegnitz und Anna Fachbach. Und
Franziska Gall, unfortunately had to stay home. So thank you very much for having joined us. Thank you for this great project. Highly professional, extremely profound.
Habt ihr das gemacht und wie habt ihr das gemacht?
Why this project and how did you do it? Well, we started at school. Well, we had the original idea and we thought that I myself and Fanny love films like this, surrealist films, and we thought we'd take a simple linear story and present it in a completely different, abstract way. And we ask ourselves, what kind of story do we use? And we thought, why not growing up as a story? And this little boy experiences his childhood at different places, and he is growing up. The different parts of the forest are the different stages or phases in his life.
Das Ganze ist ja in einer Technik gemacht, wo man jedes einzelne Bild händisch herstellen muss.
Well, the technique you used involved producing each and every image manually. We used stop-motion technique. As a child, I produced movies with Lego mannequins. And we used that technique also for the project. So it took us about 1 year to produce the project. We've started with pre-production. It was a lot of work. We took our time because we felt that this was quite a challenge. So we planned everything very carefully. The shooting itself took 2 weeks. We were locked up in a basement for 2 weeks and working 10 hours a day, and we wanted to avoid mistakes because we thought this would make post-production easier, but post-production again took a couple of months. So it took us a year, but it was great fun and we really loved doing this.
War das euer Abschluss, euer Matura-Projekt?
Was it your graduation project?
Zusätzlich zur Matura
or did you do it on top of all the other exams you had to take? Well, we did a project in 5th grade and we invested a lot of our free time. So we're all excited to see the graduation project. We hope that you will submit it again next year. Now you've successfully graduated. What are your plans in life? We've been talking about the digitalization of technology. So we all want to work in the creative sphere, in arts, so either in animation or in cultural events, event management, so we want to stay in this sphere. It's certainly not our last project, and we're most grateful for having the chance to be here. I may now ask Mayor Luger to
Corona-sicheren Überreichung der Goldenen Nika. Wir haben uns ein ganz spezielles Prozedere einfallen lassen, um wirklich 100%ig sicher zu gehen, dass Linz grün bleibt.
In order to be absolutely sure that the corona traffic light in Linz remains green.
Ja, herzlichen Dank. Das große Gruppenfoto werden wir Corona-technisch dann an einem anderen Ort machen, weil die Bühne einfach zu klein wäre, um die notwendigen Abstände einzuhalten. Das heißt, ich darf euch alle wieder von der Bühne entlassen und darf ganz kurz noch ankündigen, ihr könnt auch gerne bei mir noch bleiben. Ansonsten ich habe noch anzukündigen, darf noch ankündigen, wie der Abend weitergeht. Zum einen möchte ich mich an dieser Stelle ganz besonders bei der Industriellen Vereinigung bedanken, die ja auch mit der JKU ein großartiges MINT-Projekt betreibt und sich da wirklich in die Förderung auch der innovativen Landschaft in Oberösterreich wunderbar einbringt. Danke für die Unterstützung, besonders dieses Abends. Wir hatten natürlich ursprünglich vor, dass es wie bei jeder Preisverleihung
originally, as in every award ceremony, we wanted to plan for a buffet and drinks and everything. We had to do it differently this year. You received a blanket to keep you warm and some food prepared by Teichwerk.
Ich hoffe, Sie werden nach diesen schönen Momenten auch der Preisverleihung und den interessanten Statements unserer Repräsentanten jetzt nicht sofort nach Hause laufen, sondern ich hoffe, Sie haben sich alle Zeit genommen für den nächsten wunderbaren Teil des Abends. Es ist die Kooperation zwischen Bruckner Orchester und Ars Electronica, die ich vorher schon kurz erwähnt habe, die jedes Jahr wieder eine ganz spannende neue Begegnung zwischen klassischer Musik, Orchester, Jazzmusik, Elektronik und den Themen unserer Zeit bearbeitet und neu inszeniert. Heuer ist es gelungen, zu diesem Projekt auch die beiden Schauspieler Maria Hofstetter und Karl Markowitsch dazu zu gewinnen. Wir haben wunderbare Musikerinnen, die aus dem Bereich auch der elektronischen Musik kommen, dabei sein werden. Eine Jazzband, die auch von Markus Poschner geleitet wird, und es wird ein wunderbares Miteinander werden, in der es keine zentrale Bühne gibt, sondern in der das gesamte wunderbare Gelände hier in den Kepler Gardens zum Aktionsraum und zur Bühne wird. Das ist das Fidelio Freedom Project, und Sie alle wissen, Fidelio ist die große Befreiungsfreiheitsoper von Ludwig van Beethoven, den wir heuer in diesem Jahr ganz besonders ehren. Und dieses Kollektiv von Künstlerinnen und Künstlern hat jetzt eine Reise durch die Menschheits- und Kulturgeschichte des Kampfes, des Widerstands gegen Unterdrückung, des Kampfes für Selbstbestimmung, Freiheit und eigenständige Entfaltung kreiert und daraus geschaffen, mit wunderbaren Texten, die beginnen mit Olympe de Gouges, einer Frau, die zur Zeit der französischen Revolution ein Manifest für Gleichberechtigung der Frauen geschrieben hat, die reingeschrieben hat, dass das doch nicht sein kann, dass Egalité, Liberté nur für die Männer gültig ist, sondern die so schön geschrieben hat, wenn Frauen auch aufs Schafott kommen dürfen, dann werden sie wohl auch vollwertig an der Gesellschaft teilnehmen dürfen. Und von da an gibt es eine Reise, eine musikalische, eine textliche Reise bis in unsere Gegenwart. Wir haben eine kurze Pause dazwischen. Nutzen Sie das, um diversen körperlichen Bedürfnissen nachzugehen, zu kommunizieren. Tun Sie das aber bitte so, wie wir alle in den letzten Wochen und Monaten ja verinnerlicht haben, mit gebührlichem Abstand, körperlichem Abstand, aber sozialer Wärme, mit Masken dort, wo Sie sich zu nahe kommen. Und ich wünsche Ihnen für diesen Abend und für das Fidelio Project wirklich sehr viel und sehr gute Unterhaltung. Danach gibt es noch einen dritten Teil für die, die es genau wissen wollen. Wunderbare elektronische Musik und ein Projekt, in dem Künstlerinnen und Künstler aus der ganzen Welt mit künstlicher Intelligenz gemeinsam Musik produzieren.
Produce music with artificial intelligence, so you can look forward to a great long evening. And in case you feel cold, you've got blankets.
or format of the night keynotes, even though the term only makes sense in European time zones. Now I'm incredibly proud to introduce you to today's keynote speaker, Joanna Bryson, Professor of Ethics and Technology at the Hertie School of Governance in Berlin. She will take us along her research into the topics of the role of humans in the age of intelligent machines to remind us that we need to ensure that these technologies are applied responsibly.
Okay, it is with great pleasure that I introduce our keynote speaker, Joanna Bryson. Joanna is a professor for ethics and technology at the Hertie School in Berlin. Her research focuses on the impact of technology on human cooperation and artificial intelligence, as well as information and communication technology governance. From 2002 to 2019, she was on the computer science faculty at the University of Bath. She has also been affiliated with the Department of Psychology at Harvard University, the Department of Anthropology at the University of Oxford, the School of Social Sciences at the University of Mannheim, and the Princeton Center for Information Technology Policy. I'm happy to have you here. We're looking forward to your talk.
So AI and human interactions, that was the topic I was asked. Well, I think I was actually asked to talk about how is human interactions different in the context of AI, which is a huge question, and I hope that you're watching some of the other discussions of that too. I'm mostly talking about the social impacts on how we interact with each other at a larger scale. But before I go too far into that, I want to talk about, well, what it is we're talking about, by which I mean intelligence. So this isn't the only possible definition of intelligence, but it's a pretty good one, and it's been around for more than a century. It was invented to think about how do we judge animals, how intelligent are animals when we can't talk to them. So I think it's very appropriate. And the idea is that intelligence is a capacity, so it's not just a binary. There are some things that can never adjust their behavior, but within those things that do adjust their behavior, like thermostats and plants and animals, it's doing the right thing at the right time. So just all we're really talking about here is a form of computation. You're taking a set of information, which is perception. We use perception as a term for taking the context, taking the information that is the context, and then generating an action. All right, I hope that's clear, and I think it'll get clearer as we go. If you can accept that, at least for the time being, and don't worry, there's going to be much bigger ideas than only this idea of intelligence later on, then we have a really easy job to define AI. So AI is the subset of all the intelligent things that someone actually built. They deliberately built it, okay? So it's facilitating our own intentions, right? And I want to point out this idea of deliberately building something is really an important key idea that I think a lot of people that are worried about the impacts of AI have forgotten. There isn't much discussion about the fact we have explicit knowledge about some parts of our memory, some parts of our behavior, but we also still have a lot of implicit or unconscious parts of our behavior. So the explicit or deliberate, like deliberately building something, is the part of human intelligence that people can discuss. So I think that's a very important definition. And of course, what people have trouble with is, why is there any part of human intelligence that's not explicit? Okay, well, that's great, a great question, and it also can help us get over some misunderstandings about artificial intelligence. So I already said that intelligence is computation, transforming the context about the current world into an action. That's a form of computation. And computation is a physical process. It takes time, it takes space, it takes energy. It's not like math, it's not an abstraction, it can never be perfect, it can never be instantaneous. It can be amazingly fast, but there is a carbon footprint to thinking, right? As well as to computing. Okay, so modularity is an approach, so here's another definition. It's one way to facilitate computation, or quite a lot of other things. So you take a big problem and you break it down, and then there's less stuff you have to do with each of the components, right? Because a lot of what you do in computation gets harder the more things you're trying to compare. So if you can break it up and say, okay, I'm only thinking about the set of things I might do when I'm playing soccer right now, then that will save you time over if you're also thinking about what it would take to pass the calculus exam at the same time, right? So basic ideas. So this is the idea of tractability. All right, so deliberate and conscious thought are based on a set of modules that are useful for things, lots of things. One is communication. So there's a lot of argument about, did we evolve consciousness in order to communicate? Was that, or did language in fact make us conscious? Maybe we weren't even very conscious even within historic times. That's been an argument that's been made. Or was consciousness something that was evolved in order to innovate? And there's pretty good evidence that the parts of the brain that that we use that are involved in our consciousness are also involved in things like navigation, like figuring out how to go somewhere you've been before, but from where you are now, that kind of planning. So anyway, this stuff is really useful, but it's also not the best way to get things done. If you've ever done a sport, people will tell you, oh, don't overthink it. You need to get to the point where it's automatic. So there is quite a lot of problems with the stuff that's conscious. So our deliberation is built on top of heuristics, right? Heuristics is a technical term from AI. The rest of this stuff was not technical from AI. But heuristics is basically the idea that you can't think of everything all the way down to the ground, to the basis. And so instead, what we've done is that we come up with just rules of thumb, right? And evolution does that all the time. For a long time, lizards, they walked like this. They're doing push-ups all the time. It took a while until evolution came up with the whole idea of getting your legs sort of under your body. It just takes time, right? So we have a pretty good guess. It's called a heuristic that we've developed from, we found by trial and error, and that's how we move forward, okay? And I'm not necessarily talking about Darwinian evolution here too. Also in our deliberate actions, our culture and our society, we change slowly over time by trying trial and error and learning what works better. Okay, so sometimes when we have an entire edifice based on heuristics, someone will innovate a way to get around those, and that can create disruption of various kinds. All right, so that was one little piece. It was an introduction to AI. Coming back to this thing about what can AI do, well, obviously it can construct those kinds of disruptions because it helps us to be smarter, right? So more people may find more hacks to get around, governments and laws and basically break things, right? That's possible. But on the other hand, that computation problem is a problem from the machine perspective too, right? It takes time, it takes space, it takes energy to make a machine smart. So one way to make machines smarter is to upload all the great stuff we've done. And so a lot of AI now is programmed by machine learning. And so you can think, well, that sounds like a great idea. We can take all of human knowledge and we can put it into machines. But one of the consequences of that is with all the good stuff, with all the useful things, we also get the stuff we don't want anymore. So that includes things like gender biases, racial biases, these things that we call implicit biases. So now this goes back again, this thing about conscious and unconscious, right? So you may consciously think it's really important that all races or all genders are treated the same, but you've grown up in contemporary society. So it turns out that if you're trying to push buttons, right? If you're trying to match up, like for example, from this slide, men's names with family words versus women's names from career words, that is just going to take you longer than if you do it the other way around. It's just easier to do the thing that you've heard happen more before, okay? So this was called implicit bias, and it wasn't clear to people that was why it was, just what you've heard before. I've just sort of given away one of my punchlines here. But the exact same implicit biases that psychologists had already measured, with colleagues at Princeton, we demonstrated that a lot of the really basic, very simple artificial intelligence that's just based on counting words, I mean, it's really not very complicated, it's not rocket science, has exactly the same prejudices, or I shouldn't say prejudices, it has the same stereotypes. It's learned these things. It's only prejudice if you act on it. That's, again, back to the conscious, unconscious thing. All right. So, but here's that punchline I gave away. it turns out that these exact same sexist AI things, they were called word embeddings, were also incredibly accurate at saying things like what proportion of people holding a job. So here on this side of the screen, the dots are the names of jobs. And what you're seeing here is, for psychology, an enormous correlation. It's a 0.9 correlation between how male the word that was like programmer or nurse or whatever, how male that sounded to the word embeddings, to the AI that had been trained on human language, versus what proportion of people who were male actually, what proportion of people who hold that job really are male, okay? And so you can see that's very well correlated. And the outliers there aren't particular jobs. Well, they are, obviously they're particular jobs, but the problem is that some jobs had like a double barrel name, like domestic engineer. And we just dropped the domestic, so obviously you didn't quite capture the whole thing then. Okay, so yeah, the AI trained on human language replicates implicit biases, which it turns out, one of the things we found actually are also replicating the truth. It turns out that implicit biases reflect a lot of our lived reality, but which isn't to say they're okay, it's to say that we've chosen to live in a world where that's not okay, and so we call those biases, and we say they're stereotypes, and we try to avoid it. But it means, therefore, there's nothing in machine learning. Machine learning is there to learn about the world. That's the easy thing, anyway. Mostly, we're automatically learning about the world. So we have to come up with some other explicit mechanism to correct it. So the other problem, and people that have tried to raise children around these, these speaking as voice assistants or whatever, telescreens, that they have noticed that they will also learn to speak the way to other humans as they speak to AI. Again, consciously, they never wanted to do that, but if you use language a lot in a particular way because you're talking to a machine, that will alter how you speak to people too. So learning is like that. And we have to think about what regularities are we creating when we start populating our world with machines, especially if we anthropomorphize them, especially if we do things like have those machines speak with a language and pretend to be human. Okay. So that's just one piece. Now I'm going to jump around to another piece. Another thing people care about a lot is autonomy. So what does autonomy mean? In artificial intelligence, people tended to mean something like robots that proactively determine their own routes or maybe do something useful. And I've just realized I forgot to turn the sound on my computer, so you're about to hear a lot of noise. Sorry. This is just the early days of AI. I used to be back there. So back when I was a kid, and also I wasn't really a kid, I was like 30 there. Oh well. That's MIT, and then this is my students over here with their robots and showing transparently exactly what the robot is thinking, what its priorities are in real time. In fact, this is 5 times real time. But anyway, the point is that sort of never made sense. There was a lot of complaints about like, oh, but the robot isn't autonomous, you programmed it. Well, you teach kids too. I just showed you how we are programmed by the words we hear, right? Even if it's not explicitly intended, we will be changed by what we hear and what we see, right? So let's use a more useful definition, I would say. I think the most coherent definition of autonomy I've ever heard is international relations. So in that context, autonomy is the capacity for a political region, a country, right, to control what happens within its borders. And actually the UN, the current international order is set up around the idea that the entire world is split into countries, and then those countries are governed, and the governments have an obligation to the well-being of every human within their borders, right? That was something we agreed about 70 years ago. And the whole idea of borders and stuff is Westphalian. That's a couple hundred years. Again, not always how we did things. But now it's not only that you have special privileges within your state, you also have obligations, and you have to take care of any human. You don't get to say whether they're citizens or something that determines whether they have human rights. All humans have human rights. Okay. So this idea of whether you can control, if you really actually do control what happens within your own borders, is obviously very much tied up with security. So do you even have a country? or are you actually just sort of an extension of some other person's country, right? And again, that isn't necessarily absolute, right? So there's an extent to which all countries are interdependent. One of my countries, I have 2 countries, and one of my countries is just learning about how independent it can possibly be from the EU, right? It's not that, right? Every country in the world is influenced by that large of a group of people. And just because you say, oh, I don't want to be a member, doesn't mean you can be totally autonomous from such a large trade bloc, right? So I think this is important because we're coming back to how AI is altering the way we socialize on some high levels, is that you can think of, this is one of the definitions of war, which is that you assault your enemy's institutions so that they reduce their autonomy with respect to you. So even if you don't take over the country, which you might, that would be the ultimate act of war. But even if you don't take over the country, you might convince countries to do what you think they should do, which is what happened, again, to America in the War of 1812, that we realized, oh, maybe we're not so autonomous from Britain after all, since they were able to burn the White House, right? Among other things, right? Okay, so now you've heard about both my countries that I'm a citizen of. I'm currently living in Germany, and that will come up later too. My point here is that, like intelligence, autonomy is relative and it's never absolute, okay? So let's go back and talk about how AI, and here I say ICT, which is different from AI. It's information communication technology. And I really think that quite a lot of the things we're attributing to AI do have to do with the fact that we've had this digital revolution and that information and property can move so fast, so quickly, so cheaply, right? Again, it's not free, it's not spontaneous, it's not instantaneous. And it does take energy. There is a cost, but the cost is so much lower than it was when you were like moving stuff around with suitcases or flying in the air. I remember when we used to do that. It was amazing. Anyway, so we know that we can recognize, and this is a big deal from the 2015 or I thought that this thing about Connect, that Microsoft was sitting there, they did all these experiments, they published them and said, we can tell how you're going to vote and if you're going to get divorced and things like that by how you interact with your game console. Right? I thought that was going to be a challenge for the 2016 elections. I knew about the Facebook thing, but who took Facebook? Facebook is just a toy, right? Nobody is worried about that. The same stuff we could do with Facebook, we can do with Twitter. If people have figured out just from tweets, you don't have to get someone to like anything, just from the tweets themselves, you can also determine people's personality. And of course, the social media does not change people's minds. Not about 2%, which is of course about what the last American and British elections were decided by. But maybe 2% of people can be persuaded on social media to change parties. But what it can persuade you is that your fringe idea is not as fringe as you thought. So maybe you should act on it. Maybe you should go out and actually, have a riot or vote or get other people to vote. Maybe you should get together. So these are the kinds of things that we've been doing. And Chris Wiley, of course, did a big whistleblowing on this with respect to Cambridge Analytica. And again, maybe we're all sick of hearing about my 2 countries, but it isn't just there. It's happening all over the world. In fact, the company that owned Cambridge Analytica had been paid by Western governments for 30 years to influence other people's elections, right? So anyway, this is a really scary article about how WhatsApp was completely co-opted during the Brazilian elections of 2018. So this is something that is absolutely compromising personal autonomy, but that actually is not my area of expertise. I've been really interested lately in what's happening again at the governmental level and also corporate level. How are we coordinating these larger entities? And of course, when you have a lot of money, you can also influence other countries, as we were just discussing before. And I really recommend this Pistor's book about Code of Capital. It's really nice. I also really recommend going to see Hamilton if you can. It's awesome. Anyway, so where are we? So when you have really high levels of inequality, when small numbers of people, and that's the dark gray line on this graph, on the left, you see the percentage share that the top 1% of earners in America had per year. The bottom there is years. when you have very high levels of inequality, and it wasn't just America, that just happens to be where Nolan McCarty, who's one of my collaborators, is from, and I got his slides. He has great data. We had globally very high inequality in the late, increasing and then peaking around this period in the late 19th century into the early 20th century. And now we have globally very high inequality. Actually, not globally. It's the problem here is mostly in the OECD. I'll come back to that. I mean, anyway. Well, what's that lighter gray line? The lighter gray line is about political polarization. And the darker gray line is actually income inequality, because that was what we knew about, because in America, we just eradicated alcohol tax and alcohol. Well, not really. We just stopped taxing it and made it illegal. Anyway, the point is that we had that information, but it seems that the wealth inequality does more of the driving. And more recently, that's been better correlated with income. Maybe, we'll see. Anyway, what you do see also is that after one world war and one financial crash, that was enough entropy that a bunch of the affluent, the elite, decided, okay, this is too much. We're losing too much stuff here. I mean, a lot of the poor people were killed, right, in the wars. But the elite are saying, yeah, this is too much mayhem. We have to do something. And so in America, this was the New Deal. And so you see this, that polarization was brought down first, and then inequality followed. And you have this long period of relative low. I mean, it wasn't a perfect period. Lots of stuff happened in the 60s and 70s too. But compared to what happened in 1978, when these broke apart again, that's a big deal. A lot of people go around saying, oh, the great decoupling. And one of the things I want to point out is there was a great coupling. It wasn't just natural, it didn't just happen that wages follow productivity. That is a choice. So yeah, when you have shrinking numbers, so growing inequality means that you have like a Zips curve is the technical term. Fewer and fewer people have more and more stuff, all right? And that just breeds entropy. You don't have to cooperate as much. In fact, you want to be eccentric, you want to have weird beliefs because you want to make sure that the politicians you're paying are only being paid by you. There's all kinds of things that could be going on. So we think that what technology actually does is reduces the new technology that reduces the cost of distance, also reduces the number of winners. And so I think that's what bootstraps this problem, but then you get something called regulatory capture. So the people who are winning try to stop you from taking their money away and sharing it again until you convince them that this is too much entropy again, right? So there was a period of great coupling, and I told you what happened in America. Globally, after World War II, after the Second World War, there was an agreement called the Bretton Woods Agreement that reduced things like, for example, transnational transfers. So after World War I, huge amounts of money was being extracted from quite a lot of countries that were basically randomly selected by the entropy that was World War I. And so those countries couldn't get over their inequality. Some countries like Russia, Afghanistan, Greece, have always not always, but quite often, having all their wealth extracted by their own elite because they're trying to maintain that inequality. It makes them feel safer. They're just wrong. Okay. Anyway, so the point is that we can fix this. It's not that we solve all of society's problems. We can reduce the amount of entropy and get to a better calm if we decide to invest in that. And when we don't invest in that, I started to keep harping about Brexit, but this is amazing that such a rich country as the UK can go to a point where people don't have enough food, don't have enough education. They don't have like days of school shut down, even before COVID, right? It's just insane, right? And this, that the UN has to come in and document that the UK is starving its own people. It's just amazing, right? This is just another thing. If only you guys were here live with me, I'd be trying to make you guess what this is about. So somebody's winning and somebody's losing, but when are they winning or losing? It's global warming. So the impact of global warming. So again, who benefits if we don't actually have a way to enforce the rules about global warming, right? Actually, Finland, but they seem to be playing ball with the EU. So anyway. as I mentioned, wars, dismantle your enemy's infrastructure so that they lose autonomy. Their goals are subsumed by yours, are subsumed yours. Okay, so regulation is the means by which a complex entity perpetuates a recognizable version of itself into the future. Regulation is not a bad thing, all right? It's what every single living thing does and every company does. We all have to regulate, and certainly, obviously, it's what governments do. Societies and individuals have to regulate. Governance is, again, the explicit, deliberate regulation that we do with the government, right? Or we can do it with our own, again, corporate governments, right? But it's the subset of regulation, all right? So what does it mean to govern? It means you change the problem, you address it with resources, and then you stabilize and move on, okay? And people are like, well, can we trust that? You get that a lot from people like Google. Can we trust the government? Of course not. No, you should never trust the government. You've got to actually make sure it works. You can't just leave things up in the air, okay? So we have to work with the government, but it is one of the means by which we make it easier to ensure everyone does their fair share, all right? So yeah, modularity, also in society. It's great to have companies, it's great to have governments, and it's great for them to find ways to work together and to simplify each other's jobs and to police each other's corruption. Okay, so we did that. We actually, in the OECD, we had a whole bunch of people get together over multiple years, and they came up with some really good ideas about how to handle AI, right? And it should be accountable, it should be safe, it should be transparent, there should be some kind of justice and supporting of diversity, and most importantly, it should be human-centered, and not only human. There's some nice lines about sustainability and worrying about the planet here, okay? And so, what could we be doing with these kinds of agreed principles? I think that, that humans are both the point of AI and the limit to how much things can change at a time. So this idea that everything's running away faster and faster and we can't control it, well, that's how it felt in the late 19th century too, okay? But that's something that we're doing to ourselves. So we will always have the human condition. The fact that we're alive implies that we're gonna die. Sorry, Elon Musk, or whoever it is that thinks, I don't know if that's one of his things. And if we're going to die and be alive, we're going to have children and families. The human condition is what is going to be for humans, right? and machines are quite dependent on us. They're a lot more fragile than life. Okay, so everything could become clearer. Now that if we were actually to apply these principles that I mentioned earlier, that 44, I think, nations have signed up and said, yes, we want these principles, including China. The G20 also signed up to those. All right. So everything could be clearer, and companies and governments could be more transparent, right? They could be, and we could actually govern both our corporations and our governments better, as long as we had cybersecure AI and digital technology to help us all understand what was going on, including the people in government, right? Social mobility could be higher. Education could be more accessible, right? Countries that support transparency, good governance, may in the long run still win. I think it's quite likely. I really believe that what we do matters. And I also really believe there's hope. Otherwise, I would just go home and drink, right? I don't need to be here. So let's talk about utopia, okay? I think utopia is a utopia that has to do with AI would be happy, fulfilled, localized, sustainable, and hedonistic. Not mentioning the drinking. Doesn't have to be alcohol, sorry. Some kind of consumption. Creative cultural economies, real-time translation, so that those of us who are native English speakers don't have this ridiculous advantage, that we could really support and sustain and flourish more languages and more ways of thinking, right? We could, I think in order to avoid the kinds of predation and manipulation we've been seeing, we need to also build technological solutions that will defend our privacy, will defend us from knowing what we might do, right? I think we need to have liberty. We aren't going to enjoy our lives otherwise. I think that, as I mentioned, we need to have governments and corporations working together, and also NGOs. There's all kinds of new entities that are coming up as we are becoming so wealthy and so powerful. So we need to defend the right to flourish and freedom of thought. And we need to limit each other's corruption, right? And it's important that citizens, we don't just leave this to other people, that citizens are vigilant and that we all look for ways to help each other and to help our society. So that's the good idea. What if we get it wrong? I think if we get it wrong, we know what it's like. Again, this is the human condition. We know the worst that we can do to each other, right? And we're seeing it right now. I just named a few places here, but obviously there's other people suffering, Myanmar and Uyghurs, and all kinds of things are happening. But we know what it's like to be micromanaged. You don't have to have AI to do that. We know that there's people that don't care about human lives, or not everybody's lives anyway, right? So sometimes people think it'd be better to hold on to their fragile power by making a more homogeneous population. And I worry right now, I don't think people are talking about this enough, to what extent is it the people who think like, oh, technology is all we need, we don't need this many people, so we'll just let people attrition away. Well, we don't need to give them adequate healthcare anymore. I think there are a number of people that I fight with on Twitter sometimes that believe that human goals could be met adequately by technology alone. I think they aren't thinking hard enough. And the other piece here is that if you remove diversity, you will lose your capacity to innovate. So again, long term, you lose. Just like China with the Cultural Revolution. After 10 years, they suddenly realized that they didn't have the academic knowledge that they needed to be competitive with the Soviet Union or with America, right? So, but a lot of people died in those 10 years. So I'm just trying to help people think about this a little sooner. Yeah, and obviously destruction of the ecosystem can lead to other shorter lifespans and higher infant mortality, and those are things we really don't like. The best prediction of state failure is having increasing infant mortality. So is it possible for us to get to the utopia? Actually, I already did. I moved to Berlin, and it seems to be absolutely awesome here. I told you I'd mention my third country. All right. Yeah, look at this. These guys, this is my commute. There's this guy with a dog on his commute. I can't believe it. Anyway, okay. When there's been a big change, like say there's been a landslide here, right? Then there's nothing is working. And then you get this really simple plants that come in, right? Like weeds, right? But without those simple plants that get there first, you don't get the jungle growing back, right? So something has to stabilize the soil. And this is my current thinking about, like, we've changed what it is to be human and how we interact so much that we get these autocracies. They're very simple. They're like weeds sweeping in. And we need to now try to get in and say, okay, can we grow and expand the richer ecology of better, more diverse forms of governance, and get those out to these other areas. So how can we do that? Well, first of all, whatever we're doing, we need to make solutions that are sustainable ecologically as well as emotionally and politically. And we have to invest in public goods. We have to think. We have to not think that, oh, this is all hopeless, and then try to sit on our own money. We have to put our effort and our taxes and our vigilance into our society and our neighbors. Just protest is great. There's a lot more to democracy than just voting. But what we've seen over and over in the last 20 years is that only protest, you can make it harder for the governors to govern, but it doesn't replace the government. You've got to join into institutions. You have to join things like unions and political parties and all these things that we sort of hate. But that is where you get enough coherence that you can move forward. We need to recognize and strengthen the institutions that are already protecting us, even if they're not perfect. It's like put your oxygen mask on first, then fix the other oxygen masks, okay? And we need to value and care for ourselves and our neighbors. I think that's obvious, but it's not enough. Some people are just saying, oh, that's all we need to do. No, nope. All right, and thank you.
Right, thank you, Joanna.
I have no idea how long that took.
We are at 32 minutes now, so we have time for...
Nailed it.
Nailed it. So we have time for a couple of questions. And I want to start actually at the end where you said protest is not enough, we should join unions. And I recently watched a talk by I recently watched a talk by Noam Chomsky, and he's very into the anarcho-syndicalist way that the institution constantly has to prove its power. And when you say join the union, what do you say about that notion?
Yeah, well, yeah. I don't always keep up with Chomsky, although I have read him at various periods. And he's actually one of those people who's a bit of a disruptor himself if you look for his internal coherence. But the point is, yes, definitely. I grew up, for some reason, I guess because I was from the Midwest, I thought unions were a good thing. But when I was growing up, they were mostly linked to the mafia, right? And it wasn't seen as a very good thing. And it was a real problem when people were trying to impose unionization on, for example, the musicians in Chicago. I'm from Chicago. Because that meant they basically had to join the mafia. So I understand skepticism. Like I said, no institutions are perfect. It's an ongoing attempt to improve things. But we do keep building more amazing stuff. We are, the well-being and healthcare of the poor. 4 billion people were moved out of extreme poverty in the period from 2000 to 2015. That's despite 2008 being in the middle of that, right? And that isn't just China and India, right? It was in Africa too, right? And in the the Pacific Islands, all these these huge parts of the world. The point is that I think a lot of it, part of it was just that effective altruism is actually effective, but part of it was also unfortunately that Western governments were spending less money on, this is the theory, right? That giving less money, doing less charity, because a lot of the charity was getting captured by the top, and the top was therefore motivated to keep the inequality high and have these poor people. But where if you take that charity part out and instead replace it with say the Chinese coming in and buying stuff, then they needed actual employees. Of course, they brought a lot of employees, but still some money was trickling out. And I think that's also how we achieved that that greater equality and the wages following productivity in the United States. We it was completely sexist and racist. We only gave money to white uneducated males, and we pumped up, and not all of them, like a small number of them, but we pumped up their wages. Let them be in the aerospace or whatever. And now that that's collapsing, that's really cheesing them off, right? They don't see, they're still better off than everybody else, but they're not as much better off. And so now they're actually withdrawing from the labor market. Big problem. Anyway, the point is that there seems to be, even if you just get something to people, then they will spread it around. It helps glue the society together, and it does give you security. So anyway, and that thing about moving all those people out of extreme poverty, that was pre-COVID. I think there are a lot of people now that are again at food risk, malnutrition risk, because of the breakdown of supply chains and things. So we need to rethink that. We need to figure out how to get supply chains that are, that there's redundancy, that there's some kind of localization, although a lot of globalization worked well in other ways. So we there's an ongoing level of improvement, but I think we should be proud of what we have achieved. Oh, and I didn't say, part of it was AI, right? Yeah. Part of it was not just AI, ICT, that people had mobile phones and they could find out, what their stuff was worth, and they could find out what the weather was going to be. And, that's amazing. And a lot of the world hadn't had access to that. And now almost everyone can communicate. That's incredible.
Yeah. I agree, and that was certainly one of the parts in the paper. I really liked that you mentioned the positive effects of AI and what could be done with it, because I get the feeling in the media there's a lot of fear mongering with AI, and especially about the manual labor and jobs. I mean, I don't say those are not problems we should think about, but I really enjoyed that you stressed also the positive effects. It needs more. More of this.
I got to tell you something about manual labor. I just learned the most amazing thing. Academics are cool. and some of them invited me to a meeting like last week. And I'm sorry, I don't have the citations in this talk. I can't remember the speakers, but go to my Twitter page and ask me, and I will send you this. In fact, I'm going to blog this. It was so cool. Anyway, so there's these kinds of things people think are exposed to AI, like these repetitive tasks, famously, right? So somebody had done this big paper about repetitive task, the wages for people that were doing repetitive tasks, and this individual had looked at how unions protected those people, And they're like, oh, look, if you're in a union, your wages stay high. Of course, fewer and fewer people are in unions. This is the United States. In Germany, the unions are really well integrated into society. It's very cool here. It's so cool what they're doing. Anyway, the point is that that then the wages are plummeting over with the non-union people. But wait, they're only plummeting from 1983 to 1995. And I'm just like, dude, if this is AI, why is it over 95? He's like, well, we economists had a theory that there's been no real advances in AI since 1995. I'm like, I think your theory is wrong, you know? And then, but there's other people. So it was even at the same meeting, there was these other people. So in Germany, that period of wage reduction for those with repetitive skills was the 90s, okay? And so they said, oh, is it because we have stronger unions, so we held on longer? No, it was because the wall came down, okay? So what competes with people? People. Wages go down when the supply of people expands. So what happened in America in the 80s was the access to the market to China, to Asia, and the massive outsourcing. And then when the wall came down and the Iron Curtain came down, that happened in Germany. That was when the unions finally capitulated, said, okay, the wages can go down now because we don't want you to move to, you know, Poland or something. Actually, Poland's in the EU now. But anyway, whatever they said in the 90s, that probably was what they said, right? Anyway, so the point is that if you look at the people now who are having their jobs automated, so that was like those periods where the wages were falling, and they, you know, there is still increasing inequality. I don't want to make light of it, but if you look at the people now who have their jobs automated, the majority of them stay in work, and of those, the majority of them have they get better jobs, they get less repetitive, more abstract, better paid jobs, mostly in the same companies. So it turns out that even within sector, this is not a sector difference, even within sector, the same companies that invest in technology tend to also invest in education of their own workforce. And maybe it's not a coincidence because otherwise the workforce would freak out. But anyway, the point is that it isn't, the story isn't as simplistic as people make out. I mean, I never believed some of those numbers that people are kicking around, but there is way more evidence now that, and I do worry about this. So remember I said there is still a role that AI could play here, right? Because one thing that AI does is it makes it easier to get skills faster. Basically, the skills are in the machine. So you just have to buy the machine. You buy the GPS or something, right?
Yeah.
So then that would indicate, again, that wages are going to go down because we could all be taxi drivers, right? And you know, for some people, that's a better wage, but for the taxi drivers, that's a worse wage. And so, well, actually not. That's, again, middle management. Anyway, it's complicated. The point is that I do think that we need to make sure, again, that we are adequately redistributing into infrastructure that makes our lives fun, you know, that makes us want to participate. And that's why I said earlier, it's a real problem. There's some parts of society, like, for example, in North America, the white males right now, white uneducated males, feel like it's not worth either going to school or getting a job, right? Yeah. That their reserve wage is higher than what they're able to get. Because, you know, we can't just wait till they die. But I would rather find something that would engage them and make them feel like, no, this is a society I want to participate in.
But would you agree that I mean, of course, distribution of technology is very important for democratization and autonomy, of course. But I do get the feeling, for example, for right-wing people, that it's easier to convey easy messages which are not complex. I mean, you have this technology, very complex, but it's still easier to convey like the simple message and the simple solution with this tech.
I wouldn't say right wing. I would say extremes. You know, that everybody is happy to market a simple message, and yeah, that is one of the challenges of democracy. We've always known that you need really good education to have a democracy. That's just essential. But I do think, again, that we can keep thinking. People love to learn. Even monkeys love to learn. You put them in a room, they'll sit there and figure out puzzles too. You don't even have to give them peanuts; they'll just do it, right? So you know, people love to learn. And if we can again put a priority on and put some kind of rewards behind making this accessible, helping people to understand and solve these problems instead of just watching, you know, I don't know, child porn on YouTube or something. Sorry, sorry, YouTube. But you know, if we can find things, if we can let, even again, it doesn't, you don't need the whole planet to solve every problem. Even one person solving a problem really well and communicating it is a big win.
Right. So, Joanna, thank you very much for this keynote and the discussion afterwards, the short discussion. It could be longer, of course. I mean, it's a huge topic, but I hope, I mean, this discussion will be continued.
Yeah. And I will be, when this talk is going on now, when you guys are listening to this, I will be around in some sense of around. So go ahead and get on Twitter. I'm happy. I would love to do Q&A. I might, in fact, I think I'm going to be in a panel like immediately after this, but I think there's a little bit of a gap. Anyway, go ahead and ask questions. I'm sorry about this pre-recording part.
So thank you very much. And yeah, see you.
La sensibilidad renace, lucha. Plantas, flores, malezas. Por todas partes. Al crecer como matorrales en las zonas silvestres, la creatividad siempre encuentra nuevos materiales, nuevas formas de sobrevivencia, nuevas formas para comunicar ideas y crear relaciones, más allá de los enfoques económicos que nos gobiernan. Este es un ejercicio que consigue un espacio arquitectónico común para muchas obras de arte que simbolizan diversas formas creativas de vida. Palabras, imágenes, sonidos, letras, gestos. Todos estos brotes conviven y comparten un lugar común que sigue siendo extraño y desconocido para las cartografías oficiales.
Madre mía, y esto me da la vida.
contra la precarización y contra cualquier idea monolítica de la experiencia, Valparaiso Brushwood Garden busca alternativas a los mapeos que se imponen y a las formas de habitar, alternativas siempre separadas o menoscabadas, muchas de ellas consideradas simples malezas. Este jardín de brotes es concebido como una instancia de comunicación entre todos los trabajos artísticos, un lugar que los reconoce, un lugar que les da dignidad. Nuevos territorios. Nuestra artista invitada es Spela Sotomayor, performer, actriz, integrante del colectivo Las Tesis.
Today's evening program, as part of the European Artificial Intelligence Lab, will lead us with the Radicalization by Design web project to a discussion on issues of freedom of speech, of extreme speech and deplatforming. Recently, the big corporative social media platforms have come under immense pressure to clean up their act. This has led to the cancellation of a great many large and controversial accounts and channels. The upcoming discussion will be hosted by the Ars Electronica Garden in Utrecht, presented by Impact, moderated by Arjan Dunevin and Mark Tudors, and addresses now the effectiveness as well as the ethics of efforts to deplatform extreme speech.
Exhibition at the Impact Center that's actually related to the event that we're staging tonight. It's also dealing with, among others, how political subcultures influence day-to-day politics. But tonight's event also is connected with a web project that we've been staging called Radicalization by Design. It's online, you can all watch it. It's on the website of Ars Electronica, and it's also on the Impact website. And we'll be discussing and continuing the discussions from that web project. We have a live online panel tonight with guests that participated also in the web project, and we have a few extra guests that will participate online. The web project, Radicalization by Design, was all about how social media and the way they are structured influence public debate and how they may contribute to extreme political polarization. As documented in journalistic accounts of the alt-right, radicalization and conspiracy theory rabbit holes leading, for example, from YouTube and Instagram to fringe sites like 4chan.
Hi, so my name's Mark Tudors. I'll be co-moderating this evening with Arjen. And our guests have some insights into these issues that we explored in the web project. And in particular, we could say that these communities that that Arjen just spoke of engage in a kind of speech, an online speech that one of our guests speaks about as extreme speech. It's something like hate speech, but it also involves kind of an ambiguity and irony, and as academics might say, it's sort of complicated. So we'll hear about that this evening from Sahana Udupa. And the web project also involved a dialogue on the topic of deplatforming, which is a term that we could use for kind of content moderation where community is removed from a social media platform. And that was actually a topic of discussion between two of our guests who are joining us here this evening, Richard Rogers from the University of Amsterdam and Bharat Ganesh from the University of Groningen in the Netherlands. And so we'll have a discussion on that topic of deplatforming later on this evening. Our fourth guest offers us some insight into the way that content moderation works from a kind of more technical perspective. Joanna Bryson, Professor Joanna Bryson from the Hertie School of Governance, has a PhD in computer science from MIT. And she'll offer us some insights into the sort of technicalities of this, as well as getting into a discussion subsequently about the more ethnographic perspective from a humanities point of view. I would like to also point out one interesting detail actually about Joanna's biography. She was involved with an advisory panel for Google, an advisory panel by the name of the Advanced, Joanna will probably correct me, hopefully, the Advanced Technology...
Journal Advisory Council.
Thank you, Joanna. Which, as we'll hear later, was involved in a kind of a complex political deplatforming of sorts as well. So that's something that we can get into in the structure of this evening's panel. I'll actually come to the structure, but first I'll pass the mic back to Arjen.
Yeah, so in tonight's event, we'll continue our discussions about deplatforming, but we'll also address another issue, the so-called cancel culture, which we see as referring more generally to the ways in which the practices of cultural gatekeeping, whether editors, curators, journalists, or even scientists, are currently being brought to the forefront of public attention when it comes to questions of what to do with extreme opinions and controversial points of view, such as, for example, those of the alt-right. These are highly complex issues, of course, and we do not have a one-size-fits-all solution for here, and we don't pretend that we'll come with such a solution. So, in brief, tonight we'll talk about artificial intelligence and human decision-making in relation to platform governance, and we'll talk about the ethical challenges and responsibilities facing the people in charge of these platforms. Challenges and responsibilities which are also facing journalists, the academic community, and programmers in the art, as the curators of the media landscape and the public debate. Our aim here is to clearly articulate these challenges and responsibilities, and in fact, to create a platform for the discussions about deplatforming.
So the structure of this evening breaks down into 4 parts. We'll begin with about a half an hour for the intro section, and that will involve 2 10-minute presentations by Joanna and Sahana, beginning with Sahana, and then a brief response by Richard and Bharat. That will be the conclusion of the first part. The second part of the discussion will then focus on the question of online governance, content moderation, and the sort of ethnographic, anthropological, and technical aspects of what we've referred to as deplatforming. Then the third part of the discussion will move into the more ethical questions of what we've heard called cancel culture, issues around free speech, and so forth. And then in the fourth section, there'll be an opportunity for those of you at home who will be able to ask questions, and then we'll engage with your questions from the audience. There is an email address for that, I believe.
Yeah. So in this last part of the program, you can send your questions to the simple email address called questions@impact.nl. Impact is, of course, written with a K, so questions@impact.nl. You can send the questions whenever you want, and at the end of this program, we'll take some of those, and we hope to take some of those and include them in our discussion. So now it's time to introduce our first speaker.
Yeah, so it's my great pleasure to introduce Sahana Udupa, who I've had an opportunity to interact with over the past couple of years over email, but only just now met in sort of as close as we get these days to face-to-face, I suppose. Sahana is putting together a book on extreme speech, a volume that she's brought together a number of really interesting perspectives, which we will hear something about, I believe, this evening. She's a professor at the Ludwig Maximilian School in Munich. She's a professor of media anthropology. And Sahana, I would like to, for the audience and us here as well, to offer you a warm welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So I will start right away with my presentation. Okay. So thank you once again for having me here. What we've been doing in our extreme speech project is to look at extreme speech practices in a variety of contexts by taking a global comparative approach that combines ethnographic fieldwork with text-based analysis and computational methods. And in doing this, with several collaborating colleagues and co-authors, Eugenio Gagliardon, Peter Herwig, Matti Pohjonen, and others, we depart from the dominant legal normative definitions of hate speech and the idea that all we need to do is isolate and combat vitriolic speech based on the assumption that we already know how it looks like and what needs to be done. Extreme speech theory takes a step back and stresses the importance of comprehension over classification. This means paying attention to local context and understanding actors who are involved in extreme speech practices. In my study, for instance, I found at least 5 prototypes of right-wing extreme speech actors in India. There are middle-class ideological warriors who vouch by the fact that they are volunteers through and through and they don't take a penny for their right-wing work online. But there are also actors who troll for livelihood. And then there are politically agnostic commercial digital influencers, and of course, hard-boiled political actors who try to seize voter loyalties by targeting online narratives. Similarly, when we look at how online extreme speech unfolds in Turkey, Pakistan, Kenya, and Indonesia, for example, there are intricate political scenarios of internal rivalry, sometimes within the party itself. And very important, extreme speech, by which I mean the act of stretching the legitimate boundaries of speech along the twin axes of truth, falsity, and civility, incivility, can be progressive in some contexts and regressive in others. But these divergent political implications of extreme speech and the need for ethnographic attention should not take our attention away from unfolding events that have ramped up vitriol and disinformation in the last 2 decades. So we define this as a conjuncture beginning from the 1990s, but precipitating at the turn of the millennium, that allowed the powerful to reject civility, deride inclusion, and attack dignity. This is a political formation whose expression and vehicle is predominantly, if not exclusively, digital. The argument is not that digital media are creating bad people or provoking extreme behaviors. Far from such psychologizing explanations, we argue that exclusionary extreme speech should be seen as a global conjuncture, a confluence of actors, effects, and affordances. And this global conjuncture is, first of all, about new styles and resources for communicating the unsayable, a kind of bare knuckles approach to speech. I have defined this as fun, as a meta practice that instigates collective pleasures of transgression. And this phenomenon has been well documented in the case of white supremacists and meme cultures, for instance. And fun and digital economies of industrial scale of interaction within which it is embedded have serious implications, not because they are some peculiar kinds of communication, but precisely because they emerge from and reproduce deeper historical forces. That brings us to the second point that extreme speech theory foregrounds, the need to place contemporary developments in a longer historical timeline and the far-reaching consequences of what Mignolo calls the colonial modern metrics of power. So when we analyze white supremacist voices, we see there is a sense of dethronement that comes out of the long history of empire. And this partly explains why millionaires throw their might and money into right-wing movements in countries like Denmark and the US. They're not the disadvantaged white proletariat who have fallen on the wrong side of neoliberal economic transitions and immigration policies. And therefore, the targets of exclusionary extreme speech come marked by racialized prejudice, religious histories, and injustices of the colonial past. Now, against this vast complexity, I know Mark commented that we all like to make it very complicated as academics, but it is indeed very complicated, both these contemporary contexts as well as their deep histories. How then do we understand deplatforming? The obvious point is that because the contexts are so varied, deplatforming might work in some places, but not in others. So the biggest challenge, I would say, comes when the ruling regime is directly involved in online extreme speech practices, whether in the case of Myanmar or India. In these cases, if the platform removes some visible faces, it is likely that the ruling regime would install new faces or fire up existing ones. Moreover, it may get into a direct confrontation with social media companies as part of a complex social media management strategy. So actually, they're not fighting. The Indian government, for instance, wrote a letter to Facebook recently that it is unfairly targeting people who are right of center, although we all know, much to the contrary, there has been a cozy relationship between the right-wing regime and Facebook. Last year, hashtag Twitter insults India was making rounds. Because right-wing online users staged protests, blaming that Twitter was removing their accounts. And these episodes illustrate two key concerns about deplatforming: that it could backfire, that you would push these voices to go underground, making them even more vengeful and purposeful. In some cases, you might even make them come into existence by naming these voices as such and such. And all these are genuine concerns. But when there is sufficient mobilization already and sufficient social capital by way of online charisma or even financial might, I think deplatforming is a sure way of signaling that certain kinds of discourses are not approved. You may not be able to completely take away the oxygen supply, but you can stir them to realize there is something like oxygen supply they rely on, and that supply could go away. And this kind of defamiliarizing, I would call it defamiliarizing, to make aware of what you've taken for granted. And I'm adapting what sociologist Harold Garfinkel defined as ethnomethodology. The idea is to disrupt the taken for granted everyday structures of practical action. And he called them breaching experiments. In his case, of course, it was about revealing the unspoken structures of social order that sustains action and interaction. But in the case of deplatforming, we could argue that it has a similar effect by interrupting the practical structures of extreme speech and by prompting online users to see what sustains their action, and that these structures are not a natural endowment, but something that reflects a particular social order and hence can be upturned or withdrawn. And therefore, for all these reasons, when you interrupt the infrastructure, you're not just blocking in a limited sense of regulatory control, but also stirring a consciousness and creating an awareness that something had to keep their extreme speech practices afloat rather than their own seemingly authentic ideological drive. In fact, this is even more effective when paid trolls and propagandists are involved, because deplatforming can raise the cost of online extreme speech. And for all these reasons, that the possibility to defamiliarize online structures of practical action, stirring public consciousness and raising the cost of online extreme speech, I would say deplatforming is a welcome step. It's an important form of societal signaling. And I think this societal signaling can empower many critical voices, including employees of large global corporations whose agency we are beginning to notice in the case of Facebook or Google, for example. But the big challenge is whom to deplatform. And this is a big political question and also a technical question. There is vast variation in platforms. Twitter deplatforming can be public and spectacular, but what about WhatsApp? In many countries, Bangladesh, Indonesia, Philippines, India, etc., vast networks of actual real-world people peddle and amplify animosities online. I just took this image because our digital influencer had 863 WhatsApp messages. I mean, that's the kind of busy lives they have. This was taken from an election campaign. And these are not highly visible Twitter celebrities whose expunging would lead to some kind of suffocating of extreme voices. But these are small little nodes that are up plenty and dispersed. So it could be your maternal uncle or your college friend or a neighborhood social worker now working for a local right-wing politician. They are on your WhatsApp network. They send you jokes, greetings, mourn for your loss, celebrate festivals with you, but also suddenly send politically partisan messages, dehumanizing images about religious minorities and other kinds of brazen extreme speech. And we've been tracking how this WhatsApp message travels, and we've been drawing temporal graphs, what kind of messages come and flow in these networks. And if you look at the distribution structure of WhatsApp content in a country like India, the ruling party has raised a very complex structure. On the one hand, you have the official communication channel, but it is linked to a lot of dispersed volunteers and what they call SMS. SMS is not short message services, but social media sevak. Sevak in Hindi means volunteer. So this is the sort of extremely complicated structure which blurs the boundaries between political campaigning, family messaging, and friendly banter. So what is deplatforming in these contexts? I will end this presentation with two slides, and here, even though it looks very complicated, when you look at these WhatsApp groups, you see the top users are, either one or two of them who send out a large volume of content. And this is from the WhatsApp group, but we see a similar pattern on Twitter as well. So my point here is that it is a huge challenge, no doubt. Platforms should definitely be held responsible and accountable. And one way perhaps is also to look at these top users. But what we should also do is approach this as digital practice in a holistic sense. Platforms are involved, but also different kinds of users, networks and cultures of exchange, about which I can probably comment later on during the discussion, and also the deeper histories within which they are embedded. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sana. With us here, we have two of the speakers that were also in the Radicalization by Design web project, Bharat Ganesh over there and Richard Rogers. First, I would like to see maybe Joanna or one of the speakers here in the hall has a first response, or maybe some questions to Sahana, to your presentation. Is there anyone that has an immediate? Yeah, Richard, go ahead.
You talked about extreme speech on the one hand and deplatforming on the other, but you didn't give us the relationship between the two. And I'm curious to ask you whether and under what conditions should extreme speech be deplatformed?
Yeah, I think I mentioned that, well, extreme speech can have this effect of challenging existing status quo. And then you have really regressive forms of violent extreme speech, violence not just in terms of physical violence, but also in terms of emotional and psychological harm. So you have to really distinguish between these when you are deciding to deplatform. And that's a huge question, right? I mean, the link between, exclusionary extreme speech and the need for regulatory action has to be understood as a community-driven, people-centric kind of solution. So this is again very abstract, I understand, but in our project, the European Research Council funded project AI for Dignity, I'm trying to develop this sort of bottom-up people-centric model where we try to involve fact checkers as a kind of proxy to people's voice and triangulate that with academic intermediaries and AI developers, and thereby develop a dialogue process, a process model that is hopefully replicable at regional, local, and national levels. So by doing this, perhaps we are going to distinguish between juvenile and really funny and innocent kind of expressions and democratizing contestations and exclusionary extreme speech. So that's how I see it, because extreme speech in practice is always a slippery ground between intimidation and juvenile kind of expression and democratizing contestation. So to separate them is a huge challenge. So one way to do it is to bring these dialogue processes involving communities.
Thanks, Sahana. Maybe this is a good moment to continue a little bit of the discussion that we had in the web project, especially between Bharat and Richard. And you also already showed that a little bit in your presentation. What are the consequences of deplatforming, and when is it a good strategy or not? What are the pros and cons, and what in the end is the balance? And I think it was interesting to hear in the web project that there were some differences between Bharat and Richard, where Bharat, you were more in favor of deplatforming, and giving also, of course, some context to it and nuances, and you seem to be seeing more the problematic side of deplatforming. Maybe we could, the two of you could explain those two positions a bit and see and take the audience into the pros and cons of deplatforming.
Okay. Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, in the web project, I kind of put forward the position that deplatforming is something that we need to take seriously. But I think it's important maybe we take a step back and we think about one of the slides that Sahana had put up. And there she had kind of traced out the different cells and different bits of that social network through which these WhatsApp messages spread. So one of the things that I think we need to think about are the different layers about not just deplatforming, but about how extreme speech actually gets platformed in the first place, right? One of the things that we talk about a lot are the ways in which the design and the software of social media platforms provide opportunities and spaces for extreme speech. So one of the really good examples of this is that after the Christchurch shooting, Facebook had said, we're going to start eliminating white supremacist content on our platform. And there was extensive amounts of white supremacist content. They said that they started taking action on it. But there was a recent report put out by the Tech Transparency Project, and they actually found that after the Christchurch shooting, Facebook's recommendation engines were still giving recommendations to people looking for white supremacist groups online, right? So one of the things we need to think about here is what are the ways in which the platforms themselves provide a platform for extremism. That's one part of this, this discussion that we need to think about. So one of the things we might want to do in terms of framing deplatforming is thinking about how do we actually try to take away those relationships? How do we try to disrupt their networks by preventing them from being able to take advantage of different kinds of techniques or affordances available on platforms? And I think another really important point that Sahana had brought up is the way that this connects with existing power structures. I think we can't really understate the extent to which platforms, especially in the United States, are worried about claims, especially from right-wing politicians, about they're censoring right-wing voices or they're canceling right-wing voices, which is obviously something we're going to come back to later. I don't think we can understate the extent to which that the power that these forces have in the United States, in India, and in many other places across the world have in actually shaping the agenda that platforms use in order to actually think about how do we even start coming up with a problem about what even gets decided to get policed, right? What kinds of extreme speech do we care about? And we've seen, especially with counterterrorism in the last 2 decades, we've seen over and over that it's usually one kind of extreme speech over others that becomes a problem. And in a certain way, we've seen that right-wing extremism has kind of become structurally exempt. And that's one of the key things that we need to think about when we're talking about deplatforming.
Richard? Yeah, so in the work that I did, we asked for whom does deplatforming work? So not just does it work, but for whom does it work? Does it work for society at large? Does it work for the platforms that throw people and their content off? Does it work for the alternative platforms where the extremists go to, or others? And what we generally found was that deplatforming does a number of things to the extreme voices. First of all, when we looked at about 20 individuals who were deplatformed from Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and went to such alternative tech platforms as Telegram, Gab, Vote, BitChute, etc., what we found was that they continued to be active. So their activity did not decrease. However, their fan base was much, much smaller. And also, interestingly enough, their sort of hateful language actually mellowed. So it seemed to sort of work in the sense of it mellowed these extreme voices. When you have to ask yourself the question, well, why were they being so extreme in the first place? Were they being extreme for profit, mainly? Or were they really proper extremists in the first place if they're so mellow later? Okay, so this is another question. Secondly, we found that the platforms that threw them off, some of them they now despise. So they despise Facebook, they despise Instagram, and they're basically calling of their supporters to leave those platforms. But they still like Twitter and they still like YouTube, which gives a sort of indication of that those are still sites of excitable or extreme speech. So it worked for Facebook and it worked for Instagram, interestingly enough. And then finally, the larger question of the extent to which it works for society at large, I think that's open, and I'm a little bit more ambivalent because we have seen, so one man's terrorist is another man's freedom fighter. We've seen many cases in history where the swinging back and forth of what constitutes and who are the people who should be silenced or could be silenced. So I'm a little bit concerned. And we'll come back. We talked about to cancel culture, but I'm a little bit more ambivalent or cautious in talking about the overall effectiveness of deplatforming for society at large.
Thanks very much. For this panel, we've also prepared some video clips, and we'll show a few films that we've selected that are on this topic of radicalization by design, also for our speakers to respond to. And the first clip that we would like to show and share with you is actually a clip by Tristan Harris speaking to the Senate's Commerce Committee. Tristan Harris will speak a bit about what the technologies are behind, for instance, Facebook, the recommendation algorithms, and how this kind of leads to polarization of the users of those platforms.
Senator Peters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our witnesses. Fascinating discussion. I'd like to address an issue that I think is of profound importance to our democratic republic. And that's the fact that in order to have a vibrant democracy, you need to have an exchange of ideas and an open platform. And certainly part of the promise of the internet as it was first conceived was that we'd have this incredible universal commons where a wide range of ideas would be discussed and debated. It would be robust. And yet it seems as if we're not getting that. We're actually getting more and more siloed. Dr. Wolfram, you mentioned how people could make choices and they could live in a bubble, but at least it would be their bubble that they get to live in. But that's what we're seeing throughout our society as polarization increases. More and more folks are reverting to tribal type behavior. Mr. Harris, you talked about our medieval institutions and Stone Age minds. Tribalism was alive and well in the past, and we're seeing advances in technology in a lot of ways bring us back into that kind of tribal behavior. So my question is, to what extent is this technology actually accelerating that, and is there a way out? Yes, Mr. Harris.
Yeah, thank you. I love this question. There's a tendency to think here that this is just human nature. Now, that's just people are polarized, and this is just playing out. It's a mirror. It's holding up a mirror to society. But what it's really doing is it's an amplifier for the worst parts of us. So in the race to the bottom of the brainstem to get attention, let's take an example like Twitter. It's calculating what is the thing that I can show you that gets the most engagement. And it turns out that outrage, moral outrage, gets the most engagement. So it was found in a study that for every word of moral outrage that you add to a tweet, it increases your retweet rate by 17%. So in other words, the polarization of our society is actually part of the business model. Another example of this is that shorter, briefer things work better in an attention economy than long, complex, nuanced ideas that take a long time to talk about. And so that's why you get 140 characters dominating our social discourse. But reality and the most important topics to us are increasingly complex, while we can say increasingly simple things about them. That automatically creates polarization because you can't say something simple about something complicated and have everybody agree with you. People will, by definition, misinterpret and hate you for it. And then it's never been easier to retweet that and generate a mob that will come after you. And this has created a call-out culture and chilling effects and a whole bunch of other subsequent effects in polarization that are amplified by the fact that these platforms are rewarded to give you the most sensational stuff. One last example of this is on YouTube. Let's say we actually equalize. I know there's people here concerned about equal representation on the left and the right in media. Let's say we get that perfectly right. As recently as just a month ago on YouTube, if you did a map of the top 15 most frequently mentioned verbs or keywords in the recommended videos, they were hates, debunks, obliterates, destroys. In other words, Jordan Peterson destroys social justice warrior in video. So that kind of thing is the background radiation that we're dosing 2 billion people with. And you can hire content moderators in English and start to handle the problem, as Ms. Stamphill said. But the problem is that 2 billion people in hundreds of languages are using these products. How many engineers at YouTube speak the 22 languages of India where there's an election coming up? So that's some context on that.
So we're going to now move into the second presentation. Our next presenter is Joanna Bryson, who I already introduced briefly before, so I'll just kind of remind you. She's a professor from the Hertie School of Governance in Berlin, holds a PhD in computer science from MIT. And Joanna, I would like to offer the floor to you if you are ready.
Okay, yeah. I'll just share my screen too. Thanks for having me. And I will say briefly that I'm slightly terrified that you said I was the technical expert. I am an AI person here, but I'm not someone who works exactly in social media and the technology behind all these sort of filtering things we've been talking about. I've heard some of those talks, so I'll try to represent that. But anyway, let me go ahead and give you just a quick talk over the sort of some of the highlights of ideas that might be useful for the rest of this conversation, and we'll get to the conversation. So, all right, yeah, so when we're talking about artificial intelligence, which I think we will be because we're going to be talking about the role of artificial intelligence in dealing with this, we need to talk about what that even means. And so a lot of people have some misconceptions about what they might think they could get with AI. I just want to be clear that when I'm talking about intelligence, this is not my definition. It's actually a definition for the 19th century. It was agreed when they were trying to figure out how to tell which animals were more intelligent than each other. It's just the ability to do the right thing at the right time, to adjust your behavior to your context. And as such, it's a form of computation. It's a transformation of perception about the information in the current context into action. All right. So if you can accept that, which I know some people will be, oh, but there's other stuff I care about. We'll get to some of those things later. Then it's really easy to define artificial intelligence. It's the subset of all the intelligent stuff that someone deliberately made. Okay, and you can say, oh, but I used, I rolled dice, or I used uranium or something, and I had something random happen. But you still made that design decision. You have infinitely more, well, not quite infinite, almost infinitely more control over building AI than you do over, for example, having a child, right? You do get to maybe choose the partner if you're lucky, but you don't get to choose the fundamental design of a human being. So human beings, you know, we tend to have 2 arms, 2 legs, and not everybody, but, you know, we don't tend to have a lot more than that. And we, for any human, and not just a human, any like mammal, even fish, if they're a social species, if you isolate them, it's bad for them. It's stressful. They're afraid, you know, that company matters. So you cannot raise a child such that they would be happy to be isolated. Whereas you can put your computer in a safe, nobody will care. And the computer will not care, I promise. Okay. So anyway, this thing about building something deliberately is really important. It isn't all of our intelligence. And so we do also have implicit, unconscious parts of our intelligence that we have trouble controlling too. And that's because computation is hard. So we compartmentalize. So the explicit and the deliberate are the parts for which we consider ourselves to be responsible. Now let's get on to a little bit about that. So when I talk about ethics, I'm basically talking about how a society holds itself together. And the way that societies hold themselves together is by deciding, you know, who are the people that are responsible for their actions. That is called technically the moral agents. And what are they responsible for? Normally, societies involve you being somewhat responsible for yourself, but somewhat responsible to others for themselves. But also to, like, for example, babies are almost never moral agents, but they are always moral patients. In almost every society, you really have to keep the babies alive, right? So that's a pretty fundamental little concern. All right. So I just mentioned responsibility, and I haven't mentioned yet, but some people bring it up in the context of AI trust. And I want to emphasize these are relationships we have between peers, right? More or less peers. Yes, you talk about, you know, trusting a leader. But it's not a relationship you have with an artifact, okay? An artifact can't be your peer because of that design component, right? That we have just totally different control relationships to artifacts. But an artifact can be made to be transparent. That is a choice. It's not that all AI is transparent. In fact, a lot of it is not, but it's a design decision about whether or not you make it clear, whether you show what the decisions were made. And when you put the AI together, so that you can trace whether or not that was appropriate. Did you follow due diligence? Did you follow best practice? What were the thresholds by which you checked that it was ready for release? Did you consider the consequences of its release? How did you monitor it once it is released? You know, how do you make sure the system is still doing a good job? Now, some people will think, oh, you can't do that with AI. We already do this in well-regulated disciplines, like, for example, I'm sorry, not disciplines, sectors. like automotive. So this is perfectly doable. It's just that for some reason within AI and also within the large platforms, we haven't been doing that much yet. We probably will. Okay. All right. I will mention one other thing, which is anthropomorphism. So when you describe a non-human entity as a human, as you do when you say, oh, let's trust AI, that's a form of anthropomorphism. Okay. And I want to bring up, I just added this in during the previous talk. It's really important to understand it's the flip side of dehumanizing. So it is quite striking that the First Nation that even pretended, it didn't really, it gave honorary citizenships to a robot, was one that had serious challenges with how they treated not only their own citizens, but also the many other people who they wouldn't allow to have citizenship in their country, despite having been there for some time. All right, so a little bit of science just on the side. I'm not doing nearly as beautiful a talk as the previous one, but chase my publications for more details. Social media is actually not correlated with extremism. So it isn't just the use of it that makes you extremist. There are extremists on it that can perform certain kinds of actions, but it isn't that just being on Twitter more makes you more extreme, okay? Political polarization and identity politics, and I love a lot of the stuff that Tristan Harris said, but that clip has a lot of things I strongly disagree with. It isn't just something about how you talk to each other that makes you more extremist. We know that this is very highly correlated with economic conditions. And so sometimes when people are trying to address, of course you need to talk to people and think about correct ways to talk to people. But we're trying to understand why is it that suddenly there's like super rich people who are then funding extremists, right? Why do they fund? Well, if it's long and it's complicated, and I'll skip over it. We can talk about this more later. I want to make sure I get to the end of my talk. It is possible that indirectly the digital sphere creates inequality, mostly because distance doesn't matter as much. So that's really hard for governance, including taxation. So there's some people that just are not paying enough tax. But it's something that's happened before. It happened in the late 19th century. It probably happens over and over when we invent new technologies. We have to get on top of governing it so that we're all on a relatively level playing field and we're not having all this craziness. Okay. This is the Google's Advanced Technology External Advisory Council. I don't usually mention this. It's the first time I've ever had to build a slide of it, but I was asked to bring it up here so we could talk about a context of the first time I heard of cancel culture and deplatforming was in this context. So the idea was that it was not an ethics board. It was to bring in a bunch of people who thought really differently from the people who worked for Google. So Google worked hard. I mean, they spent a lot of money to pay other people. They didn't pay us. They paid a lot of other people to come up with great policies, and then they wanted us to kind of stress test their policies. And these people were amazing. I mean, like they have like, one person from Asia, one person from Africa. Okay. Been elected. So that would be William Burns. Yeah. And who, like I said, worked for Obama, worked for Bush. And then on the right, again, not very far on the extreme right, but working for a relatively far right think tank, right? But in fact, both, as far as I know, the first woman and the first African American who did work for that, Kay Cole James, and the two of them together had both been working on the problem of not together, they hadn't worked together yet, but James had been working with Feinstein, with the California senators, about how to handle the hacking of American elections. So that was something they had in common. So that we were never told what we were going to be working on exactly. There was going to be secret stuff and we'd be brought in and we had to fly all the way to California and whatever. So I don't know anything terribly secret. I do know that the first one was supposed to be about facial recognition, and they gave me permission to say that. I also know they chose these people because we're all kind of outspoken jerks who will say our opinion, but that we're sufficiently open-minded. They thought there was some chance we would actually come to a consensus sometimes. And so they thought that would be a process that was worth trying to facilitate to really, as I said, bullet test their projects. Okay, so how much time do I have left?
2 more minutes.
2 more minutes, okay. There's so many things I could say, but I'll just go ahead and say what I was going to say because this relates to something that was just brought up. Famously, we can use AI to do things that no individual human would easily do, like figure out who you would likely get along with. And it's actually very difficult to use social media to change people's minds about like who they would vote for. Only about 2% of people can be changed, although a lot of elections in highly polarized societies are 50-50. But on the other hand, you can figure out who you might be able to contact and convince them that they ought to take action. They ought to go out to convince them they're majority, or convince them to stay home, convince them they've been disenfranchised, convince them they shouldn't vote. So so rather than changing people's minds about who to support, you change their votes. You change whether or not they express the vote. And that's a huge problem. And if you're tired of talking about these guys, I wanted to bring this up, the WhatsApp thing. It is amazing how WhatsApp was hacked. It's supposedly peer-to-peer. You may feel like you're in some kind of private little group, but in fact, it isn't only humans, although yes, you can do this with humans, and almost all of these things have been done with purely humans, pencil and paper in the past. It's just the scale. The scale is amazing. Every single WhatsApp group was compromised that anybody could get in touch with, was compromised in the Brazil election in 2018. So the scale at which some of it was humans, some of it was sock puppets, some of it was bots, that they were able to propagate the media they created was amazing. And I recommend this paper if you want to read about that. So yeah, we also have worries about compromising not only the autonomy of individuals, but also of nations. And I just, and that can happen if you're not paying attention. You can do it yourself. Or maybe you don't think that people matter anymore. Maybe you don't think you need that many people, and it doesn't matter that half your country isn't getting adequate support. But we saw, like, the UN came in and noticed, like Britain, that they were starving their people, and the people in London hadn't noticed. That was just insane. I am British, incidentally, despite my accent. Okay, and yeah, Joanna, why would people do these kinds of things? Who funds these kinds of things? People who feel threatened, perhaps that have a lot of money already. It's called regulatory capture. When they realize that you might be trying to take away what they consider their liberty, then they look at ways to assault the rule of law, or at least the parts of the rule of law they don't like. Now, this may be putting them into an even worse situation. After 2 world wars and the financial crash, then the global elite said, okay, we don't want this much power if it leads to entropy. And they actually did sign up to do more redistribution. They used Bretton Woods to reduce some of the transnational extraction that had been happening. But unfortunately, we decided that wasn't a big deal after the Soviet Union ended. But I just want to, this graph here, you might be wondering, what is this graph? It's about, is your GDP helped or hurt by what? By climate change, right? So, okay, why is it that America is no longer a signatory and Russia is a signatory, but Russia's not doing a lot of work on this process, okay? So one thing you can think about one way to think about war is it's dismantling your enemy's infrastructure so that they lose autonomy with respect to you, so you can get your desires. And I think that's almost, when you have really high inequality, you're almost definitionally in a state of war, because individuals are more important than borders. And that is something that ICT might increase. All right, so I'll stop there. I hope that was sufficiently...
thanks a lot, thanks.
And I gotta figure out how to do... Oh, I know, I need my keyboard.
Joanna, thanks for your presentation. If there are any immediate questions or responses by the speakers here, I at least would like to have you say a little bit more about one of your statements or one of the text in your slide where you said social media is not correlated with extremism, which kind of opposes what Tristan Harris said in his presentation, and you announced that you very much or disagree with a lot of what he said. But please explain us a bit more why you think social media is not correlated with extremism.
Oh, I just think that because I read the papers about it, and so people thought it did, and then if you went out and looked at them, at their actual behavior. When we're talking about just the amount of time spent on Twitter or Facebook is not correlated with how extreme your views are. All right. So there are things that some people do get radicalized there. There's no question that some people do get preyed upon and whatever. It's not that that doesn't ever happen. And maybe most people who get radicalized through social media. I don't know. I don't know that data. But I have seen data of just looking at the average social media user, looking at how much time they spend on it, and then how radical their ideas are, and it's not correlated. And so that's what science is for. We find out these things, right? People go out and check that. I know one person that did related work. I can't remember who did that one, but like I said, hassle me on Twitter, and I'll look up that citation for you. But one thing that was related is Andy Guess at Princeton, who showed that people tended to actually read less polarized things than they said they were reading. So he sat there in an election. He got 2,000 people they interviewed them, but then also got them to let him see their entire log, their log history, web history. And actually almost everybody was reading actually fairly moderate stuff. But it became a part of being an American that you would report yourself of reading the left or the right information. So somebody asked you, you knew what the right answer was, depending if you're Republican or Democrat.
Joanna,
but they were actually not seeing that much stuff, with some exceptions.
Sahana, you raised your hand. Could you maybe, you have a question, Sahana?
Yeah, a very quick question. When you say they, and when you say social media users, and when you say average social media user, who are these people? Where was this study conducted? Which country? Which political context?
No, that's a great question. And to be honest, most of the things that I've seen, the Brazilian study was about the only thing I read in Brazil was that particular paper. The Andrew Guess is definitely looking at the American elections because he's sitting in Princeton. So that's true.
One question I have also for you as an AI expert, also connecting a bit what you said with Tristan Harris' video. I'm very curious how much of platform moderation is done by humans deciding on something has to be categorized in a certain way, and then maybe it has to be deplatformed or not, and how much is done by AI. I mean, as far as I know, for instance, playing uncopyrighted copyrighted music on YouTube, they have an algorithm that it would detect it and it would be removed from it automatically. No human involvement there. Maybe you can tell us a bit about how you see that, the division between human intervention and AI intervention.
I'm sure somebody else here can come up with the numbers that whatever Zuckerberg most recently said. I've forgotten what his claim was about that. But I can tell you a little bit more about how that actually works. So first of all, they hire humans. Probably they don't hire nearly as many humans as they should, especially given how much money they have. But on the other hand, it's incredibly damaging work. It really, really harms you. There are things people put on the internet that seeing these images changes your life. And so everyone is trying to find ways to limit how much harm is done to the people who are doing this content reviewing as well. But yeah, I'm sure that not enough resources are being spent on it. But anyway, there's only so much stuff that you can catch with AI. And of course, when things are taken down, like when the My Lai picture was taken down, people freak out because they're like, oh my God, that's suppressing artistic expression. It's removing history. You're hiding American atrocities. And that that's correct. I'm enough of a computer scientist. I normally, my original was coming down on that side. Leave it. But of course, as was eloquently said by Sahana and my other colleagues, sometimes there have clearly been situations where deplatforming did seem to it just seemed necessary. It just seemed clear that there were periods where this was only leading to greater. I mean, it's even the financial markets shut down once in a while when things are going nuts. I mean, come on, people know there's times when you need to pull plugs. But anyway, you can use AI to it's weird. You can use it to detect certain things that are exactly like what was seen before, and maybe to do a little generalizing. But one of the things I can't believe, I was talking to one of the big AI guys at Facebook, and he's like, we have no trouble detecting, deep fakes. When AI is used to change a video, then AI can detect that. What a surprise. But they could not detect very simple modifications of the Christchurch video, right? They couldn't do that quickly enough to block the uploading. And that's insane, that you can't even tell that something is like a slightly shorter or slightly longer version of something you've already decided is a bad thing, right? So I think that really shows that the kinds of limits that you're up against with the combinatorial complexity of these things.
Barat or any other responses on this question, how much of the platform moderation is AI or human decision?
Yeah, I mean, if I can make a kind of broad comment on how this works. So working with a few colleagues at the Oxford Internet Institute and Voxpol about a year ago, we put together this kind of big review of all of the different kinds of techniques that were being used and what are some of the politics of doing that. And if we look at the large platforms like Facebook, like Twitter, like YouTube, what we tend to see is that they typically have an AI system that starts pulling things in, and then it triages it usually to human review. And as Joanna said, they have really big, and I mean, it's, as she said, it's not enough necessarily, but they are very big labor forces that do this work. It's highly damaging work. They don't get the same kind of salaries that engineers at Facebook get. But there is a large human labor force that's involved. But what we're seeing now is more and more of a tendency towards automation, especially as these kinds of technologies are developing more and more. So for example, detecting duplicate images to try to stop terrorist content like the Christchurch shooters' content from spreading. But if we actually look at the processes behind how a lot of that works, it's really specific in terms of how much it's focused on specific kinds of extremism or specific cultures of extreme speech. And so what we have is this kind of, there is a broad machinery, there is a lot of this kind of triage happening where you use automated systems and then pass it over for human review. But there's, the bigger thing that's not always being discussed outside of some great academic work that's doing this is what kind of politics are behind all of that. And I hope that's something we can get into in a little bit.
Yeah.
I would like to say something. So I think over the last sort of few years, we've seen an expansion on the types of content to be moderated. So previously it was pornography and violence. And I think that AI catches more of that than the newer types that are being moderated. So from hate to now misleading content or dangerous speech or maybe even extreme speech. So these types are, I think, less prone to being sort of automatically captured. And this is where, the manuals come in, the guidebooks. And these, I don't know if you've seen Facebook's, but it's extremely complex. So what is it that is misleading? What is it that's dangerous? Or Twitter, etc. So what we're now increasingly getting is less automation and more editorial. So this is like the automated epistemology are giving way to editorial epistemologies. And this is when you get into really complex judgment calls. Which then you will no longer be able to brag about, we caught 96%. No, you have to explain why it is that this particular case, this Trump tweet was removed and labeled, etc. So the wider we cast our net and the broader the definitions of that which needs to be moderated, the wider it gets, the harder it is for AI to take over.
Thanks a lot, Richard. We're planning to...
Can I just say quickly, it isn't that we just want, I mean, like I said, there's good reasons we prefer people not to have to see things and to somehow blur out so that if they could identify what they're pulling out. But it is about, we use AI to enhance humans who are doing this process. It is not, most people are not aiming to take humans entirely out of the loop. But we are trying to protect the humans, and we are trying to, sometimes reduce the number of humans or to expand however many people you're willing to employ to expand what they can get done.
Thanks, Joanna. We're a bit behind schedule, we plan to screen a clip from The Social Dilemma, actually a Netflix film that has been released 2 days ago that is addressing a lot of these issues. We'll not screen this clip, but you can check it out, the full version even yourself. We'll jump right into the next video that we prepared, and let me check that for you. And that's a short clip by, do we want to show the trap house thing or saw it on the monitor? No, that must have been a mistake. So Ashat Akambi, she's the next clip that we're gonna present. A lot of what we're saying here, of course, touches on this idea of free speech, also cancel culture. Yeah, what is free speech and to which extent should we defend it? Or when we should agree on some things that are excluded from this free speech. Aishat Akambi has a short clip called The Importance of Free Speech.
We're living in a culture of fear, and as a result, freedom of speech is under threat. And people feel afraid to say what's on their mind, no matter how decently they position their positions. There's a problem. When people think questioning is violence, there's a problem. Because as soon as we say something is hatred, we stop listening. It's a tool to direct the conversation where we want it to go, where we are comfortable with. We need to be able to discern things that we find uncomfortable and things that are hateful. And we can only do that with some intellectual humility, with actually engaging with ideas and trying to see where people are coming from. We act as though disagreement is an affront to our belief system. We are limiting our own worldviews for our own comfort and for our own egos. We need to be challenged. Otherwise, we assume that we know everything and that there is nothing else to be said on something. And I would say that's the height of intellectual arrogance. We should be able to withstand critique, to withstand disagreement. We should also know that not all disagreement is rooted in some nefarious intention. Sometimes that's the way people learn. It's curiosity. To engage comprehensively in political discourse is quite a privilege. It does take a certain education. It does mean that you've read certain books. This isn't something that everybody has access to or is exposed to. Leaving free speech to the right is destructive, and it's counter to all our aims. We negate how much people want to be heard, how much people want to contribute. And if we're not allowing people to contribute because we are arrogant enough to think that only we hold the truth, we are pushing people away. We're fracturing our own bases, our own communities. And again, it's an intellectual arrogance we dislike, even more popular. When it comes to no platforming, I definitely understand the motivation. It's a motivation that is well intended because people care. People are fearful of what could happen when certain ideas are out in the public. However, I don't necessarily think no platforming simply ideas that we dislike is helpful. You know, there's a difference between hateful ideas and ideas that make us uncomfortable. And I think we need to have the intellectual discernment to know the difference between the two. I don't think we should have the ability to say absolutely anything we want, because that would be to live in chaos. However, I think we should have a lot more scope for discussion than we do now. To limit free speech is only going to come back round to limit your free speech. Things that you believe are offensive on your side can also be used back against you. A lot of people that we now revere are the same people that we would tear down today. A lot of revolutionary types and a lot of people who've inspired great change and the people that influence us today, a lot of them wouldn't be able to exist under these conditions because we are completely unforgiving and completely divorced from what it means to be a human. In order for people to evolve, they have to make mistakes. In order for people to sharpen their ideas, they have to have some bad ones. We have to accept that people make mistakes, they're going to make mistakes, you make mistakes, and you wouldn't want to be judged by your worst moment. The mainstream media is often afraid to give a platform to a variety of voices. That's why platforms like Double Down News are really important to support. We need to be able to have a diversity of ideas, perspectives. As a result, support Double Down News on Patreon and join the future of journalism.
Okay. I think, yeah, this kind of brings us to the second part of this discussion. So we've been discussing a bit deplatforming and very much the technological aspects. Now it's more about our own human decisions, whether we want to cancel something or deplatform something, or accept something as was explained in this clip, as maybe that is uncomfortable for us to hear, but not maybe hatefully intended, and therefore we should engage in these discussions. And I think this also brings us very much to another aspect that she mentioned in her clip, which is the question of privilege. How much free speech is something that is easy to defend from people in a privileged position. Maybe we just give the floor to the speakers here. If there's anyone that wants to respond to this clip, Sahana, maybe you as the first, and Joanna also raises her hand. Maybe Sahana first.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. I think I really like this point about uncomfortable speech and hate speech. And this has to come with what she calls intellectual humility and not intellectual arrogance. And I think I take a step further and argue that this arrogance partly comes from the limitations and violence of liberal theory. For a long time, studies on the global north implicitly assumed that emotionality of hate speech is a sort of aberration that stands in contrast to calm rationality as a kind of default value of the post-war Western world, right? But when they looked at Africa, South Asia, Southeast Asia, and other regions, the instant approach is to map them in terms of conflict and emotionally charged verbal cultures because of ethnic, religious, and caste divides. And that kind of, heuristic division between the North and the South and the accompanying conceptual construction of the rational center and emotional periphery is the root of liberal self-understanding and what she describes as intellectual arrogance. So in an ironic twist, in fact, the expansion of internet media has had some sort of an equalizing effect because there is some recognition that North America and Europe are no longer exceptional in terms of the violent emotionality of hate speech. So that's one point. But the second point that she brings up is also interesting. That's something that in our extreme speech project we are trying to do is to understand this cultural variation in terms of what is considered polite and what is considered as civil is very different across societies. And that is also the intellectual humility, right? And from that, I think we need to go one step ahead and talk about empathetic understanding of online extreme speech actors. And the very word empathy can actually scandalize people. I've seen that happening. But among ethnographers, there's a very interesting debate on how do we understand understand the right. And I think there it is very important for our own research practices that we extend this empathetic understanding. And that's when we understand why these extreme speech practices come about. But more important, and this is my final point, that it is very correct that there is a contradiction between abuse as a kind of participation, political participation, because even in contexts like India, irreverent speech styles have upturned many established hierarchies. So, for instance, upper caste dominance coded in high language is attacked by colloquial styles of internet speech. And going back, rumor was used as a weapon for peasant rebellion in the colonies. That was not really civil discourse. Rumor is supposed to be exact opposite of it. But it helped peasant rebellion in the colonies. Or the way academic high priests are today questioned for their intellectual dishonesty. So all these, I think, this is the ambiguity of extreme speech that comes up very well in what she's saying. But I think even when we acknowledge this ambiguity, the question is what happens when abuse of intimidating nature interfaces larger structures of hegemonic power. And in many cases, it's not too difficult to understand. When there is a member of the ruling political party engaging in extreme speech, and it's a very clear case for deplatforming or taking any regulatory action. So there are many obvious cases that require deplatforming and other regulatory actions. But then you have to rescue other forms of ambiguous, irreverent speech styles.
Joanna, you also wanted to respond. Please go ahead.
Sure. Well, it's not a response. I'm absolutely loving listening to Sahana. So it's not a response to what she said, more as just another response to your question. When I was a professor, well, in British English, I was only a lecturer in computer science at University of Bath. Before Nigel Farage and UKIP, there was this thing called the British National Party that was the biggest racist jerks, right? But they got into the parliament, and then one of them was going to come and speak at my campus. Somebody had invited them. And there was this big meeting, and I went there to be on the side of, no, we can't possibly have this jerk here. And then there wasn't a single person in the room saying that we should. And I'm like, whoa, wait a minute. I'm at a university, and not one person is saying, but wait a minute. I mean, they had more seats in Parliament than the Greens did. I was like, would we also ban the Greens? I mean, what is an indication of legitimacy if you're not, okay, the Nazis are a great example of this, but I was like, who are we to judge this? At the same time, I don't want to fall into cultural relativism, and that's why I'm loving listening to Sahana. There are some absolutes, like for example, some people in again, sorry to Ivy League it again, but Gary King at Harvard and Molly Roberts. I think they were the ones who wrote that work. No, that was anyway. It doesn't matter. It was another one of Gary King's papers. Was that they tried to figure out what was the best predictor of when a state was going to collapse. What was the one thing that would best show you that a state would collapse? And it was infant mortality. When you can't keep your babies alive, then people are not going to, that's like the last thing. And so I think we ought to be able to detect what the difference is between the Greens, at least in a country like the UK, where the Greens are not actually violent. There are countries where the Greens are violent. But we ought to be able to tell the difference between the Greens and the BNP. There must be something. It may not be so trivial as do they have a member of parliament, but there must be some way that we can find these measures.
Responses to what Sahana and Joanna said, or to the clip?
To the clip briefly. I mean, I think there's an assumption in the clip about that. Discourse is civil, rational, but when it becomes less civil, less rational, then what happens then? And of course we might become uncomfortable, but I think there are other sort of thresholds as well, and I think it's some speech makes one more than uncomfortable, and crosses some lines. That's one thing. The second point I wanted to make briefly is I think the point in the clip about we shouldn't allow the right to take over the free speech notion. I mean, what's happening is the right is taking over a lot of notions, right? So it's taken over fake news, it's taken over the notion of cancel culture, and of course with the free speech. And here, I think the question is about, re-entering those debates more robustly, with some uncomfortable speech, and as a question, as to how do you re-enter those spaces that have been mobilized and captured, or those terms that have been mobilized and captured by the right. So that was the second point I want to bring up.
And is it, I mean, you're raising the question, but would you want to do that with the same tactics and with the same kind of extreme speech, or to say, like, well, let me ask you two questions maybe. Why is it that the right can claim these areas or turn around these discussions and terms like fake news, like cancel culture, and why is that?
I mean, generally speaking, it's a kind of propagandistic technique, right? You take the language of the other, and then you incorporate it and make it your own. I mean, it's something that we've seen historically many times. So it's a tactic. Mm-hmm. It's a rhetorical tactic. But No, I'm not suggesting that you fight extreme speech with extreme speech. I think that only brings the toxicity levels downward. But what I am advocating for is the consideration of robust, uncomfortable speech. As a follow-up to that, to the clip, I think that was a good point.
But the Aishat spoke about in her defense of uncomfortable speech, a kind of a throwaway line was like, well, none of us want hate speech. And then she went on to speak at length about what she was claiming to speak about. It seems to me that that's what the whole entire thing comes down to, is where that line is drawn and how it's drawn. And Sahana's concept of extreme speech maybe gives us some entry point into getting a little bit more of a nuanced appreciation of something that's very binary. It's either hateful or it's not. But it's still, as Aishat says, then there's I can't remember the adjective that she used for the type of intellectual discussion. Sahana, you had picked up on that. It was a...
intellectual arrogance?
Yeah, humility, intellectual humility. So how does one approach this issue then with humility? What exactly, how does that happen? How does that conversation proceed?
I mean, like extremely political correct speech also might be uncomfortable for others. You know, like there are different ways of creating discomfort or making one the situation a bit uncomfortable in order to further the dialogue in ways which aren't just about civility. I mean, I think we're trying to find some. I mean, it's not battling extreme speech with extreme speech, but we're trying to find other language, other techniques, other ways to do counter speech.
Counter speech.
If I could jump in with a slightly different take, one of the things that bothers me a lot, especially in the digital domain, is that once we we come to these answers and then we say, okay, we've got a good answer, and then we come up with technology and we automate some part of the censoring or whatever. Who is it that then harnesses and deploys that technology, and how do they use it? Arguably, this stuff is a sideshow compared to being able to get on top of, how do you handle elections or something like that. And I don't want to be, I don't want to marginalize that. Of course, it's people's lives, so I shouldn't call it a sideshow. But I do think that it is one of these concerns that hopefully, I don't think we can solve these problems without solving the larger problems of governance as well. And we know we won't perfectly solve those, and we know that we continuously make mistakes and allow governments to kill millions of their own people. It happened 120 times in the 20th century, and it's happening now. But we need to worry about that part too. We need to worry about the same tools that we use for what we hope is good, that they aren't then used to destroy things.
Can I just jump in here kind of quickly to bring a few of these strands together? Kind of coming to this point about intellectual humility, and also Sahana's point about how do we think about, when we're doing research on really problematic groups, racist groups and extremist groups, what kind of humility do we have towards them, right? And as someone who disagrees with that politically,